welcome once again to the Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast, big episode 200, part 2. Here we are, chapter 2, right? What are we calling it? Whatever it is, it is.
Part 2, chapter 2, episode B.
Bottom line.
Yeah.
Whatever. Bottom line is it's the top 200 horror movies of all time as voted by enough. I was going to say many. Yeah, by you. Some people listening, by you, by us. Yes. And like we promised last time, guests throughout. Yeah, dogs, cats, living together. Guests aplenty. And, okay, check it. This is really, really cool today. First and foremost, we have, and they've been on before, of course, great friends, Brian and Jamie Sammons. Hello.
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 Very, very happy to have you
Very
guys.
excited to be back.
Welcome back.
I love you guys. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, thanks for having us back.
Yeah.
Yes, we love having you guys here, and I know the listeners love it too.
Wait till we're done recording this before you throw out your thank yous.
Yeah.
This is
realize
true.
You're a prisoner.
This is true, right? If
Kidnapped you
it's
for
anything
6
like
hours.
yeah, like last show, Mamma Mia. But we're gonna try to cut the BS today because last time was so much. It was great, but we don't want to keep them here for 6-7 hours. But here we go. This man here, this is really, really cool. It's getting us all together is one thing, but the fact that to have him here, I don't think that he has done a show outside of his solo cast and only doing one show a year for the past at least 2 years now. I can't think of when's the last time he's done a podcast proper in a setting like this. But we're so happy to have him here. Great friend, great guy, Mr. Jason Lloyd. Welcome.
Howdy, y'all. All right. I don't know if there's any other Texas cliches I could throw out there. But yeah, man, I'm so stoked, excited to be on. Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I've been on I think it was Mark Nato's podcast about 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago. Was the very last time. So I'm stoked. This first time I've ever done anything, live with Christian and Brian. So that's awesome here. And Jamie's been 7 or 8 years since we recorded those skits together.
Oh God.
At least.
Probably longer than that.
Wow.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah, maybe close to 10 years now. But I had
some listeners that weren't even born yet.
But I had an old podcast, and me and Jamie recorded some pretty fun skits. So that's been the last time I remember with her. Well, we were briefly together, I guess, on the Goodbye to the Skeleton Crew show, and briefly on this one with Dave for the 100 episode. But yeah, I'm stoked here. I'm ready to rock and roll, even though it's pretty damn early here where I'm at.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yes, because it is early.
We like to do that to people every. Watson gets it a lot.
This will be the first episode. I'm probably more tired at the beginning of the show than the end.
That's all right. You'll kick in after an hour. You'll be zooming. We won't be able to shut you up. You'll be all jacked up from all that stuff you're drinking over there. So
yeah, Stacker 2.
So how is Stacker 2? So how is retirement from Horophilia been treating you?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
That's
got
great.
to be. What was it? I ran for Horophilia for 11 years, so
Wow.
posting and yeah, I needed a break. Put it that way. It was a welcome break. Even though I still want to give my thoughts on movies, I still watch as many movies as I did before, maybe even more. So I still do my end of the year podcast under Jason Unleashed is what I release it under, and my latest episodes with
That's awesome.
Jason Unleashed. Yeah,
It is cool.
best thing I can think of on the fly. But
Yeah, dig it.
yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's get it on it.
All right, man. All right.
Just speaking of, I said no bullshit, but again, I'm going to break with the own.
A little
my own
tiny
rule.
bit.
You said that, with Horophilia gone, put to rest. Now you can. It's been a few years. How can you call it some of the ship reader shows that dragged that network down?
And the
I already hit
podcasters?
my mic. I hit
And
my
the
mic.
hosts?
We're not even 5 minutes into the show already.
See what happens?
Just sit on my hands.
I played the fifth. I just played
Smart
it was
man.
time.
Any of my shows, I'm out.
No,
No way.
it wasn't any podcast in particular. I was done.
I'm joking. Sorry, I had to say it.
Okay. I will kick these tiny bit of facts. I know last time we did the whole thing. People can listen to the last one and everything. And as a matter of fact, I sent these guys the movies from last week to give them a chance, if they had the time, to look it over. So if they're doing it and we're talking, they're like, hey, I wonder if this movie's going to come up and this and that. So I don't know if they looked at all. But, okay, I'll say that. Did you guys happen to look at the list? And if so, were there any surprises to you?
I did.
Like
and
Terminator.
there were, but now I forgot what they were, so I'm pulling it up again. But
That's okay. That's all right.
I'm with Jamie. I don't actually. The main thing I remember is there was actually 4 movies on the list that I had never seen before in my life. So
Well, don't go too far, because we remember last week on the show, we only go up to movie number 126.
Oh,
So
you
it was
gave him
just
the whole list.
No,
thought
I
you just
didn't.
gave him what was
Oh, that's
okay.
right. No, I didn't. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jason.
you only gave us a
I'm a
partial
fucking
list.
moron. I didn't give them the whole list. What am I thinking?
yeah,
my
you
bad.
did you did 200 to 126.
Correct. I did the right thing. Okay.
That's what
I'm
you
all
gave
right.
me. So out of those 75 movies or whatever it is, yeah, there was 4 of them. But let me see, as far as any surprises.
The Burbs and Terminator. Everybody has to be shocked by those two. No? The
Terminator,
Burbs.
no. Yeah, the Burbs. You saying the Burbs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Said
Yeah,
really
but-
high pitched, but I was saying.
I
People
wasn't
love
sure
it,
if you.
though.
I wasn't sure if you were saying the Burbs or the Birds.
Sorry.
I wouldn't have either one on my list personally, but yeah, that's a little bit of surprise. You're right. The Burbs I wouldn't expect. Terminator I kind of would though, because I know a lot of people consider that a horror film.
I do not.
Yeah, a lot
No,
of
I
people
do
are
not.
wrong.
I love you too, because that's exactly what I said last week. I mean, I love the movie. I
it's a
I
great
really enjoyed
movie,
the
but
Burbs too. But the
It doesn't
Burbs,
have to be horror to be great.
No.
You know.
Right
absolutely.
on.
I know we're allowed to say that every now and then.
You know what? Whether I'm allowed to or not, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I like American
You
Beauty
can't
too,
shut
but it's
her
not a
up.
horror movie.
Indeed. So yeah, you see something else?
Annabelle Creation, for real. I mean, that's a good movie. Don't get me wrong, but top 200. That's
Yeah,
kind of surprising.
I do love it, but yeah.
Yeah, I do
That's it.
too.
There are a lot that we all like and enjoy. I'm just a little shocked that they're showing up on the top 200 list.
Yeah. People are passionate about certain movies. That's all there is. They weigh in strong. Like Annabelle Creation, for something like that to be there, it's not a movie that's just sitting at everybody's, number 90. The way I look at it, if it's on somebody's list, it's in their top 50 as opposed to their bottom 50. So enough people had it high enough for it to get points. You know what I mean? People that actually love the movie. I'm one of them, But I mean, it wouldn't make my top 100. It didn't, of course. But I'm happy personally about it. But whatever. Like I said, to me, it's on the level of the 2 Conjuring movies. To me, that's it. But that's the only one. But that is a shocker. If someone was going to tell you that, here's a list of top 200 horror movies of all time, and you saw that on there, it would stick out. You're right.
Yeah, that one sticks out. Terrifier, that kind of sticks out.
Part 2 will be out. If we did it next year, part 2 would definitely be there.
Yeah,
'Cause
part 2 is so much better. In my
I'm
opinion,
kind of disappointed Dog Soldiers is as low as it is.
Yeah.
I'm not-
At 197.
I think Dave and I are shocked that he even showed up on the list, to be honest.
No,
And
I'm not shocked.
I know.
I'm not
I am.
shocked it showed up on the list. Oh, people
And I
love
am.
it. I just happen to not be in that, in that camp. But I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Again, I like it. I like Annabelle Creation as well. It's where they sit on the list, and I could see Dog Soldiers over Annabelle Creation, to be honest.
So could
Actually
I.
being higher
Objectively, yes.
in that.
Yeah.
Out of those two, but yeah, it's interesting. But again,
It
we get a list from every slice of life. Like I said, if Spooky shows up, I'm just shutting it down. I'm shutting it down on my end, and you guys
He's
can
retired.
without me.
Oh, the Spookies. Okay.
Spookies, yeah.
Spookies.
Tell Brandon to start sending your pension because you'll retire if that movie
Exactly.
shows.
Well, Jason's out of retirement right now. So, okay. So these are some things I wrote down last night about the first 75 picks, which might be a little shocking. Now, I looked at all the decades that were represented. And check this out. This is the way this happened on the first 20 on the bottom 75. Okay, so I added everything up. We have the 2000s, we have the 1990s, the 80s, whatever. We have representation from the 20s up until the 2010s. So if you guys were to guess, without looking now, because that's kind of cheating, how many what do you think? Even before looking, if someone was to tell you, even they are the bottom 75, I get that. But if you were to guess, which decade would have the most movies, what would you guess? Without thinking.
80s.
Okay.
80s, yeah.
All right.
I would say possibly 70s, because even though we got more and really great movies in the 80s, like more movies in the 80s, I feel like the best movies came out, or maybe that'd be later down the list then.
That's a point. List placement.
Yeah, because I feel like yeah, I guess I'd say 80s then.
Okay, well, 80s, Christian.
I'd agree with that as well.
Right. And it makes sense because, I mean, when we get to the end, we'll get to the end. And when I started last week, I said, this is how many we have from each. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to do that again. But I will say this once again, when we get to the end, the results are going to be surprising because I'll kick out all the facts at the end and all the stats and say, hey, this is what got represented from each decade and how many. And it is pretty shocking. For me, like I've said it last week, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it through this whole thing, it's a very Dave Z list. It's basically the kind of things I've always said. The people that listen to this show, and the ones that voted, the 44 of them, they just seem to have aligned with me in my taste because this movie, not every movie, of course, but just in general. And when I get to the end, you'll see that it's really surprising. But anyway, I'll just say this. We had 20 movies, 20 from the 2000s. They led the pack. We had 19 from the 2010s and 18 from the 80s. Those are the three big representations of the last 75. Now, the 90s had 6. The 70s had 5. The 60s had 4. And 50s, 40s, and 20s each had 1. Nothing from the 30s yet. But
oh, wow.
How about that? I'll tell you, the 2000s,
That's impressive.
Yeah, you can talk shit about them. But when I look at the movies that made the list from the 2000s, there's very few that I take that I object to. I look at them, I'm like, you know what? These really are great films. So
yeah, but that could be a causation fallacy because people have short attention spans.
Mm-hmm.
So the more
Facts.
recent movies are going to come to them easier than the older movies. Also, there's a whole bunch of people out there, younger horror fans and all that, who haven't seen everything from the 80s or the 70s or even before that. Hell, some horror fans are like, I don't like anything before I was born, which is a amazingly stupid idea, but...
And out of the gate, here we go.
Well, it is. If you don't like
This is what we
movies
wanted.
just because it's older than you, you're an idiot.
Look, I will say it's funny that the 90s had 6 because I guess that's all 6 good movies from the 90s that they.
I can't wait till we get to the end and you see how many 90s we have. How many of
I'm
each decade?
teasing. There are,
But still-
we say it all the time. We make fun of that decade, but there were a lot of good movies in the 90s. It just is, you compare the numbers of, say, even the last decade, the one that we're currently in versus the 90s, and there are going to be way more now. They're just, the quality wasn't necessarily there, but when it was, it hit. When a movie was good, it was really, really good, like Candyman or, something like that. But it's just that there weren't that many of them in comparison.
No.
It was bad.
Absolutely.
It was just, I hear what you're saying. There are some greats, but I'm with you guys about the 90s. I always have been. I just don't, I fell out of it. As much as I love the 80s, I fell out of it in the 90s. because it got so bad. It was just like a disappointing time. Then it came back for a minute, and then it got kind of bad again. But I don't know.
Saw more horror in the theater in the 90s comparatively, just because of my age. Late 80s, it started in the theater because my parents wouldn't take me to horror movies because they weren't horror fans. My dad was a Hitchcock fan, and again, I was petrified of horror films really until about the age of 12. Like, I'd see scenes and it would or a preview on the TV, and it would scare the shit out of me. So it was almost like a conquering the fears type of thing that led me into horror at age 13, really. 12, 13 is that turning point, and it was because of my fear of them that kind of drew me in.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm the same way. I was terrified of movies until I saw my first real legit horror movie. Then I just fell in love.
Yeah, I think that's what happens. It's just that curiosity, and then yeah, you're either there or not. Like, I mean, that's what's happened with, I think, my daughter that was just interrupting me because she had some questions, and that's why I had to leave. she started absolutely scared of everything, and now she absolutely loves everything horror. Almost everything horror. There's certain ones that she's still worried about checking out. Like, Megan is missing. She wants to see it, but she's terrified to watch that one.
Frankie watched it with me, and she was like, "That's it." So it didn't really shake her up. I think it shakes you up more when you're older. I don't know. That's a whole. We better not even get down that because we're trying to have no BS. But I will say this. Yeah, I know, right? Of course, that's how we are. When I was young, I also didn't want to see movies older than me, but it was just because I started watching them in the 80s, and the 80s horror was hot and everything else, and everything. I was born in 72, so everything before then. I mean, if it was a great horror movie, mostly that you heard about, it was black and white, and I just had zero interest in black and white. And I'm sorry, that's just the way. Everything I'm watching is in color for the first freaking, most of my life up to that point, people say, okay, here's black and white. And I remember we still had a black and white television in the house because sometimes people still had them. I never watched that black and white television.
So it didn't matter.
No, I never watched it. Why would I when I have color TV? It's the equivalent of my daughter watching something that's not HD. It's not if I show her something and she's not like uptight about it, but she can spot it in a second. I'll put something on for whatever, some feed or whatever it is, and even if it's DVD quality, she'll know right away. She goes, "Oh man, this looks She doesn't say it in an insulting way. She just says this has an old-fashioned look to it. That's what she says, old-fashioned. That's her. But so. I understand that because I was the same way. Now, I didn't come to love black and white until later. I still don't love it, but the Twilight Zone is what changed everything for me because to me it was just, remember, it's shorter, so it's easier to watch a 20-minute, half an hour thing of the Twilight Zone to get into black and white, and then it came later. But I'll also say this: people that voted on this list, most of them, not all, I would say 90% of them are at least over the age of 30. You know what I mean? Most of our listeners are. And if you look at the analytics and stuff, most of them are. It's like 30 to 45 and shit like that. That's where they tend to be. Yes, we do have some in their 20s. But so these people should be up on the 70s and 80s and stuff like that and whatever else. But then you also have people nowadays from our generation that don't like anything from after the 90s. So
that kind of goes true.
Yeah, right. You do see that. And I mean, you just want to shake them and say, well, how are you missing all this shit? Oh, I saw this at the movies and this past year, this sucked. Anyway, let's move on.
You have that mentality that anything modern is bad automatically. And you see that all the time.
Equally as stupid.
And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense either, but okay.
No, it's sad. But I'll tell you, this list does represent everything. And it, like I said, it works for me. I love the way this list turned out. So, okay, let's get to it now. So, see, I'm hiding it from myself too, because it's been a little time since I've looked at it. So I'm trying to make it so it's surprising to me. So I also hide it from me as I'm scrolling down my little notes here. Okay, so 127, 26. Okay, 125. Here we go. Oh, good way to start. This is the movie I don't think too many are going to object to. It seems like I don't know too many people that don't dislike the movie. And it's a classic from the 80s. Basket Case.
Oh,
There you go.
nice.
Yeah.
I know that it wasn't as well received when we reviewed it on the show, but that's a fun movie. And again, I just love everything, the whole story behind it. I like the small budget, what they got away with. Belial's fucking crazy and great. And I'm actually probably one of the people that like part 2 almost just as much. Part 2, 3 for whatever reason didn't work for me as well, even though I think they were made back to back.
Yeah, they seem the same to me.
1 and 2 just work for me.
Yeah, it's not on my top 100, but it's one of the movies that I say belongs on a top 200. It's just a classic from the 80s. Like I said, everybody seems to like it. I don't know if anybody here doesn't like it, but it seems like it's a movie that most people dig, and it's got that New York feel, that old school. I love that. I love those old school New York freaking sleazy, I
say that all the time. New York
Isn't
and
it
LA
great?
for me. I love late 70s, early 80s New York and LA movies when and they're sleazy and I like it.
It's awesome. It is.
That movie is also
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brad.
I was just going to say that movie is also like the dictionary definition of a good time horror film. I mean, come on, it's stop motion puppet Belial running around throwing TVs at people and stuff. It's just fun.
Temper tantrum. Yeah, it is.
Right. It's fun. Jason, what were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, I love the look and feel, of course, the gritty 70s look. And I think that's one of the films that I kind of like watching instead of pristine Blu-rays, some older VHS or crappy DVD qualities. For some reason, it just seems to fit that. But
well, it does.
I like all 3 of them, to be honest with you. But yeah, this one for me is the best one of the 3. But I do like the other 2 to a certain degree.
Yeah.
What does surprise me though, so out of all his films, Brain Damage is my favorite, and that was left off the list, I believe, and was on the honorable mentions. If I'm remembering last.
Oh, was it an honorable mention?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, oh damn, it's not on. I think it was Brain Damage. I'm almost positive you said Brain Damage. I'm going by.
Now
memory.
you got me curious, Rock. Okay, hold on a second here.
I actually like Bad Biology quite a bit. I love that film.
That's when he started losing me. It was when I think Bad Biology, there's like a little string of that he had going there. Basket Case, Brain Damage, Frankenhooker, Basket Case 2 and 3, and I feel like I'm missing another one. But then that's kind of where sort of my enjoyment of his films kind of stopped.
I think Bad Biology. That's one of the skits we did, isn't it, Jason?
It is.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Christian. 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it was one of the what's the word? Honorable mentions. So
and it's a preference thing, right? I mean, that's my preference, but I'm with you. I totally understand based on a bunch of lists being submitted why this one actually made it over Brain Damage.
Yeah, it does have that look about it. It does have that, where the other one. Yeah, the VHS, the New York, it has just as much of a late 70s look as an 80s. It just has that gritty feel to it, where a movie like Brain Damage did not, and a lot of people kind of gravitate to that. But it was cool. I mean, for its time, it was definitely, pretty wild. It was a little, I don't want to say body horror. I mean, it kind of is. Belial himself, I don't know, but yeah, good movie, lots of fun. Okay. Oh, here we go. This is one that we talked about on the very first episode of ABC's A Hidden Horror.
Nice.
Yay.
Yeah, pretty cool. And this is Audition.
Nice.
There you go, BK. Yeah.
What number
was that?
Yeah, yes.
I apologize.
24.
Yes, 124. And I forgot to give the points. Basket Case had 418 points. Audition by 1 point, 419 for Audition. So yeah.
Okay.
Probably
I'm honestly
Mike's
surprised that's not higher.
I was going to say the same thing. That seems to be universally loved. So I'm kind of wondering from his filmography if there's going to be anything else that makes it now, because it seems to be the favorite.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. It's his most well known, for certain, and I think it's great. It didn't make my list, but I think it's an excellent movie. I still, and I hate to say it, I know people are going to hate that I say it. I still think that if it ended up in the right hands and they did an American remake of this, I think it could be kick-ass. And it just seems like nobody wants to touch him just because of the setup in the story about him setting up to find a potential mate and all that. It seems like something that would work in America if they did it the right way. And then if the third act was a little bit more coherent, if they changed it a little bit, I don't know. But I love Audition, of course, because I believe I was the one that brought it to the table when we did it on ABC. So I really dig it. And yeah, Brian, you're right though. It does seem a little bit low for its reputation. Yeah.
I mean, me personally, I would have put it higher, but also just because of all the unanimous love I always hear for it, I figured it would just be higher than that.
Would it make your top 100?
Me?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't think it would. I'm sorry, I never got my list in. I tried. I really did. It's hard. And I kept, every time I would come, I'd have to put it down and come back, and then I'd put it down and I'd come back, and I would remember other things, and I'm just like, this is too hard. I eventually ran out of time, and I was just like, shit. And I felt really bad about it, but it just is really hard for me to do. I didn't even realize how hard it would be until I started doing it.
Especially
so I respect
you.
everyone who did it.
That's what I said, and
hard.
I really do, because it is very hard. The only reason it was easy for me is because I have all my ratings written down in my phone. I have notes going back to 2013, so that helped with the modern stuff. And all the classic stuff, all I have to do is look around my room, and I have everything on I don't even look around the room, but I have one of those apps that has all the movies that I own on it, and just go through it alphabetically and just look at all the titles and then just start writing them down one by one and say, okay, this is what I feel about this, and then assign them ratings based on how I feel. And then for me, it was easy because of taking those methods. But just to like willy-nilly walk around and look at your collection or whatever, just go off the top of your head, that's hard to do. So, I mean, and that's what I said. Anyone that did it and took the time, my hat's off to them. Thank you so much, because it is a hard thing to do. And I wouldn't want to put anybody in a position where they're, stressing about it. Are
you an Audition fan, Jason?
Oh yeah. It would make my top 200. I don't know about top 100, but I think it's a pretty good position for top 200. I don't know if it's my favorite Miike, but I can see why people would pick this film over some of the others. But yeah, I'm a Miike fan for sure.
And I think that's the big thing. It's I maybe it is positioned properly, but as Brian mentioned, just by how much praise I hear or seemingly hear through, our community and whatnot, I would have just assumed it was higher. But I'm fine with it. It would have made my 100 list. I'm
glad there's not an American remake though. They probably pussify it and PG-13.
Oh yeah.
So
well,
but
I understand
in the right hands.
Yeah, in the right hands. But how often does that get in the right hands? So,
I know.
Not very often.
That's true. They usually are a letdown. Unless Miike could do an American version, kind of like Shimizu did with The Grudge, how he took his Ju-ons and he Americanized it when he did The Grudge. I don't know. I just think the story is so rich in theory, just of him setting that up to find the mate, and then he finds the woman, and then she ends up being a wackadoo and everything that goes on from there. I think it's just such a great story. I don't know.
It's still relevant. It could be even more so now, just based on everything that's happened and dating and everything like that. I could see it working.
Well, I was going to say, especially in light of Me Too, like the Me Too movement, that would have, I think, been actually very apropos.
But that's the double-edged sword. If there's going to be a lot of blowback on it because of the whole Me Too movement, but if somebody really was fearless and they really wanted to tackle it, it could be really cool, like Dave was saying.
No, I agree.
But they would have to just go, you know what? I don't care what the studios say. I don't care what the Twitter mob says. I don't care about this or that. They would really have to go in and just go, this is the movie I want to make. Here it is. And I don't think really anybody in Hollywood, for sure, doesn't have that in them anymore.
No. Maybe Brandon Cronenberg could pull it off.
Maybe you would take somebody independent who has that fiery spirit, who just, I don't give a damn what you say. This is the movie I want to make.
Well, I think if you told it right, like if you told it in the way at least I'm picturing, I think it would fit right in with a movement like that, and you could turn it into something with a lot of depth and meaning, because just look at the Weinstein name.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would want.
I was just gonna say it could be his comeback movie.
Yeah.
That's just what to crack that joke.
Well,
Awesome.
if he ended up the way that movie ends up, I don't think anybody'd have a problem with it.
No.
Instead of 10 Hail Marys, you have to make this movie instead.
Wow, that could be the change. You know how I always say if you're going to remake a movie, you remake it. One of the things you could do is maybe the guy is a sleazeball, and maybe we don't know it as the viewer when we first meet him. Maybe the reason his wife passed away had something to do with him being, a shitty person. So, and then as it evolves, it just ends up being that we find out he's a sleazeball, and at the same time, she also just so happens to be, a psycho on top of it. So you're like, oh, okay, he's getting his just due. We got a female killer, which is always cool. And I better stop because what am I doing? We can't do this. Well, I wish we could make a movie.
Did a full review of every movie on the list.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's go. 123. Oh man, with 424 votes. Oh man, I love this movie, and it was in my top 100. I'll have to look and see where it is, but
Oh yeah, I should bring that up.
it may skirt horror. You know what I'm saying? But it's Black Swan.
Oh, I love it too.
Oh,
But you're right. I could see an argument that that's not horror, but I do love that movie.
I love that movie, but the top 100 horror movies of all time, I don't think it would make my list.
because of the way you classify it personally,
Yes,
or because of
it's
the,
not it's not
Okay.
horrific enough. It does have some elements, and it does play with the psychology of the protagonist and all that, and that's great. But it doesn't really scratch that horror itch for me.
Understood.
And I seemingly left it off my list, which makes sense because I think, Brian, I agree with how you're wording there. And I also love Requiem for a Dream more, and that's not on my list. So I must have, when I was creating this, saying, on the cusp. So I kept them both off.
It's my number 40 actually, and I had only seen it one time prior. I've seen it 3 times total. And the first time was my wife just wanted to show it to me, and I was like, yeah, let's watch this movie. And I was like, oh, wow, this is freaking awesome. And then the second time I watched it was for a summer series. I could be wrong. But then we did it on Wadzi, and I brought it to the table there. I said, I think this is a horror movie, and I want to watch it and make sure this is how I feel. It didn't occur to me the first time I watched it, but now that I think about it, and then I sat back, and then it took me in completely, and it's one of my, it's one of the illustrious 54. So meaning it has a 10 out of 10 for me, and it's only happened that many times. So I absolutely adore it. I'm not going to go on about it, but
Dave,
He's just reviewing the
Dave, are you
girl
sure you
scene.
didn't make your points worth 10? Did you? Well,
it isn't just me. I don't know who it is, but
I understand why people like it, but it's just not my preference. It's kind of like Neon Demon. I understand why people like the movie. It's just not for me. I wouldn't have it near my list, but
Yeah,
I
that was
understand
already represented. But no, I could see this being on the list. Definitely over Mother. I hope Mother doesn't pop up.
oh
Yeah.
man, yeah, I don't know.
Mother-
He's great.
Sorry, that's my.
The
Yeah.
Asian Mother is
He
actually pretty
is.
good.
Yeah, see, which one? Sorry.
The Asian Mother, well, it's called Mother, but the Asian
Yeah.
version of Mother is actually pretty good. It's
I
actually a
figured
pretty
it-
good film.
There's an Asian mother. It was first.
No.
It's a different.
Oh.
It's not the
It's
same.
a totally different
Yeah.
story. It came out about 5 years ago, I believe, but it's an
Isn't
Asian
the
movie.
dude that directed Parasite? I might be confusing. I thought.
He is a famous director. I just forgot what movie
Yeah.
he did.
I forget his name too. But anyway,
I don't know. Well, anyway, I understand why it's here. I understand why people love it. Obviously, I love it. I said it's a 10 out of 10. I don't walk around saying that much. So I think it's incredible. The performances, the story, it's freaking tragic. I don't know. It's psychological. It's out of control. I love it. I always have. And And Miss Kunis is probably the most attractive female I've ever seen in any movie ever. In this movie, how about that? I've said that before on the podcast. Maybe not here, but that's the way I feel when I watch one. McMahon. I don't think I've ever seen a more attractive person put to film. But anyway, that's man, what a flick. Okay,
and I told you I was standing right beside her, and I had no clue who she was.
What?
I thought I've told you this story before. It's just you have a crap memory. If it's not a 80s TV commercial jingle, Dave's memory is crap.
Hey, happier times. What can I say? My wife saw her on a plane once, and she told me she was on the plane.
The Cliff Notes version of this is after the Scary Movie preview, because my wife used to work, when I met my wife, she used to work at a distribution outlet, and they used to get passes for stuff. So we got a passes for Scary Movie, went to see it in the after party. Everybody was invited to, and it was Kirsten Dunst and Mila, what's her name? Mila, whatever. We'll just talk about standing right beside me, trying to get drinks at the bar. And my wife was saying, "Hey, do you know who that is?" I'm like, "No." I had no clue who either of them were.
Wow. I may not know her, but I would know her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
you may not know her, but you know her. I got it.
The mother I was referencing, it was Bong Joon-ho, the host guy. He's the one who directed.
Maybe I did see it, and I totally forgot. I don't know. Mother, huh?
Yeah, she mother searches for the killer who framed her son for a girl's horrific murder.
Well, I'm intrigued. I'll look into this one. Okay. All right. So, number 122, there's not going to be a dispute on this one, horror or not, or any of that stuff. Maybe the placement, but this was a tie. 424 votes, actually. It tied with Black Swan. Inside got the track because it was a little older. Inside is the movie, the original, of course.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
I love it. There's goofy moments, but I still love it.
Some of the CGI doesn't hold up well at all, but
that baby.
The baby.
That's my favorite of the French Extreme films.
It might be mine too. I do love that movie.
It's close between that and Martyr for me, but Inside is definitely.
Ooh, yeah.
Awesome.
Martyrs is my favorite, but Inside is a close second with High Tension, which has already been represented, and had mixed reactions on that one. But man, this is fun. The remake is actually not piss poor, but as Jason Lloyd said, I wasn't blown away. It's just kind of or meh, whatever the hell. But it's pussified. It's slightly pussified, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, this is also fits the home invasion category, which I absolutely love those type of films. So, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, and I love her, Beatrice. Oh man, she's great.
She's got a sexiness and creepiness, kind of. Just sort of a nice sort of merging of the two. Yes, and it works well. The only misstep in this movie is kind of the bumbling cop sequence where it kind of looks like it's Peter Jackson-esque for like 2 minutes of the running time. It's just a weird compared to everything else. It's so extreme. It's almost like they were trying to push the button and take it one step further, but it almost went over that line into ludicrous. But
I know a lot of people get confused when the cop, and I was one of them, when the cop stands up, and he's been down and then he stands up. He almost looks like a zombie. Like it's very bizarre. And I'm like, what's happening here? Is this, because it feels like a totally different, I don't know. It's like it almost feels like a totally different movie. It just for that little brief moment, because I'm like, what is happening? And then I still don't completely get it. Like why he looks exactly the way he does, but then I just sort of go, oh, okay, whatever. I'll just take it. I'll take it because I love the movie so much.
Well, and the same. I just really like to nitpick, and I guess this could be considered a Christmas movie too.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it is Christmas.
Christmas.
I love the movie. It didn't make my list because I have a few, and we reviewed it in the past. I forgot what show it was, but I think episode 15 maybe or something. I don't know. It was a French Extreme special. But I have a couple problems. There's a couple plot holes for me that just keep it back. That some decisions made by our lead that I'm like, why would you do this and why wouldn't you do this? And I just couldn't get past it. But it doesn't mean I still don't think it's great. I just don't have it. Nothing to complain about makes it better. And I just had those small complaints. But obviously, it's a great movie. Everyone seems to love it, and with good reason. So, but that
68
CGI
on my list, 9 out of 10. I forgot about the CGI, but how could you forget now that Brian brought it up? I'm like, yeah, how could I forget that? It's like Mad Baby at one point. Isn't the baby look angry in the womb?
Yes.
Yeah, during the I think it's during the car accident scene, like in the beginning, you can see it hit its head in the womb, and then it's like.
Hey,
I
that's
didn't like
one.
that.
That was actually one thing they did better in the remake. If you remember, all the baby stuff actually looked better.
Never saw it.
Yeah.
Not hard to do. I mean, that was kind of that was weird. It's kind of like the Argento movies from the late '90s and beyond with the CG there. Some of that is just when I think about that baby and inside, I think about that scene in Stendhal Syndrome when Azia, or maybe it was her, they swallow pills, and for some reason he shows a shot of the pills going down the esophagus, a CGI shot, and the look of it, it's ridiculous. It looks like the baby doesn't inside, and I was like, why would you even do that? But whatever.
It just never got a proper Blu-ray, I don't believe. Or if it did, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it did, but it's very rare and very expensive.
Right. Same with Martyrs.
Yeah, they really need to re-release the French Extreme films.
There must be a problem because they're French. There must be a problem with the rights. No, seriously, there must be a tie-up with that somebody can't acquire them because I don't know. Because why would it be movies like that?
Maybe I am confusing it with Martyrs, but I just remember it being difficult to get because I don't have it on Blu-ray.
I'm telling you, I don't think it is readily available.
You're right. It's it's really hard to find. The mainly foreign Blu-rays, which I don't think they're region A or anything, but you're right though. Yeah, this one is hard to come by, and Martyrs too.
Yeah, there's an issue with it, and maybe the other ones, maybe High Tension too. If I'm thinking straight about that, I don't know. I think there's something up with those French Extremes. But anyway, let's move on. Number 121 with 437 points. The Blob, 1988, the remake.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah. Number 77 on my list.
Nice.
I was gonna say I could see that one being higher. That is, it's one of the remakes that I think eclipses the original, and those special effects are so cool. They really did their work on it.
Oh.
And I like how they changed the story too. How it wasn't just an alien anymore. The government was involved and bad guys and.
Yeah, but you don't know that from the beginning. So if you are familiar with the original The Blob, especially, then you.
And
go
who
into
isn't?
this.
The Blob is one of those movies. Even if you haven't seen it, you know about it.
Right. Yeah. And then when you know that any time a movie starts out with an old man poking something with a stick.
Yeah, bad stuff
things
happens.
are going to be bad, and then they do throw that swerve in at the end where it's like, oh, just kidding, it's the government, and I like that, and it also was very fitting for the 80s. I think that story worked well in the time period.
And oh hell, what's her name?
Shawnee Smith.
Thank you. Looking cute as hell in it.
Indeed.
That's a bonus.
And she pulls the great final girl moment where she just grabs that machine gun and just starts yelling and shooting at it. And it's fantastic. Like, there's so many great moments in this, so many good lines. Like, what about the civilians? They're expendable.
Yeah.
And just the ending, one of the creepiest horror movie endings. We're talking about when he's holding about the reckoning. When?
Yeah.
When, Father? When will the reckoning? Soon. God will give me a sign. And he holds up the blob, and it's fucking creepy.
Plus
even my dad.
I was just gonna say. Plus, they kill a kid, and they show it.
Yeah,
boom,
disintegrating.
Yeah,
it's great. Yeah, so many great moments.
So it sounds like I need to watch this film.
You haven't seen
it? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How?
I'm probably gonna hear it a few times tonight, but yeah. This is one I've never seen. I mean, I've seen the stuff, but I don't know. I just never got around to it. Every time I thinking about watching it, I always pick something else. But this is definitely on my bucket list of horror movies to watch.
Oh,
sure.
dude.
Especially
You'll
now.
Oh, yeah, you'll have a
Chuck
lot of
Russell
fun with it.
too, man.
You know
What'd
what
you
you
say?
should do, Jason, for Jason Unleashed? You should keep track of all the movies on here that pique your interest, but you've never seen, and then just do a whole show where you watch those movies and talk about them. That'd be cool.
Yeah, this will be the 5th one because I know there's 4, like I said, between 200 and 125 that I didn't see. So this will make number 5. I've always wanted to see
I'd be shocked if you didn't enjoy this. It's a fast-paced, well-produced, high budget. It bombed, I think. Hey, this is another one, kind of like The Thing. I don't remember. This didn't do well when it came out.
No.
And got sort of a cult following or reputation on video.
And this is a film they keep rumoring that Rob Zombie wanted to do or something, a remake of, and he never did. I don't remember. And I've seen scenes of the movie, of course. You know.
Well, then it would be the long-haired, scuzzy blob running around screaming "fuck" all the time.
Why is this
The
blob
would
curse?
just be running through the town, skull fucking people.
Just to
I
say,
will ooze
"Motherfucker,
over there and skull fuck the shit out of you.
And William Forsythe as the blob.
Yeah.
No, it's Sherry Moon Zombie.
Oh,
yeah.
of course.
Of course. Female blob. Yes.
What was I thinking?
With a white horse in it. It'll be a white horse covered in blob.
Well, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if he did the blob remake and they just put a scene where it attacks a farm and there's a white horse because everybody would get it. That would be a fantastic in joke.
You're right.
And the blob just gets him. I can see. Again, it just reboot whatever. I mean, that was it was a 50s like B movie, and they did a great kind of job here. I'd have no problem with a modern update or a new film.
Well,
Doesn't have to follow a different story, whatever. But this is great. It got a nice small town feel, a couple good jokes. You got the little Easter egg of What a Rush, because it's a Chuck Russell movie, and I guess he did that in at least three of his movies: Dream Demons, Dream Warriors. Dream Warriors, excuse me, Dream Demons, Dream Warriors, The Blob, and The Mask all have that What a Rush line in it.
And don't forget, Road Warriors. What a rush. What
Dream
a
Demons
rush.
and Road Warriors.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Well, that's what I said. I did say it, but I just fucked up the name. I said Dream Demons.
I don't know what you're even talking about, Dream Demons.
Dream Warriors. I just fucked up the name.
Okay, all right.
What does he care about demons?
Yeah, I care about demons. Shit. And I care about
I
the
care
blob.
about bees.
I have no clue what you're talking about, even though in my really horrible roundabout way explained my mistake and everything. Fucking Dave.
I don't mean to. I will say that the effects in this are great, like Brian said. Oh, the kills and shit. Jason, you're gonna love it. Seriously, when the blob comes in, it's almost like, you know that scene in the raft when they kill them in Creepshow 2. It's like akin to that in a way, and they break down their skeletons and shit, and it's good fucking effects. Oh, good stuff, man. And you can't forget about Kevin Dillon's plumage.
Yes.
Can't. And
That's pretty
That's for
epic.
moods. That's for moods, by the way. I know he's never going to listen, but he always talks about Kevin Dillon's plumage in the fucking blob. So, but this is more, and I'll just say this about it. It seems like it's overlooked. Every time people talk about best remakes, everybody mentions The Thing and The Fly, and some will even say Body Snatchers, and those are like the big ones people talk about. The Blob seems to be one that doesn't like get mentioned with them as much, and it 100% should, right?
Yes, for sure.
And it has been gaining some traction in the last decade or so, I guess. Before that, I never really heard anybody talk about it.
I still don't hear
but
people
now
talking about it.
I do hear it get some love now. And we just did, but on the last episode of our last season, we did, like, in bumps, we were talking about remakes that
are better
eclipse
than the original.
And this is one of them.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, they cast people who actually look like teenagers.
Maybe,
versus
possibly.
Steve McQueen.
Better than Steve McQueen's 40-year-old ass.
I love Steve McQueen, though.
Well, yeah, he's awesome, but he shouldn't be a groovy teenager in the 50s.
Right. Oh, shit, that's funny. Okay, this one's a bit of a surprise. Number 120 with 454 votes. Points, again with it. I thought I was going to go without it. Either way. Dawn of the Dead, 2004.
Whoa.
Oh, thank God you said
way
2004.
lower than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When
if
you-
it had been the original, then I riot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you first said Dawn of the Dead, I was like, I'm out.
Yeah. I was like,
These
you
people
if
don't
it-
know what the hell they're talking about
Yeah.
at all.
I would have been, very upset. When I first saw this, because I didn't care, I never held this. They're remaking it. Oh, fuck, I don't care. I'll watch the movie, then I'll shoot my load and tell you what I think about it. And I had no problem with fast zombies. Everybody complained about that too. I'm like, who gives a fuck? That's what they did. They ramped it up, and that's what happened in the early 2000s. What the baby zombie was the part that I thought jumped the ship, but it was gory enough and fast paced enough. And that opening is terrifying.
Oh,
Sarah Pauli and the escape and everything like that.
Yeah.
That's really well done. So there are some pluses to the movie. I think it does get shit on. Well, obviously it doesn't get shit on. It's on this list, but it's not in my top 100. But I enjoy it.
No, it's a good remake. It actually shows love to the original with the cameos and a little
The
clever
store names and
Well, yeah, the Easter eggs that if you know, you know, like seeing the WGON helicopter flying around in the beginning and all the various, 3 out of the 4 people from the original coming back to do little cameos. And then, yeah, like you said, they have a store in there called Galen Ross, just because. So, and I like all that. And I do like, I know he's become a punchline now, and maybe rightfully so, but I like Zack Snyder's movies. I don't think they're high art, but they're usually fun.
And I'm almost positive I met him. I've told the story in the show before. And if it's the person that I believe I met, and this was a commercial shoot and draw, he was super fucking cool too.
He seems cool. From the interviews I've seen about him, he just seems like a regular, like, hey, what's up, dude, kind of guy.
Yeah. And it's something again of, more recently anyway, some tragedy in his life and whatever.
Yeah.
I have no problem with his movies either. Again, when we talk about superhero movies, we're already talking about another level of like you can make that Martin Scorsese as a cinema type thing or a roller coaster. Just, you know what? Show me the movie, entertain me. That's it. I'll watch it once, maybe twice and be done with it. So I don't put a lot of weight on it. Is it good? Is it fun to watch and be done with it? But I thought he did a good job with this, and even Army of the Dead or whatever came out last year. That was his, right? That was fun.
Couple years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago. That was fun. Yeah, I forget we're in 2023 now. Yeah, nothing groundbreaking, but it was fun. It was fucking long, but it was fun.
Yeah, I skipped it, but this I like. This I enjoy. I think the beginning is excellent, like you said. I think the way it ends is great, and with the credits and all that stuff. Great beginning, great ending. The middle is fun. It's fine. It's just one of these movies that, for me personally, I don't know why. Every time I watch it, I like it just a little bit less. So I haven't watched it in a while. There's nothing. I can't say anything bad about it. That's just it. It's a zombie flick. They're running, sure. It is what it is. But there's nothing bad about it. It's just not a go-to zombie,
Going back and watching it now, it's ugly.
Well, it is.
It is an ugly movie. Like
visually speaking.
Yeah, and Zack Snyder does that. He does the whole monochrome thing,
but when he did it in 300, it made sense because he was homaging the original comic book.
Yeah.
Here, it don't make sense.
No, and it's like in the mall, like everything is that sickly greenish yellow color, and it's.
But that is also
kind
of the time.
It was, but it's nauseating to go back and look at it now, and I really wish that the color in it was better because that's really the only problem I have with it. I even like the baby part, so.
I don't mind it. I mean, of course, it's not the original, but I'll take every movie for how it is. Nothing's too sacred where it can't be remade, in my opinion. But
I agree.
it's all right. It's one I'm with Dave. The more I watch it now, the less I like it. But I originally didn't like it at all, and then after a few watches, I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. It actually reminds me, video game-esque, like Left 4 Dead. My son still plays Left 4 Dead too. So every time I see that game, I immediately think of Dawn of the Dead movie, how it probably inspired that game. But yeah, it's fun. it definitely wouldn't be top 100 material for me, but yeah,
no.
it's fun enough though. I like it. It's okay.
Sorry about the mic there. The
Oh,
cat
don't
was
worry.
channeling Christian, I think.
Talking with his hands.
Yeah. He
Was
just
it pause?
yanked it right off the table, and I'm like, oh, shit.
It's awesome.
Awesome.
Even
Okay.
he doesn't like Dawn of the Dead remake. Or she. He or she.
That was a she.
So how do you like this? This is funny for a few reasons. Number one, it's another zombie movie. And number two, I just spoke of the first episode of ABC's A Hidden Horror. We talked about this. Well, the last episode of ABC's A Hidden Horror, the three of us, we talked about this movie. And it's number 119, 455 votes, Zombie. Mr. Fulci.
For me, that would be much higher.
For me, it would be higher too.
It's probably my favorite Fulci film. And he's made a lot of amazing films, but for whatever reason, that one always hits me the hardest. So on my personal list, it'd probably be top 100. Because I love that movie. I love how over the top it is. I mean, zombies versus sharks, come on. That is amazing.
Plus,
I look at my
that
list.
eye gag.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's
Oh, yeah.
classic.
That is
Fulci.
just amazing.
He loves eye trauma.
Yes,
just
he does.
loves doing shit to eyes.
for sure. All Italians do.
That conquistador zombie. Oh man, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
The way
I
they
forgot
looked.
about that.
Yeah, it's my I still think The Beyond is my favorite Fulci, but this is a close second though. It's awesome.
I'm with Dave. I know Dave. I can guarantee Dave does not have one Fulci on his top 100 list. I don't either. I like this movie a lot. I like The Beyond a lot. House by the Cemetery, New York Ripper I mentioned. Some of them, like these are nines or close, but none of them made my top 100 list.
No, me neither. But I do enjoy Zombie. I do enjoy the other Fulci movies as well. Gates of Hell is probably my favorite stuff, period. But this is really good too. The Italian flicks from the late 70s, from the early, even, yeah, okay, I guess because I'm watching 1980 movies now for 22 shots, and I'm watching different Italian movies that were released in 80s, so they were filmed in the late 70s, of course. So I'm watching these movies, and they always seem to have that. There's such a difference between movies in the 70s and movies in the 80s where, what can I say? Okay, I've been watching them at 1.25 speed because I have the option. It just fits in with movies from the 70s because there's a lot of dialogue and and I don't mind dialogue, but I think that there's some unnecessary dialogue and some of these movies could be trimmed. And I noticed that a lot in Italian movies. And I do love Italian movies, but a lot of them, and most of them, the ones I love are from the 70s, and a lot of the famous ones are. So, but I noticed that when I watch them, if I 1.25 them, it doesn't really seem to affect anything. I still get the same level of enjoyment out of them. The only time I notice that it's a little bit faster is if they have like an orchestral background, like the music sounded a little bit too sped up for the scene. But when they talk, when they engage, it all works. I get what I want to get. But for all these movies, there comes a point where I just zone out a little bit during the dialogue, and that's just a Dave problem. That's just me. It's not a reflection of the film. I know that it doesn't bother people at all. Jamie and Brian, we talked about it. They loved the movie. It didn't happen to them. It happens to me for some reason, but I understand why it's here. Of course,
would they be in your top 200 though? Because I would for me. All the ones I mentioned, all those Fulcis, within from 101 to 200. I don't know where they'd rank, but they would definitely be in there. They'd definitely be in there because there's no question they're 9 out of 10s or 8.5 at the very least. And so for sure they would be represented there. They just, none of them entered that top 100 list for me, which does get difficult. Yeah. You think Jamie mentioned it wasn't easy. So, because you think at the top, you're like, oh, for fuck, I can list at least 100. You can definitely list them, but then going, oh, can I leave this one off the list? I want to bump this one. This one needs to be there. This has to be represented. And that's where it gets really difficult. No question.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Well, this movie is another. It is I can see why it's here. It's got great kills. Zombie vs. Shark, of course. It's got a good story. It's cool. You're on board with the characters and whatnot. And it's a zombie flick. And it's one of the better ones when the Italians were doing it right. So
well, and I think it's genuinely scary. I do think that that part toward the end where they're sieging the hospital place where they are, everybody's holed up, and you see them just coming down the street. And Brian talks about this all the time, and I totally agree.
Yeah, they are some of my favorite cinematic zombies, just because they look dead. Unlike, some George Romero zombies, I love his movies, but some of those guys, they're like walking around smiling, looking around, having a good time. Fulci zombies, they look dead. Half of them don't even have their eyes open. If they do, they're looking over here or looking over there, or their neck's broken, or their head's, but they're still coming at you. And that is just awesome to me. That is what a dead thing would be. Why would it be looking around and having a good time? It's a motorized flesh. And that's what Fulci zombies always, that's why this movie always hits me so hard. They look like dead people.
Well, then you've got things like the one that does fight the shark. That, if you start thinking about that, that is horrifying. And it's something that straight out of the zombie survival guide, there's at the back of that, Max Brooks talks about scenarios. And one of the things he talks about is how occasionally zombies will just come up out of the ocean onto the beach. That is a horrifying thought. And so you actually see this down here, just zombie walking across the bottom of the ocean. And then at the end, when they're all going into New York, like that is, to me, I just think it's genuinely scary. It scares the crap out of me, and I love it for that. Oh, and the score. Oh my God, that score. I listen to that at work sometimes, just on a loop. It's just, the music is incredible.
Is it Pino?
It is, yes. No, what is his name? The goblin guy.
Simonetti.
Simonetti,
yeah. Okay. It was, okay. All right. I wasn't sure. Right on. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can't go wrong with him. Shit. That's great. Yeah, that's something else. That's something else about the 70s. That's a big positive. Are the scores. And we still get great scores now in horror movies, but it was just a different type back then. You know what I mean? They had these artists, like you said, like composers, these guys. It's incredible. Okay, so Zombie. All right, right on. Number 118.
Oh, no, sorry. It's Fabio Frizzi.
Oh, is it? Okay, all right. Fabio Frizzi. Well, he's another one. Shit. Okay. Number 118, 457 votes. I know someone here likes this a lot. Insidious.
Oh, yeah.
And it's scary, right, Jamie?
It is. It is a scary. Hell, we were watching a reaction to that movie a couple weeks ago, and it's that scene that everybody makes fun of with the Darth Maul demon,
love it.
When it pops up behind him and when he's talking to Barbara Hershey and it pops up behind him,
talking about the revenge of the Sith and how it's going to come.
But during that scene when they were doing the reaction, it scared me again, and I was like, oh shit. And I know it's coming, I know it is, but you've got that scene where the guy is pacing around outside the window and suddenly he's in the bedroom just out of nowhere. That makes me pee myself. Like that movie is terrifying.
Well,
I agree.
I am shocked. I thought this was on my list, and I'm looking, and I must have bumped it. I don't know how I could have bumped it, but I bumped it because I love this movie too, but it's not here.
I think it's actually probably my favorite James Wan movie overall.
Nice.
He's got a lot of them, of course, a lot of good ones, but I absolutely love this movie. I'm with Jamie. It's actually one of the few films that's actually kind of scary. There's some great moments in the movie. I remember seeing this when the first time. It was one of the best experiences I had recently, at least. So
same.
Yeah, it's awesome movie.
Yeah, it's solid. I remember that one scare at the theater that made me jump, and it was when he was listening into the baby monitor. And right, and then all of a sudden that loud voice comes in. Rah, I forgot what the hell it said. And it was so creepy leading up to it because you hear this whisper, and it sounds like it's saying bad things. The whisper, just by the delivery of the lines, like it's trying to. I don't know what it's exactly saying, but then it kicks in and he yells. I was like, whoa! And then he runs up there and everything else. Man, good shit. Good performances, of course. Because you got solid people in there. It's shit. Wait a minute now. Is it? No, it's not Vera. It's
Rose. It's Rose Byrne.
Yes, it's Rose Byrne in Patrick. What's his name?
Wilson.
Thank you. I wanted to say Stewart for some reason. Patrick Stewart. Imagine him in this movie. Yeah, right.
And he's directing the new one, so I'm excited about that. I'm curious to see what he does as a director.
Yeah, true.
Same. I'm shocked. I love this movie. It's a 9 out of 10 for sure. The soundtrack, you're talking about
Me
soundtrack
too.
to Zombie. That opening, that just that total crazy score that they have when it's zooming in on the demon is fucking unnerving.
And I
like it even when the title comes up. It's just the strings,
Yeah, the title sequence is amazing. And I did briefly talk to him when Bone Tomahawk came to Fantastic Fest. They had the big premiere there, and pretty much almost, I don't know if everyone, Kurt Russell wasn't there, but besides Kurt Russell, all the other stars are there. And I didn't get to talk to him one-on-one, but I was in a small group talking to Patrick Wilson, and he seemed like an awesome guy, so he seems legit. So, yeah, I'm glad for his success. Looking forward to the next one for sure.
I didn't watch The Last Key, so I don't know. I'm behind. I'll get to it, I guess. I just haven't run out to see it. Like the third one,
There's no
liked.
great rush to get to that one.
Okay.
So it was okay.
It was okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, I really didn't like 2 at all, and then 3 was fine, and so I just haven't rushed out. But I'll say this about James Wan's movies, these types in the Waniverse, Jamie. I will say when it comes to his, all the stuff that's going on with the supernatural and all that stuff, and it doesn't get a whole lot of credit, but I think the scores are really good. We're sitting here talking about the score, and I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking about the Conjuring in the score, and you're talking about the credits coming in, the way it comes in the Conjuring and all that, and it's so cool. And I was just talking about how you don't see a lot of that stuff, but these movies in this universe, they use a lot of strings like they used to use in the 70s and in the 80s, and that's really cool stuff, man. You don't hear anybody talking about it, but don't you guys think that they have, pretty solid scores throughout?
Oh yeah, and I think that is his influence too. And especially if you look at something like *Malignant*, you can see where his influences come from. I think it's obvious in all of his movies, because every time you watch one of his movies, it makes you think of other movies that do the same things. Only it's the how he does them, and one of those is the use of music. And I think that's why I love him so much, is because he does wear his influences on his sleeve, and he's not afraid to show it.
Yeah.
And he's also very skillful with the way that he incorporates all those influences too. So it's not like it's just reference after reference after reference, throwing them in like Family Guy or something. It's just he actually works them in and does it well, and that's why I love him as much as I do. But this is, I think, the only movie of his that scares the crap out of me on repeated viewings. Like, I do think The Conjuring and The Conjuring 2 have scary moments, but Insidious is the one that will always scare me.
Nice. Cool. I agree. I think there are a few better scares in Insidious. There's the one scare in The Conjuring that got me the first time, and I still think it's awesome when the thing jumps off the top of the, what do you call it? Oh, yeah. The dressers, whatever that thing. Yeah. Yeah, that is really cool. And that's the thing about Wan. Again, like you said, he wears it on his sleeves, and you can see the influence. He's not cheap about it. Not only is he doing scenes and making movies like that have influenced him, he's also wise enough and takes the time and he cares enough to use that type of score in his movie. He could just not use these scores. He could just make a movie like everybody else makes and not do it that way. But instead, you can see that his influence from the, like the 70s and the 80s and those movies that he's into, and he weaves it into here in one more way. So that's really cool. Yeah, he is freaking great, man. Okay. But that Darth Maul thing's always pissed me off, by the way. I've never weighed in on it. Just because the guy has a red face, fuck off. How's that? It does not look like fucking Darth Maul. Suck it.
Yes, he does.
You think so? Hold on. Let me look at the picture.
He does.
Hold on
Every
now.
time I see him, I think about the Force.
Okay, hold on.
I can see why people say it, but it honestly doesn't bother me because I think he's a terrifying creature.
He's the one part about that movie I hate. I hate the look of him. I hate how they use him. I hate him sitting up in a balcony sharpening his little finger claws.
No, that's scary.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Because that scene where the kid's like, he's looking at us, and then you turn around
and then
he
the
stops
CGI tongue comes out.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
No, when the monster sees you, that is frightening. And so when the kid's just like, he's looking at us, and then you turn around and he stops
goofy
sharpening
clown-looking ass.
No, it's scary. Stop. And then that scene where he's chasing the kid, he comes out from under the bed and chases the kid down the hall. Oh God, like that's
just Jimmy's getting scared thinking about it.
Just hyping herself.
Okay, there's his face. See, there's his face.
Darth Maul's cousin.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
I've always thought that. That's always been my biggest weak point of the film is his design. Other than that, I think it's a great film, but just I don't find him remotely scary at all.
Well, shit. Now look at that. Darth Maul. Look at that. That Darth Maul looks much better than that fucking thing. Look at that. Look at that.
Well,
look at that. Wow. That's like comparing C-3PO to fucking...
He looks like a poor man's Darth Maul. I'll give you that.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I got to look at him again. But it just pissed me off. Maybe because I held the look of Darth Maul in such a... high regard because I think he looks so fucking badass. He was like the biggest thing. Yeah.
I had such a crush on Darth Maul.
Oh yeah, he's
too bad he was incorporated in the movie poorly. I mean, the one thing about the Phantom Menace is how they didn't get he looked so fucking.
I don't think it's one thing, but
Jar Jar.
Very true. Oh, I'll take all the Jar Jar stuff if they just trim down that pod racing sequence and incorporate Darth Maul better into the film.
Fair. That's fair. Let's get off.
And how they introduce it.
We'll talk for an hour.
Make the list? Did the Phantom Menace make the list?
Yeah, it did. Terminator made it, so why not Phantom Menace? No, Revenge of the Sith did. It was the scariest, you know? Okay, so here we go. Number 117. Speaking of the man again, 465 points. City of the Living Dead, Fulci.
Yay!
Yeah. There he is again.
It is damn good.
Oh, yeah, man. A lot of fun.
It's hard to go wrong with Fulci, in my opinion. I love his work. It's just so, for the time, it was so far beyond. Yeah, the beyond. It was just everything kicked up to 11. And, I think we're all roughly around the same age. There was just a lot of mystique about those movies. They were hard to get in America originally, or at least the uncensored cuts. And
for sure.
It was always like a quest to find the Fulci films that were so, hush hush and talked about in whispers. And I love them.
I think we all probably rented this as The Gates of Hell, right? With the white box with the demon on the front looking over it. That's the version I saw. It was I'm sure cut to shit back in the day.
Oh,
and the Beyond was the Seven Doors of Death or something along.
Yeah.
Which is how I owned it for a bit. Well, I still own my copy of it, but that was the only way I could get the Beyond for a long time was as Seven Doors of Death.
House by the Cemetery was the only one that seemed to be. The New York Ripper, I couldn't find anywhere back in the day. Like that, I just heard about that movie. It was not available in any store that I think
that was the one that was always at the video store.
No, I never could get that one. That came way later. House by the Cemetery was the most easily accessible one and seemed to be unfazed, like not cut to shit.
Yeah, I'm with Christian too. It was hard to find the New York Ripper too when I was a kid. what makes this film for me is the atmosphere. I'm not real big on the story on this one, but it has atmosphere out the ass, and of course, awesome soundtrack too. So good shit.
Yeah, they don't make them like this anymore. Straight up, it's just, I wish they would.
And if they did, it'd be shit on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit on.
probably.
Right? You're probably right.
would.
It would be shit on. That's the sad. Yeah, you're right. If it comes from the 70s or the 80s and it's Italian, by default, it's great. If it comes out now in 2023 and has the same setup and looks the same and everything else, people have a problem with it. You're right, man. It's pretty funny. It's great, man. The stuff in the beginning with the puking out of the guts is fucking unforgettable. You know what I mean?
This
Just
is
the
the
start-
movie that made me realize I never could have worked on a Fulci film
Yeah.
because that scene where he's showering them all
With
with the
maggots.
mealworms, and I'm just like, like, but he just loves covering people in bugs, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm out. Like,
The
that's the
Italians
part
love
I-
maggots, man. It was, ooh. And they are gross. Ah,
Yeah, yes,
maggots.
they are. So there you go, Fulci's, and of course there's some eye trauma, as always.
Of course.
But great movie, 1980. So I have to watch it again very soon. Not like I ever have a problem watching this one because it's kind of neck and neck now with the Beyond for me. For a while, Beyond was just the pinnacle, but the last time we watched them when we did the Gates of Hell, I got closer. They got closer is the way I feel about them. There is a different atmosphere in the city than there is in Beyond, and and there you go. Okay.
I agree, Dave. Because Beyond
right?
is usually put on the pedestal as his best work, and for whatever reason, it didn't blow me. It didn't blow me away. Is where I was going with it the last time. I
Oh,
still
you're trying to
really
say
enjoyed
if
it.
it blew you, it could get higher on the list?
Absolutely.
Nice, Christian.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Christian Weinstein. There he is.
You're part of the problem, man.
No, honestly, The Beyond is my least favorite Fulci film.
Huh.
Wow.
Yeah, House by the Cemetery is my favorite. And then Zombie.
Nice.
I don't know what
But-
my least favorite would be.
But I just have never loved The Beyond. Maybe that's because I had it as Seven Doors of Death
Yeah.
for so long. And
You like Bob?
it soured me. I don't know, because it's not a good.
Bob.
You like Bob?
Yeah, it's because of Bob.
It's funny how many times that kid pops up in Italian horror films.
Yes.
I just
Yes, he
watched
does.
Demons recently,
Yes.
which better be on this list coming up. And he's that kid at the end. He's in the
Yes.
in the truck. Forget about that.
Yes, he
It's
is.
just-
Oh, yeah.
You're a
Yeah.
female. You're a female.
Yeah.
Blade in the Dark?
Yeah.
Blade in the Dark.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah.
We just watched it this past year. Yeah, you're a female.
You're a female.
The worst best dubbing ever. Like, it was so bad that you just can't help but love it because it's so horribly done.
For sure. Okay, well, we're moving on here. Number 116. Jamie, if you would have submitted a list, it would have cracked the top 100. So, 467 points. The Howling.
Oh, that is way too low. I am
know.
It's too low.
sad.
Right? Because if you
I
put
am
it on a list, it would probably get at least 80 points because it goes, 100 is your number one. So I would say it might be in your top 20,
It'd be in my top 10.
Shit. There you go.
No question. No
All
question.
right.
It would be in my top 10.
Fuck.
That
Yeah.
breaks
Great
my
flick.
heart.
I know.
Great flick. Glad it's on the list. Should be higher.
Well, people who are coming into it now, what I've noticed, because we watch a lot of reaction channels just because they're entertaining, but what it does kind of give you a glimpse into how people
The newest generation.
are coming into movies.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like The Howling these days if they're just coming into it.
I don't get that at all, but
I don't either, but
I understand that.
I hear
It starts
issues.
slow.
I mean, yeah, and I think that might have
It
something
starts
to
with a psychopath getting shot in a porno theater. That's awesome.
You know what, though? You
That's
say
true.
that. You say that, but it does, because Joe Dante's a movie lover, and it feels, even though there's that scene that you just mentioned, Brian, it feels more old-fashioned, and not in
Yes,
a bad way.
70s.
Not in a bad way.
More than 80s.
It just, comparatively to American Werewolf in London, which is I love American Werewolf in London. I really enjoy The Howling. Like, at one point, I had them neck and neck, but the American Werewolf in London's on my list, and The Howling was booted off. no question it would be
Well,
on.
no, I prefer American Werewolf as well, but this movie it's just amazing. And yeah, maybe it does feel a little bit more 70s, but that's a bonus for me.
Yeah.
Right, for you, but maybe not modern folks is what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Into
Yeah.
it just now,
I guess I can understand that. I just don't
it
agree
doesn't
with
compute.
it. Yeah.
Like for
Right.
me personally, it makes no sense. But I also have a very personal relationship with that film from a very early age. And so that I recognize that does affect my opinion, and I'm not unbiased. When it comes to The Howling, I'm very biased, and I get that, but I still feel like it would I'm surprised it didn't crack the top 100. I really am.
I personally like it better than American Werewolf
Yay!
overall. And American Werewolf does have the best, I guess, the werewolf transformation, but this isn't far behind. This transformation scene is damn close. I don't think it gets enough credit.
There was a lot of argument back in the day about which one was better. I mean, I know American Werewolf won the Academy Award, and I do prefer it, but there's a lot of people like you, Jason, that seem to hold this one in just as high regard.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I do, and I think I think that transformation scene, apart from being excellent, I think the makeup effects are incredible. It's also scary. That you're watching him transform. She's transfixed. She can't move because she's like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? That just sort of, I think, makes the scene so frightening, because when you get that amazing transformation in London, which is, I'm not taking anything away from that film. I love that one too.
You hate London.
No, you're a liar. But when you get the transformation there, he's alone. You know? And
I'm
so
with you. Yeah.
The Howling, you get not only that incredible transformation, but you get her reaction to it, which I think kind of, that's the audience point of view at that point. I don't know. I love it. Also, it's bipedal werewolves, which I just think are scarier than four-legged werewolves.
See, I usually think that's what it comes down to. People have a preference for the, bipedal werewolf. I don't care. Either I find both of them terrifying. Be it a big standing werewolf guy or a ginormous devil dog from hell. I don't want to be chased by either.
And T. Wallace makes the cutest werewolf this side of Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
At the end, it's just such a cute little werewolf scene. But there's so many nods to other movies. Like that's the Joe Dante effect, which now he's been represented twice on our list with The Burbs and now The Howling.
Hey, are they going to count Gremlins? I don't. You don't have to spoil it.
If The Burbs is on it, Gremlins is coming.
Yeah,
Gremlins is in the top 100. I almost guarantee it. And it'll be interesting to see if Piranha makes its way. That's why I called it. Joe Dante will be one of the directors that maybe wouldn't have been the first director's name that came to mind. Because Dave was asking who's going to show up multiple times with X amount of films here, there, and whatever. And I think Joe Dante is going to be one of them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is this the second?
Second one so far.
Okay.
And The Burbs, you would have never figured would have made that list.
I know.
The
I
Burbs,
don't think Piranha would. I don't know. We'll see.
It would make my top 100.
It would?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
See, but that's another one that, you guys know me. I am more nostalgia than anything.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Fuck it. That's why I love horror. So, but that one also had a big impact on me when I was a kid. And then, swimming in lakes after I saw that movie.
What about Piranha? You like that one?
Oh,
Piranha. Every time I think of that movie, I think about that guy. Piranha. Pour it on you. Yeah, that's great. Well, I will tell you this. There was about 30, maybe up to 40 movies that I watched this past year in preparation for this list, because they were like movies that I felt maybe I should watch again, or they were first-time watchers, or they're highly regarded, or they were on the cusp. Basically, the last time I saw them, like, I wonder what and The Howling was one of them, and I watched it, and for a hot minute, it was there in the top 100. It was there in the bottom, between 90 and 100. I had like maybe 30 movies competing. I took it seriously, so I was having fun with it. But The Howling, I would say I appreciate now more than I have in the past. I think it's a great story. It took me time to warm up to it. I think because aside from that kill, it does open slow as far as narratively, where it has that 70s type feel where it takes a little time to get things going. There's a dialogue and this and that, and as opposed to like, American Werewolf, when you're just dropped right in, boom, here's two guys, boom, here they are, they're on the moor, they're going to this place, here's the warning, okay, go out, and here we have it. But I appreciate it now more than ever. I mean, what can you say about the transformations? Incredible. What's her name is just absolutely stunning. I would have been in big trouble. I would have been killed pretty quickly because of that woman.
Marcia?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Mamma mia. Poor girl too. I looked her up, and unfortunately, she passed away at a early age. She got sick. But man, she was absolutely stunning. But and Dee Wallace is always. What'd you say?
She ate her burgers raw or bloody. That was. Is that the girl you're talking about at the very end?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Sorry.
But, yeah.
No,
you cut off. That's all. That's
Yeah,
all.
you cut out,
joke.
so the joke didn't fall.
Damn
well,
it.
it may not work either way, but
Damn you. I will say one other thing to add to what you're saying, Dave, though, about transformations is we give a lot of nostalgia to VHS and whatever. This was a shitty fucking transfer on VHS, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre style. When you compare it to when the Laserdisc came out or what we've got available now, there's one scene in particular, I brought this up on the show before, where you'd see 2 feet walking by and you could barely make it out. I remember this. You could barely make it out on VHS of what the fuck were you looking at on screen. And when the Laserdisc hit, it was bright daylight and you see 2 werewolf legs walking right by the screen. Perfect exposure, everything.
What'd you think it was before?
No pun intended.
A bag of oranges?
You couldn't really tell. That's the difference. It's like Franklin in the fucking forest. You know he's there wheeling him, getting wheeled around, but you can't see shit except for a little dot of light that's supposed to be the flashlight. You remember though, back in the day, it was just horrible. And it's just saying that this is one thing about technology now and how far it came. Like it looked like dark night shot, and it was during the day, and the werewolf was walking by. And I'm just bringing that up because, there's something to be said about where we've come. And that was a Laserdisc, and now you can see it whether you get the 4K scan or 4K now from Scream Factory.
Right.
Great transfer.
Well, it does make a difference.
On CED when I was growing up.
Could you see the werewolf in CED? Because it was better than video. Kind of like that stepping stone.
I mean, I don't recall having any issues with it, but I was also a kid, so what the hell did I know? I don't I guess I wasn't really paying attention to the quality of the transfer back then. But I remember it looking good.
You didn't notice the little feet walking by?
Yeah. I'm telling you.
I bet you Quentin Tarantino noticed those feet.
Awesome.
Now you're saying isn't it bestiality too?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Uh-oh.
And great poster too.
Oh,
this poster
scared the shit out of me as a kid.
I got it up over there. I got the VHS right here.
Soundtrack. I think that's Pino, and I killed it. I love that score.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Those were the days. Speaking of VHS and not being able to see, I was thinking about it last night because I was watching a movie called Deadline from 1980, and the easiest way to watch it for me was on YouTube, and it was a VHS rip. So I'm watching this movie, and in the beginning, there's a guy, and he's repairing a bulldozer or something, and he's in the front of it where the thing scoops up and where it chops shit up and whatnot. I forgot exactly what he's repairing, but the thing is, I didn't realize it was a guy. I didn't know what was going on. All I could see was I'm like, is that a person? What the hell is going on here? And he's moving around, and then I saw an arm and a head came out, and I go, oh, there's a guy down there doing something, and it just occurred to me that was actually, as bad as it is, and to look now and see things that they're not clear, so it sucks. That actually added to the experience and create a lot of so bad it's good moments. Look, when we were kids, watching those movies that we rented, a lot of times, because we couldn't see what was going on, that would lead to more laughter. We'd be pondering what's going on. Look at this. And it put you in a good mood. You're already laughing about something silly. And then a few minutes later, something else happens. So that kind of added to the experience of renting movies in the 80s. I mean, it sucks to not see it. But at the same time, if you're watching it with friends, you're laughing at it. You're saying, what the hell's that? And everyone's, what's that? Is it a foot? No, I don't know. I think it's a freaking, I don't know. It's a box or something. And everyone's got like a different opinion. I don't know.
Unless it's too bad. I remember I reviewed, what was it, Body Count. And oh my God, you can't see shit in that movie. I can't wait. I think they're finally going to do a release this year, a 4K release or a 4K scan or whatever. But yeah, but that movie is, I can't tell half the movie what's going on in Body Count. So.
Homecoming, is it Homecoming? That one with the mime kid? What's the name of that movie?
That's Homecoming.
Yeah. There are a lot of scenes in that where you can't see shit.
And we put up with it.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of fun when you watched it with someone else. It was fun because you were trying to figure it out, and then you were surprised when something revealed itself. You're like, "Oh, that was a person! Holy shit!" But there's something to be said.
Then when
is
it's
that
finally
a dog?
released, then it'll be a whole new movie once it's finally released.
Right, I know, right, totally.
Re-released.
Oh, I didn't know. It happens all the time. I didn't know that Michael Myers was standing next to the thing outside the school until Blu-ray. So. I'm not kidding. I didn't pick up on it. I'm lost. Okay, let's move on here. Ooh, here we go. And I got to write this down because it fits into a category that we started last week, which we didn't think was going to actually be a thing, but they are showing up. So number 115 with 474 points, Paranormal Activity. The original.
There we go. Another found footage on the list.
Yes, another found footage on the list. The one that started it all for the modern times. I'm going to say that. Didn't start at all. But when Paranormal Activity came out, when it first got released, that is why to this day, which some people are going to say might be a bad thing, but that is why to this day we get so many of these type of releases. But I give the movie a lot of credit. I think it's great. I love what they did. I mean, you have this new movie now, not to go down this rabbit hole, but you have this Skinamarink movie that's coming out, which has been very, very divisive to say the least. And are people going to try to make films like that now? I don't know, but I know that it's a hot topic, and I know that when that when Paranormal Activity came out, it was a very hot topic, and in this case, I think for good reason. So I'm not going to say anything else. I'm glad it's here. It didn't make my top 100, but I do think it's great, and I'm glad that other people are into it. So
far was the only other found footage Cloverfield?
No, I'm going to go to my list right now because I was writing.
I do see Cloverfield on the list, but I can't see it.
There's one other one.
No, Cloverfield, Creep. Well, hold on.
Oh, Creep. I see Creep.
Lake Mungo and the Bay.
Yeah,
the Bay, yes.
So this is the fifth one then. Wow.
Yep, I'm writing it down right now. I know.
And,
pretty wild.
I don't disagree with it. I'm glad it's here. I love that film. The original one. Now I'm not saying that the series maintained the quality as it went along,
because it didn't.
But that first movie, I saw it multiple times in the theater. One time was in Times Square, and the theater was packed, and it just, the audience reaction to that film was so much fun. That was, to me, like the best part of it was just seeing everyone get so into it. And I love it when a film hits the mainstream that hard. I mean, I know there are a lot of horror gatekeepers who don't like that. They don't like their horror like selling out or whatever. I love it when the mainstream embraces horror and it to the level that they did Paranormal Activity. I think it's fantastic. And the audiences, there was that was when I went to go see that, and that girl walked out on her boyfriend. They got into a huge fight in the theater. She's like, I want to leave, because she was too scared. And she's like, I want to leave. And he's like, well, no, I paid $24 for these tickets. We're watching the movie. And she's like, well, then you can just watch it without me. And then like she gets up and walks out. It just walks in front of everybody, just walking out of the theater. And a couple seconds later, he's like, baby, and he comes running after her. And I'm just like, fuck that, man. I would have sat my ass in that seat and watched that movie. She can wait in the lobby if she wants to. But
right
now, conversely to your experience, when I first saw that, I had it sent to me for a review, so I watched it at home, and I tried to maximize my viewing of it. So I watched it alone with the lights out, just me and a TV, and it it affected me. There were a few times where that movie creeped me out. And for me, that's high praise, because rarely does that happen in a movie. But there's, and it's little things like the whole light in the hallway.
The hall
coming
light,
on.
that scared me more than anything else in that
crazy.
movie, was just the hall light.
Because it's like, how
simple.
many times has that happened in my house when I wasn't watching?
Yeah, what's happening while you're sleeping?
Yeah.
Well, we watched this at home as well, and my wife and I put it on, and for the first 40 minutes, we're like, what the fuck is everybody talking about with this thing? And we turned it off. She went to bed. I'm like, I got to watch the rest of it. So similar to Brian, I was by myself at this point. It was late at night, no lights on, and I was fucking freaked out.
Yeah.
It was a totally different experience. So the next day, I'm like, Carrie, you got to watch the rest of this movie. And then we watched it again, and she said the same thing. She says, yeah, we turned it off right at the wrong point, and it got much better. Now, I do really enjoy this, but I actually like 2, 3, and 5 as much, if not more.
Agreed.
5, the marked ones. I really like the marked ones.
I really like the marked ones. I thought that was very effective. And I'm with you, though. The 4 is really the only one. 4, and then the last, the Ghost Dimensions or whatever.
Something like that.
I didn't like that one either. But
and then they've done that most recent one.
Oh yeah, the one on the farm. Or
yeah.
Which again,
I enjoyed. But
yeah, you liked
well,
it.
check
Brian
it.
liked it. It was
Yeah,
you know
I
what?
thought it was fine.
It was fine, but it's not a paranormal. Like, it doesn't belong in that franchise.
No.
Like
Yes.
my problem watching it was waiting, because me being somewhat very familiar with this franchise, I kind of know the ins and outs of it, and I love it. I'm waiting to see what's going to lead to what and what the tie-in is. So I'm like, oh wait, so is this going to lead to this? And that's why this. So the whole time I'm trying to deduce freaking connectivity to the and it's just not there. So that ended up being a disappointment. But then I went back the second time. I said, let me just take this as a found footage film that has nothing to do with this franchise, and it was good. Not great, but I would recommend it. It's a decent film, but that's.
I agree.
See,
with all of that. Yeah.
It's a whole different thing. But I honestly wish they didn't do that. And supposedly they're going to reboot it again. Is that what I've heard? I don't know.
Well,
The whole franchise, like start over.
No, I think they're remaking it or something. I don't know. Maybe another one coming out.
well, what Jamie said, think about it. She said her experience was the whole audience reaction, which led to the whole audience reaction trailers for the whole series, pretty much.
Yep.
And it sums it up. Like it ended up getting kind of tired by the 4th film, I think, but it was a great gimmick to get people in, showing those reaction shots of the audience, for sure.
Yeah. I know Jason loves it. You're Mr. Found Footage like me,
Yeah, man. Yeah, I love it. And talk about a beautiful actress. I've seen her in person at Fantastic Fest for a couple of these premieres. Katie Featherston.
Katie Featherstone, yeah.
In real life, she is beautiful.
Yep. Right on.
To say the least on it. But and
everybody bitches about their relationship, or they bitch about Mika. I actually think their relationship is very realistic. It comes off completely realistic to me. And
I'm with Dave here. Fuck Mika.
Okay.
He's an asshole. It's his fault.
He makes some bad decisions, and he ignores what she wants and what she asks him to do or not do. I mean, yeah, he's being a dick, but it's very realistic. I can see that whenever I watch that, I pay attention to their relationship.
Yeah.
I can see real.
I can
people
see
being
somebody
that way.
acting that way. Doesn't mean he's not a douche nozzle, and I don't want to, watch him do anything.
I agree. Right.
Douche
They are
nozzle.
believable. But they're believable. So and that's part of what makes it work. I'm glad it's here. I wish it was a little higher, but Sorry, Jay.
I'll tell you what's funny is the producer, Warren Pelly.
Mm-hmm.
And why did he direct this too? I forget.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Yeah, this in Area 51. I'm friends with him on Facebook, and the dude is awesome, man. He's a almost the exact opposite of me. He's super liberal, and I love fucking with him. We go back and forth on Facebook, talking shit, and how he basically says he's glad he's not American, and he's thankful he doesn't live here, but for some reason he's fascinated by our politics. But yeah, he's a cool dude, man. We go back and forth, and surprisingly, he had never kicked me off of his friends list like most people do when they don't agree with you.
Right?
It's
If more
true.
people did that, yeah, right.
And he made so much money off this movie. He said he didn't even have the need to even do anything else. I keep asking him, "Are you going to do something else besides Area 51?" He's like, "I have no need to." I was like, "I'll be damned. It's the way to do it."
Well, I think he made a ton of money from just being the producer of the
Yeah.
rest of the series, correct? Like,
Yes.
He did. So he said,
Yeah. Yeah. Just again, like Skinamarink, a very small investment paying off in space. Now, it not even close to the money that Paranormal Activity made, but just a comparison to, have a very freaking minuscule budget and to turn that into so much money. Just think about this guy. Wow. So much money. And then the whole franchise. So good on him. I'm glad the movies exist because I love the franchise. There's no question. I even have grown to appreciate 4 and especially Ghost Dimension a little more last time I watched them. It just took a little time. They're not on the level of the other ones, but I still really enjoy the franchise and the connectivity.
3D.
The 3D was incredible. I'll never have that experience again like I did the first time I saw it. I wish I could see that again.
Is 4 the Xbox one?
Yes.
See, I like that. I don't have a problem with that. I like
it's fine.
Kinect gimmick.
The
I will
problem
admit
is
I need to watch those again. I honestly have only seen Ghost Dimension one time. I saw it in a theater, and then I haven't seen it since. But I would be willing to reappraise it. I always am.
Right. Yeah, do it, man. Check it out. You got to get in that zone and have a lot of, and they're short movies, so it's a lot of fun. The thing with 4, here's the problem. I'll sum it up there. 1, 2, and 3, they kept getting better each time. They kept doing better tricks and more tricks. When they got to 4, it elevated the story slightly, and they brought Katie back, but it didn't do anything like, oh, that's a cool trick. Like they didn't add anything to the theatrical elements. They weren't getting better and adding a new trick when they got to 4. 4 was just like more of the same and didn't do anything new.
The Kinect thing, the only thing, but true.
Right. The Kinect was fine.
I'm delayed. I could tell I'm delayed because it paused. So I apologize if I'm talking over you, Dave.
No, you're okay now. You're back. But anyway, that's that. We better move on.
Sorry,
okay.
Everybody.
Watching a Kung Fu movie here.
This poor guy. Okay. Number 114. 486 votes. Mandy. I love Mandy. But it's not for everyone.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm not surprised. People are very passionate about this movie. And
I know.
I really love it. I think that I'm one of the weird people where I like the first half better than the second. Everybody seems to like when the action revs in and all this shit happens. I'm more into the trippy mellow shit and the seduction of Mandy and all that as opposed to the revenge aspect. But whatever. Not that I don't like it. I mean, a guy ripping people apart with chainsaws and all that other crazy shit is great. But definitely, I like the director's work too. So, and I'll leave it at that.
I liked it. I'm shocked. I'm a little surprised it's on the list.
Yeah, me too.
So
I'm with you too. I liked it, but didn't love it. And I agree with Dave. I think the first half is so much better than the second half of the film. But yeah, that's a little bit of surprise to me. A little bit. I know a lot of people that do like it though are super passionate about it for sure. But I wouldn't. It wouldn't make my list.
No, wouldn't make mine. I don't think it would even come in. I really, really enjoy it quite a bit, and the more I watch it, the more I like it.
Yeah, it's a good movie, but
I don't think it would even make the short list to be on my top 100.
Top 100 horror movies of all time? No.
I don't even know if my top 100 Nicolas Cage films. I don't know.
And that's just in the past year.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be in my top 100, but I really do love it. And watch how looking it is. I don't think it is, but because I know what I rated high. I don't think I rated it there, but I don't know. When we did the summer series, when we did the 2010s, I was kind of surprised at how high Mandy came in. It ended up being in the top 10, and this is all these podcast hosts weighing in on it. I was like, wow, people are really that high, and I was one of them, but I thought I was kind of, more alone in the boat than I thought. But it's like Jason said, they're really passionate. The people that are into it, they just So
give me Willy's Wonderland. I watch that instead.
I still haven't seen that one, honestly. I should check it out. Watch it with my daughter. Mandy. No, it's not on my list. Okay, just had to double check. Okay. All right, so Oh, here we go. All right. Number 113 with 488 points. The Dead Zone. There you go.
Wow.
Yep.
Great.
Great
I'm
flick.
surprised this is not higher. But
Yeah, a little. Maybe top
Probably
100.
the most un-Cronenberg-like movie, at least of his horror movies he ever made. But it is still damn good. I love it.
my number 34.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Wow.
I need to rewatch it. I mean, I've definitely seen it a few times, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. But yeah, I know just from my memory here, it's definitely the least Cronenberg movie. But yeah,
For
it's
sure.
good though.
This
But
one
it's worth
I've always
watching
liked.
just for the
Yeah.
line of the ice is gonna break.
Yes.
It is great.
His delivery of that is awesome. And this has gotten better. Like, I think my favorite watch was when we did it as a review on the show, Dave. That last time, I guess, which is about a year and a half ago. I just got the Scream Factory right before Christmas, and I haven't cracked it yet because I just on the to watch list again. But I love
Well,
it. Love it.
And like I predicted on that show, and of course it happened because you mentioned the Screen Factory Blue. There was no way to get this on Blue for the longest time, and I actually did a rare thing, and I said it on the show. I purchased the freaking digital thing. I spent like $8 or $10, whatever it was on Amazon Prime to have it to watch it because the rent was like $5. I'm like, well, I'm gonna watch it more than once. And that day I came on the show, I said, I guarantee now because I broke down and did this, you're gonna see a Blu-ray come up in the next year. And of course, dude, it happens. I'm not exaggerating. I don't think every time I've done it, it's happened. I don't think I've never done it where it didn't come out like with the next year. I was
And
like, what
I got
the
a
hell?
list of movies I want you to buy digitally so I can get on this.
All right. I'll split them with you. How's that? We'll tag
Okay.
team it. It
I
always
think
happens.
Martin Sheen is great in that film.
Oh,
And
yeah.
the ending of that movie is so powerful that I don't ever hear anybody really talking about that, but I do think it's an incredibly powerful ending, that whole bit. And Martin Sheen is scary and scarily realistic. You know, it's just it's and the performances overall I think are incredible. I do love that movie. I don't know if it would make my top 100. It might though because of Cronenberg, but
Yeah, I don't know if it would make my top 100, but it might.
That's one I would definitely have to think about, but
It's close.
it's possible.
It was one of those ones that I watched again it was on the cusp, and I don't think it did. I don't think it made on me, but it was one that I was definitely pondering. And it's the second Stephen King, so we had that count going too. Just
Nice.
2 so far, just 2. But
What was
we
the
know
other
there's-
one?
The other one was
Tommy Knockers.
Seriously?
No, Children of the Corn. Children of the Corn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can get down with Children of Corn.
Do you have a list
Yeah.
running of how many times Jason stops and peeks around corners?
Hello. Awesome. Holy shit.
I gotta
Okay.
cross this off my list now.
There you go. Okay. Okay, here we go. Number 112 with 489 votes. I'm pretty happy about it that it landed. It was higher on my list, but this is Suspiria, 2018.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
That'd be
Yeah.
higher
Nice.
for me.
Yeah, how is that not higher?
A lot of people
Well-
don't really. I mean, that's a divisive remake. There are
Yes.
people who are just
I guess.
No,
Yeah, I
but-
guess.
not for me. I fucking love it.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent.
Fuck.
It was not for me when it came out. I was sort of middling on it, but it's growing on me. Like I want to rewatch it, and usually if that's the case, it resonated somewhat because I actually want to check it out again. Whereas if I really truly didn't like a film, I'd never get that feeling. So it's just a slow start. It's such for me, again, I'll speak on I feel like it's such a sluggish introduction to get yourself into that movie. But once that first 20 minutes kicks in, then I'm on board.
That's fair. It's my number 43, so I'm not going to say anything else except I love it. And I'm going to leave it at that. I think it's incredible. It's not for everybody. I'm glad that he went the opposite and took the color out, but still somehow managed to make a beautiful film in a different way and added to the stories and explain more about the three mothers and everything else, and the effects are really good. We have a great couple kills in it. We have great performances. I mean, I never watched What's Her Name before, the girl from whatever the hell, 50 Shades of Grey.
50 Shades of Grey. Yeah.
Right. What do I know? You know what I mean? So she was there, which is, I didn't know anything about that girl. So I had nothing to compare her to. But I thought she did good. Of course, Mia Goth, as always, was freaking great. And the roles played by what's her name, all three, freaking Tilda Swinton. Holy shit.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Wasn't she? And I don't care what anybody says. I did not know that she was Klemperer. And I've showed that movie to other people, and I asked them something about it at the end to see, and nobody I've showed it to. I've showed it to 3 other people. Not one of them had anything strange to say about Klemperer, saying that, oh, yeah, he sounded like a woman, or he looked like a woman, or is it the... But everybody online seems to say, oh, yeah, it was so easy to tell. I knew it in the first 5 minutes. I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you.
I did actually comment on that while we were watching it in theater. I'm like, there's something weird about him. He seems... I think that's a woman. Only I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was Tilda Swinton, but it felt like it felt like a woman to me. But I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And then I'm like, well, maybe it's I didn't go any farther into thought than that while I was watching it.
Well,
I definitely had no idea it was her.
You're also a woman. Maybe you're more in tune with the little quirks and things that women do.
Maybe, I don't know.
I caught a lot of flack when it first came out because I thought I liked it as much or maybe even better than the original, and people thought I was blasphemous for saying it. And I've come down a little bit upon rewatch it, and I don't think I like it quite as much. But I think one of the big problems I have with the original is the ending. I'm not a big fan of the ending at all, and I thought the ending on this movie absolutely nailed it. So. That's one aspect I like better, but I got them both neck to neck. They're both awesome films.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this one as much as well. I know I don't like this one as much as the original, just because I hold the original so high. But it's an excellent film, and I will say I think it does a few things better than the original. I think the setting and the time is represented better. In West Germany. During that time, I think it's actually part of the sequel, the remake story, whereas in the first movie, it's not even a thing.
No.
And that's a minor thing, but yeah.
No, I actually like it better than the original, and I love the original, but I also really love this one, and I think it's because it is more fleshed out. It is, and I love how dance is incorporated into it.
That's why I love you. I was going to say the exact same thing. The dance actually is part of the horror. I mean, they're at a dance academy, and in the first movie, they could be anywhere. They could be at an art institute. They could be at a campground, whatever. But here, dance is a major part of the story.
And the spells.
I mean, that's what I mean. It's part of the occult, and I love that.
Very smart.
And I know we're going to get to some more Argento. I'm pretty sure, but I don't even have Suspiria like even at the top of my Argento films. I like so many more. I'm a big fan of Argento, and Suspiria is not, and probably not even my top 3. I don't think Argento.
Oh,
films.
Dracula is my number 1.
Yeah, that's awesome. When the praying mantis comes out,
I don't know. Dark Glasses gives a run.
Dark Glasses was good. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. It was better than what I was expecting, actually. But
yeah. But Suspiria, it's the only time I give the remake and the original a 10 out of 10. So that's Suspiria, the original, is like my number 4 all time, and this, like I said, is 43 for me. So I can embrace them both. I think they're both excellent. They're very different movies, but it doesn't mean that one can't be. They can't both be great. A lot of people seem to like draw a line in the sand. I noticed that a lot of people that don't like the original like this. And then there's some people that are very passionate about the original, as am I, but for whatever reason, they rejected this. And I'm like, well, okay, what are you going to do? I just try to. try to disengage from everything when I watch a movie. And like I said, I couldn't do it when I watched Paranormal Activity, the new one, the next of kin, and I should have. But it's just something you got to learn, you know.
And Bones and All has proven this got to be a good director.
Oh, Luca Guadagnino, yes, for sure. They're very talented, yes. Okay, so Suspiria, excellent. Glad to see it made it, man. And okay, where am I? Sorry, I got lost for a second, everyone. And I'm back. All right, number 111. People love this movie. I'm not quite as high on it.
We got to speed this list up. 111.
I know. We got to speed it up.
And what are we going to? 75 or 50?
70. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Going to
Going
76.
to 4, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 51. Yeah, we'll speed it up. Okay, number 111 with 494 points, Dead Alive / Brain Dead.
Dave's fave. My number's 97.
Nice. I like it.
Baby and all.
I like the movie. It is a fun, gory flick. I don't know if it hit my 100.
No, it didn't even get into my conversation.
This is,
you don't like
this it? This is top 25 for me.
There you go. All right.
I think it's pinnacle of gore, man. I love it.
This was back
I've
in the
seen
day.
so many times.
This is what people watched. Yeah, same with me. I haven't watched it as much recently, but when this came out, it was on repeat because it took everything that we were like given Sam Raimi wise and just you talk about Spinal Tap 11.
Yeah.
Hit it to there. It's awesome and funny.
People love it for that. Yeah.
And what's crazy is out of all the gore sequences throughout the film, which there's tons, probably the one sequence that gets to me the most is when the guy shoves a spoon through his back of his head and then they eat off it. I was like, oh man, food stuff makes me more sick than gore stuff does. When like that movie Heavyweights, I can't even watch it.
At the table.
Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That custard scene is like insane.
Beautiful.
I agree about food. That
needs an hour.
I can't do food. I can't do that. I
We
started
saw
watching that
the
movie
other day,
Heavyweights.
A picture of health.
I started watching that movie Heavyweights with my kids, and it got to that food fight scene, and I said, I'm out. I can't watch this shit, man. It got to me. But yeah, but I represent the gore hounds, I guess, for the show here. I love it.
Well, I'm a huge gore hound. The thing is this, Jason. I love gore. I fucking love gore. It can elevate a film by an entire point. The gore in this movie isn't my type of gore. Like yesterday, for the first time ever, I watched a movie from 1980, Zombie Apocalypse, aka Dr. Butcher MD. And I will tell you this, I quite enjoyed it, not expecting to, but when they went into the jungle and when they had all this stuff going on, all the kills that happened were fucking great. The gore effects were great. I ended up really enjoying this movie. Now, to me, dude, yes, all the gore is great. And I'm a gore hound, and that elevated that movie for me. But when I watched Dead Alive, it doesn't look like good gore to me. It looks like goofy. It looks too fakeish, and that's my problem. I realize it's gory, but I guess I just like a certain type of gore. Like this reminds me of, I don't know. I can't put a word on it, except I don't have the words for. I'm just telling you that when I watch it, the gore doesn't resonate with me the way more realistic looking gore does, I guess. I don't know.
Well, it could be because it's played more for laughs here than anything else. It's very splatstick. It's like, just imagine if this happens. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't that be awesome?
It's a little too whimsical for me.
Yeah.
Well, and I can see that. I can't argue, but I'm with Jason with this one in the sense of like when someone's head gets or someone gets beheaded and they stick a gnome in its place, it's comedy genius. It's funny, and the head gets booted around, and the one solution to remedy or to get rid of the zombies is essentially liquefy them. And he pulls that lawnmower out, and it just goes to town. I mean, this was next level fucking gore. It took everything that we loved about like the Evil Dead stuff and upped it, but it's not scary, and I don't think there's one scare in the movie.
Yeah, you're right.
But it's fun.
Yeah, it's just not my. But you guys are in the majority here, so I feel you. I mean, we're on the other side here. We're detracting a little bit, but it's like obviously a lot of people love the movie. It's number 111, so
I thought it would be higher though. I thought people that love it really love it. So I don't know. So I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Not surprised it made it, but I thought it'd be higher.
Yeah, I guess there's just not enough of them. It seems, and not enough people had it on their list. Okay, I'll tell you, it's a Dave Z list. All right.
I want that. I'm going to strike that from every episode. I'm just going to bleep that out. A Dave
Take
Z
it out.
list.
I'm going to make a shirt of it. I'm going to wear it every show from now on. I'm going to wear with a white shirt.
And I'll crop your video out.
Awesome. Okay, here's one completely different time period, completely different movie. And I know, yeah, okay. Number 110, 495 points, Cabin in the Woods. There you go.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of fun.
Still today, I think it's one of the best trailers of all time. I absolutely love the trailer. I think it's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It gives you enough of the movie where you're like, holy shit, all this stuff happens in this movie. It's an amazing trailer, but yeah, it's an amazing film too. I love it.
Didn't make my list, but it's a 9 out of 10. And it would, again, another one that I had to boot. I can't say anything bad about the movie either. It's great. I love that hero build-up scene where he's like, he's gonna save the day, and he drives his motorcycle and then crashes into the water. Awesome.
Especially knowing who he is now. Back then, that was before Thor. People didn't really know the actor as much, but yeah, that's pretty awesome. My only fault with the movie, and it's not really, shouldn't be a fault, is I kind of wish there wasn't a finality to the ending. That way they could have made some more sequels, or I guess they could make prequels to it. But that was my only kind of negative is the way it ended. I was like, damn, there's no chance of a sequel for this. But if you look at it as a standalone movie, of course it's an awesome ending.
I love the ending. I love what they're going for. I love the story. I'm not in love with all the execution. Like, for example, the Thor scene. I wish they wouldn't have hinted at that happening.
Yes.
The motorcycle by having the birds shown earlier crashing into it. It would have been more of a surprise. And ever since I talked about it with Matt. Do you?
Yeah, I like that they set it up. Because otherwise it would have been just, and I say this, I'm not a big fan of people pulling shit out of their ass. And that's what it would have been.
Yeah,
it would have been, oops, wall, ha ha ha. This way they set it up, it's there, but then there's enough other stuff going around that when you come back to that scene, you're sort of like, yeah, come on, you can do it. And when he hits that wall again, it's like, oh yeah, god damn it.
Well, the unfortunate thing is I remembered it. When he was going to leave,
then it works.
I remembered that, and I wish I didn't. I didn't want to know that because I thought that would have been more effective.
But then that works in the whole, oh no, don't do that, don't, because something the characters don't.
Yeah, but it didn't go that way for me. But this was a very fun theatrical experience, especially because of the trailer. And I know it was very difficult for them to market this film because you don't want to give anything away. But then you also want people to come see it. And I know a lot of people had issues that when they did see it, it wasn't what they thought it was going to be. I loved that. I loved it. And when we were in the theater watching this movie, I was sitting there with this big dumbass grin on my face the whole time because I'm like, this is not at all what I was expecting, but it's better than what I was expecting. And then at the end, when the hand comes up, and I was just like, yes! Like it was so great. Fucking fun.
It is. Yeah. It is fun. My thing is, the only thing is, I wish I would. Now I get what Brian's saying with the bird and it being shown why it makes sense. It's because they tipped they showed their hand earlier in the movie by introducing the people at the place. So you already knew something was at play. So I guess that wouldn't be like a major thing. And ever since I did that review with Matt years ago, and it's never left me, where he said, I wish they would have not had us on board and revealed it later on. And he even said that the point of the movie where it would have been great to reveal it, where us as the viewers just on the ride as a regular type horror movie about kids going to a cabin in the woods and shit happening. And then when it gets to this one point where something is revealed, then we along with them find out at the same time what's happening. I think it would have been been a better movie and a better reveal and everything. And ever since then, I can't get that out of my head because that's what I think now when I watch it.
If they did it that way, though, there'd be a lot less scenes of Richard Jenkins and Bradley Whitford, and some of those scenes are my favorite.
They're my favorite parts.
I love how
Yeah.
it goes back and forth, back and forth.
I do too.
You know, you got the kids getting scared, and oh my God, and then you have these two guys just, you know, tequila is my lady.
And we did not plan that. I swear to God.
Those are good points, though, because the stuff with those guys is great. So you can't take away from it. It is a great movie. It didn't make my top 100, but you know, I understand the love for it, and it's the whole idea of what they're going for here, to appease the gods, and why every horror movie is just almost like a what would be the word for it? Almost like a found footage, almost like these are things that really happen. They're shown as movies, but in actuality, this is sacrifices. And it's a great concept, and all different type, and how we're gonna do it. It really is great. This is the movie that I still want to show
And
to
all
other
the
people.
little in-jokes for horror fans, like the gas that makes them split up, or how they shock the knife out of the final girl's hand so she drops it after she supposedly killed the bad guy.
The hair dye turning the girl stupid.
Yeah,
you know,
because, you know, she has to be blonde.
But I love
Right.
the fact too that all the when the elevator doors open and all the creatures come
Yeah,
out,
that
or
is
even
just
when
awesome.
you see all the creatures
Yes.
and all the little nods to horror films in there. The fact that the Japanese group was doing the little ghost girl,
Uh-huh.
it was so fucking
Yes.
perfect. It was perfect.
Yes.
And the fact that Jenkins is to these little girls, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
And the generic
that's
pinhead, I remember that always stuck out
Yep.
to me. The generic
Yes,
Oh,
pinhead.
yeah.
yes. That sticks out.
Yep.
Every time he sticks out to me. I like it.
Totally.
And they're just slightly different. Rather than a pinhead, it's a saw blade head.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
get
Right. It's cool, man. And wasn't it the Japanese that were undefeated or something?
Yeah, up until then, they were, you know,
Right.
they saved the day the last time.
That's awesome, man. It is a great flick. Okay, we better move on here. Okay, yeah, here we go again. All right, number 109 with 496 points. I know Jamie loves this. Salem's Lot.
Woo!
All right, that is an
Yes.
excellent movie.
Another
Well,
king.
Definitely, it would
Wow.
be pretty high up for me just because of its personal influence. But
Yeah, I would go along with that.
I'm getting my notepad out for another entry to watch.
no, are you kidding?
Jason,
Wow.
you're gonna be okay. I've watched this, Jason. This does have some standout scenes. I don't even know if it would make my top 200. But again, Jamie, I know
I agree.
Jamie and Brian, I love it. I'm just
This is Toby
It's-
Hooper, right?
a
It
whole
is,
hum
yeah.
for me.
Okay.
It's a whole hum,
Well,
but I could see
It's a little
like
slow.
that open the window, Mark, like that scene with him at the
Yes.
window and whatever,
Scary.
fucking scary. I can't deny it. And there's some really cool, effective scenes, but I don't know. I could see a remake of this and not being disappointed with it.
And isn't this super long? If I get
Well, it
Well,
was
there's
a
two
TV
versions.
TV miniseries, so
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
it's about 3 hours long once the
Oh, okay.
commercials are taken out and such.
I get
But
well.
it feels it.
Again, I recognize that it's a personal thing for me because I saw this when it originally aired and I was just barely 5 years old.
Yeah.
So
That would scare the
Oh.
shit out of me.
it had a
Absolutely.
huge impact on me. And, you know, I've told this story a lot, but for years, up until I was at least 12 years old, I would have to sleep with my neck covered because it scared me that much.
And everybody knows vampires can't pull down the covers.
Well, when you're a kid, it's kid logic. It's just like pulling your
Exactly.
foot under the covers and not letting your foot hang off the bed. Like obviously it's not going to stop anything, but when you're a kid, it's a line of defense.
All you had to do was put onion salt all over them. You put
Yeah.
garlic salt all over your
Onion
sheets. Pull them up.
No, the turtleneck was the solution.
Yeah,
Look, by
Jamie.
the time I got to the end, it was ritual more than anything. I would even just pull my hair over my neck. Like it just, as long as my neck wasn't bare, then I was fine.
Awesome.
Awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's just a little long, and it wouldn't make my list, but
Put it down
I
to the
feel
bottom of the list of to watch, Jason.
Also, I think that the mother vampire, she is the scariest vampire I think I've ever, well, maybe not the scariest, but one of the scariest vampires I've ever seen. Like,
Danny!
she that scene in the morgue, holy crap.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
there
Isn't
are
this-
scenes.
Isn't this being done as a remake? And there are, like
Yes.
I did say, there are effective scenes. Isn't it
Yeah.
due out this year? Or am
Yes.
I? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It's coming out, if not this year, then early next. But they've been working on it for a while now.
Well,
We shall
hopefully.
see.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. The premise is good. I guess I can't shake that TV movie feeling, even with those effective scenes. But if I saw it at age 5, no question it would have terrified me. No question.
I don't know when I saw it, but it did scare me. The one scene, like I talked about when we reviewed it, we were flipping channels, and the one scene that scared me was when he comes on the screen and goes, "Look at me!"
Oh,
Holy
yeah.
fuck!
Yeah.
The way he looked and shit too. Oh,
Yeah.
oh
No,
man.
and that's again very scary.
Yes.
But I also love TV
Yeah,
movies.
damn.
So I mean,
right.
that hits 2 boxes for me.
It's a lost art. I mean, we still have TV movies, but they're fucking Hallmark
They're
movies now.
they're not like they used to be.
No.
Right. No, it's a lost art, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna go to another movie about vampires, or a vampire. Number 108 with 500 points. Kind of surprised it's in this spot, but maybe not. Dracula, the original Dracula, 1931.
Oh, wow.
I'm surprised it's at that spot. I think that historically, that movie has a lot of significance. As a film in and of itself, it's not that great. I'm sorry. I'm going to say that, and you can boo and cry all you want.
I don't think anybody will. I think most people tend to fall into the camp that it's, of all the Universal horror films, well, maybe The Mummy comes in just under,
Right.
the original The Mummy comes in just under, but it's it's not a favorite. And I have been saying since I was on Devour that I prefer the Spanish version, and a lot of people do.
A lot of people.
know.
do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was from on the same sets at the same time, correct?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like-
It was
yeah.
they filmed at night when the Universal was filming during the day.
And it was also early on in, movie history, so they really didn't know what separated movies from stage plays.
Yeah.
So it's basically stage play somebody pointed a camera at and said action. I mean, it's not cinematically all that fulfilling for me.
No, I don't disagree. I think you're right.
It's
I do
Lugosi.
think
I love-
it
I
does
love Bela
have
Lugosi.
historical
Yeah.
significance, though. So.
It's Lugosi. That's what it is. It's the performance that everybody's always going to remember. He's always going to this day. People talk like Dracula. That's they use his accent. It's the first. It's very remembered. It's always going to be that. And there are some good things in the film. And I know you guys love black and white, Brian and Jamie. The way the use of shadow and everything else, and good filmmaking. The story is the same thing. It's the same old story of Dracula with
I
that we've
personally
seen.
love the armadillos hiding in the crypts of Romania
Right.
with the possums.
Here's
And
the
the
thing about the
giant
Universal.
bees.
We talked about Nosferatu earlier. I can't remember what we talked about earlier, but what ended up happening is I have a special place in my heart for all of these. And again, even though I was petrified of movies and didn't really get into horror until, like I said, age 12, 13, my dad did show me these ones. Because although he wasn't a horror fanatic, he was a movie buff. And so he saw the significance in these. So he'd show me these. And I was never really scared by these ones, but I was intrigued. So I watched these a lot as a kid, but none of them cracked my top 100 list. And it's just because, again, 8, 9s out of 10s, but I kept them off the list because I really thought, if this is my top 100, what are ones that I want to take with me? And what are ones have I've revisited over and over and over again? And if I have to go put a movie on, I'm not going to the original Dracula. And a lot of times I'm not going to the original Frankenstein or Bride of Frankenstein, unfortunately. There's too many other movies that I'll go towards. Still love them, but I'm just not going to choose them.
Well, this
I
is
love
2 in a,
it.
this is 2 in a row. I've made it clear in the past. I didn't grow up with watching. I didn't have cable. I didn't grow up watching any of the Universal films, and they weren't, at least in my video store, readily available to rent. If they were, I was renting slashers and zombie movies. I wasn't watching Universal stuff. So I do have the Universal Blu-ray set with with all these movies on there. I do plan on watching it this year. Every year I keep saying I'm going to watch it. I never do.
You're
But
like,
I think this October though, for my theme for for the Halloween month, I think I'm going to finally crack open my Universal set and watch them. But I don't think I've seen a full. I've seen most of Frankenstein, I think, but I don't think I've seen a full Universal movie. So it'll be, I don't know. Hopefully, I'll enjoy it. We'll see.
I'll tell you this, Jason. When you watch this movie, if you have the option, when Bela Lugosi is talking, keep it on normal speed. When anything else is happening on the screen, you got to use it. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, so my Universal's lock in, and I haven't seen a lot of Hammer. I don't know if Hammer's going to make the list at all, but I've seen some Hammer, just not. I'm not up on it like I should be. But I plan on watching these here. But I've always heard the same thing that a lot of people do prefer the Spanish version of Dracula. So I've always heard that, but
I've never seen it. I think I own it. I think it's in that set. I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, it's in the set.
I have the set. I just never I've only seen these movies one time. And it's since I bought the set. But just like when I was growing up, same thing. They're black and white. I just was not fucking interested. I'm watching Jason Voorhees. My birth into it, I'm watching Jason. And before that, I was seeing The Exorcist on cable and Cujo and shit like that. When even my mother loved King Kong, the original, and the newer one at the time with Jessica Lange. So anytime she wanted to watch King Kong, whenever it was on, we had to watch it, and I would only watch it like half-heartedly because it was black and white. I just could not get into black and white movies, and it took a while. At least now on Blue, they look as great as they're gonna look, and the sound is all, and you could use different scores for it and stuff. But it's worth watching.
I'm with you. My exception to the black and white rule was always Night of the Living Dead, though. I always found that readily, easily watchable. I was like, wow, I'm with you. I was like, how can I watch this Night of the Living Dead so many times, but not really want to watch other black and white movies? But
that's it. That's what's there. But I have the colorized version too. I have like most of us, I have at least one version of Night of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah,
Blue,
I remember the colorized.
The DVD, the original. But one of the DVDs I have the colorized, and I watched it and I liked it. And people seem to fucking hate the colorized version, and I thought, man, that kind of looks like it's kind of like watching Dawn. Didn't bother me at all, but that's
it's a blasphemy thing for film purists for a lot of time. I mean, we've got It's a Wonderful Life. I've got the colorized version. That's the one my wife and daughter watch every year. I think they do a decent job with it, but I mean, it's from a purist standpoint. If you're a
call
fan
me
of
a snob, but colorized movies are abominations.
Yeah, see, are you? That's your stance, and a lot of people have that stance as well. I've never seen the colorized version of Night of the Living Dead.
I don't mind black and white films, and in fact,
neither do I.
If they're really well done, I love black and white films. I love the look of black and white films.
What? I do too.
I said Bava.
Oh, Bava. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't get the hate for black and white. I guess I kind of can if you just didn't grow up with it or whatever. But it just...
We had a black and white TV well into my childhood, and I watched everything in black and white, whether it was color or not, because I didn't have a choice. But
I don't remember black and white TV. I know me and Jamie the same age, but I never had one, fortunately.
Then even when my grandparents, when they got the color TV, the black and white one was then moved into my bedroom. So if I wanted to watch something, like I remember I was watching Doogie Howser on a black and white TV, and I remember I would have to go into my bedroom and turn on the TV 10 minutes before the show was coming on so that it could settle down, how it would roll, and you had to let the TV warm up. And kids, it was
remember that?
No remote control.
Get your ass up and go change the channel.
Yes.
I was checking this to see because I thought you mentioned this one was the one that possibly had the Spanish version of Dracula on it too. This one does not have it.
No, I have the other
classic
set.
Universal. This is the DVD set though. I didn't upgrade to Blu-ray on that or is it 4K now? I think there's a 4K version of it as well, which is ridiculously priced.
Well, they go on sale a lot. They do go on sale a lot. You just got to go to the sites and look. And when they go on sale, they're like 50% off. I think even right now you can get them for a reasonable price. But check into it.
Would 4K make a difference for movies like this?
I haven't seen the 4K.
It would make the darkers darker.
Yeah.
Yeah, does HDR really bring it out? Like, there's something to be said. We were talking about this last episode where not everything needs to be 4K. And some movies are suffering from it. Like, I was trying to find out if Carrie was worth getting, one of my favorite movies, in 4K. I've got the 4K scan, the Steelbook, which, or whatever it was that Scream Factory did, and it was a 4K scan, and I liked it. But I was I said, I don't know. I was wondering if the 4K would bring out even more grain that I don't necessarily need to see. But I've read reviews saying it's fantastic. So now I have to double dip and buy that one.
If they do it right, it all depends on how they master it or whatever.
I guess, or the source material itself. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's not necessary for everything. And I'm with you, Jamie. I don't know if these old classic monster movies where the audio wasn't all that great to begin with. It was mono. Like, what are we going to need a 4K? Do you think you really need a 4K scan? Is it really going to bring it out? I don't know the answer to it, but I'm very happy with my DVD of this one.
That I prefer upgraded audio instead of a picture.
Yes.
You know, if they made a 5.1 audio, no matter how they did it, I would appreciate that more.
Yep.
But isn't that like colorization of black and white film in a sense? Like, I don't know, is manipulation of the audio? I don't know.
Not for me. I understand what you're saying, but not for me. That's, for example, Black Christmas came out with a 5.1 audio, and that's the only way I'll watch it now. It's so much better than the mono version, in my opinion. But if they do it right, it all depends on how well they do it.
I cannot get that 4K in Canada. Like, I mean, I can get it by ordering it through Amazon US and having it shipped up with import fees and everything. It's not in stores here. I can't, like, it seems to be the only one. Every other Scream Factory, no problem. Black Christmas 4K, there's an issue getting it here for some reason.
Weird.
I don't know why.
And it's Canadian movie.
Yeah, fucking strange.
Never makes any sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
I don't know. But we better move on here.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm the one saying it, and I keep rambling on, so I'll stop.
Just like last week. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right.
It's true.
I'm trying. All right. I'll be more authoritative. I'll pretend like you guys are my children or something. Not you guys, just you, Christian. Okay. All right. Number 107. I was just talking about it a minute ago. The movie that really got me on board. 502 points. Friday the 13th, Part 3. Yeah.
Yay.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. Jason, this is your favorite Friday the 13th, is it not?
It is, yes.
Nice.
It's edge it. I mean, it's neck and neck with 2. I could go either way, to be honest with you, but I think 3.
Nice.
And I've always made it clear. One reason, maybe this is my first theatrical horror movie that I remember, at least. My mom took me to it, and we saw it in 3D, and it just blew me away. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And yeah, it's my favorite. This is top 10 for me. I'll be honest. If I had I didn't make a top 100 list, but if I did, I think this would be in my top 10 at least. Probably my favorite slasher, my favorite in chase sequence in any slasher film. I absolutely love going through the house and then through the van and then finally through the barn. It's just an amazing experience. And I've seen it probably 3 times in 3D because they've played it.
Wow.
They played it here in Austin at the Alamo Draft House.
Nice.
They brought it back here on 3D a few times, so I've seen it in true 3D probably about 3 different times, and it blew me away every time I've seen it. So I love it.
I've never seen it in the theater in true 3D, but thank God Scream Factory released what they did. I've got my 3D TV that it's like Jamie's black and white TV. It takes like 15-20 minutes to warm up now, but I still keep it around for that reason. I don't know why, but the picture just does, and then it's beautiful. And and that's the only way I watch it now. And I've mentioned this, Jason, in the past. Because that's the way it was meant to be seen, it elevates it 1 full point.
Yeah.
I always did find the beginning slow with Harold and Edna and the story, even though because she's so annoying out of the gate, and it's just like, oh, we're gonna get into unlikable characters or whatever. But he's kind of fun because he's goofy. But it's so slow build up, but it works in 3D for sure.
Yeah.
It's just from a Friday the 13th standpoint, it seems out of character for a movie,
You
for a series that's
True.
more fast paced.
Never thought about that. And I'm going to try not to say anything because it is Friday the 13th, and this is a room full of Friday the 13th fanboys, and we've all said a whole lot about it before. I'll just say again, I'll tell that story, that this was the one that got me into horror, that I fell asleep one night, woke up, saw the final chase scene of this movie. I said, holy fuck, what is this? Because he kept coming back, and then the jump at the end with, the headless woman, or she should have been the headless woman, whatever you want to say, and all that stuff. And I'm a kid watching this and being fucking scared as hell, but then not able to get to sleep because of it. Then the next day I wake up, I'm like, wow, that was scary, but oh my God, I loved it. I got to see what it is. And that started it, and then it was Friday the 13th.
The dream sequence with Jason busting out of the door. Oh,
dude,
my God.
Terrifying.
And in the window.
Terrifying. Yeah, he's at the window, busts out the door, and running full speed at the lake. That is one of the most terrifying sequences. And this also has one of the most beautiful cast of women in a horror film.
It's a great slasher. It's a great slasher that I think it's overlooked because it's sandwiched in between, not sandwiched in, but I think that 1 and 2 and 4 just are a little better and get a little more love overall. But then there's some people like you, Jason, that say 3's your. I do encounter people like that, but that's what's great about this franchise. And I'm not saying anything else. You guys go.
I mean, like 2, 3, and 4 are pretty much almost 10 for 10s for me. So it's not much. It's just what I prefer.
Separation.
But, yeah, not much separation at all. I love all of them.
I know you guys like Fridays as well, and I know Brian specifically. I think 4 is your favorite, if I'm not mistaken. What about this one?
I love all the Fridays. Again, we use a bit more generous rating over here, but for the first 6 movies, yes, that even includes part 5. They are all 5 out of 5s for me.
Yeah.
Same.
I love those movies. I can put them on at any time, watch them all day, and then tomorrow I could put them back on. They're just ultimate comfort movies for me that make me feel warm and cozy. Jason will always be my homeboy. And I just love those movies to death.
Yeah, I'm same. This was the first one that I saw in the theater, and
nice.
I saw it in 3D, and that was really fun. I remember, and I was already familiar with the other ones, but I had just watched not the second one. I hadn't seen the second one yet, but I'd watched the first one a lot on HBO. And then when I saw this one, I came home, and I've told this story too, but I came home and I was sitting in the swing comparing this one to the first one because there are a lot of similarities as far as the kills go, mainly like the Kevin Bacon kill, and then
the coffee making scene wasn't as good.
Oh, I love that coffee making scene. Shut up. But
I don't care. I still love
one,
the first.
And for years, Richard Brooker was my favorite Jason for a very long time. And then because of this one next to me, I started watching
the light
for more and more and more. And now Ted White is my favorite Jason.
Ted White's a beast.
But yeah, I love Brooker in this. And I absolutely love it.
I was just a big fan of it.
All the Friday 13th films, 1 through 6, are just
amazing. By the way,
I agree with
part 6. Part 6 was an honorable mention. See, I didn't show these guys the list of honorable mentions. I forgot. The reason there was honorable mentions is there was like 17 ties, and then some of them, and a couple of them were 3-way ties. So rather than have a whole bunch of ties on the list, I still wanted to include them. So there was like an additional like around 20 movies, and so they all got just considered honorable mentions. So Friday 6 was an honorable mention, and so far 5 and 3.
Friday 5, 5 has been on the list. Yeah, that's awesome.
And this is my number 90 or 91, something like that on my list. So it did make my list.
I'm shocked to say it's not on my list, but again, it would have been just off. I try to organize it. There are enough Friday 13th representation on my list for me to be happy. And 5 wasn't on my list either, and I love that one too.
Right on. Okay, number 106 with 512 votes. This one might be a little bit divisive because I've spoken about this one before with present company, and I love it. It's on my list. I'll have to see where exactly, but I love it, and it's the Black Coat's Daughter.
February.
Interesting.
Yeah, February.
That's what I call it.
That's what I saw
thought
it as
was.
February. Yeah,
Dave, I've come up on that film quite a bit.
I
you
haven't.
have. And Brian,
Yeah, I
right.
I think you heard the
On Summer Series, right?
Yeah. Well, it was our A24 series that we're
That's
doing with
correct.
Duncan and Bo. Yeah.
Yes.
And when I went back and watched it that time, it did have a much deeper effect on me. And yeah, I've come up a lot.
That's a movie that I really want to like more. I do like the story behind it. I think the direction is flawed. I think it's tonally off. The whole movie is just so... Again, when I first saw that movie, I had to look up the definition of mumblecore because I thought for sure that movie was mumblecore. And it's not, but it's just so... Tonally, it's just so one note throughout. And I think it would have worked better if it wasn't. But,
I do still agree with that. I think if we had gotten a glimpse of with versus without,
yes,
then it would.
Because she's a gloomy chick from scene one. She's like Wednesday Addams. So I mean,
a little bit more age separation would have been nice to sell that.
Yes,
sell that difference.
Exactly.
I think as well. Which
that her life sucked so bad that being possessed by a demon was a good thing, was a bonus, was a plus. I don't get that in this movie.
What?
And I think if they would have did it, differently, you really could have sold that.
But I agree with Christian. They should have a bigger age difference, time gap, I guess. Because you think about it, how do the parents not recognize her? That's kind of that's kind of believable.
Well, I don't know. How often would they look at her? I don't think I'd even want to look at the fucking person that murdered my daughter. Even give them the satisfaction of a fucking look.
But
that's how I took it. And that's how I deal with it. But
isn't that the biggest coincidence ever?
Yes.
Like, yeah. So this movie was
evil
my
at
number
play.
one. We got the screener. We got whatever. We saw this the year before, almost like the film festival year. So most people saw it the year after, and I think it was all in our top 10, and I think it was my number one.
Yes.
I rated it a 9.5. I still really enjoy this movie. I have a lower rating now, and it's not on my list.
Oh.
But I do like it. But
I
see all the sort of inconsistencies. I do like the girl Lipsha. What's her name?
Shipka?
She's her career. Yeah, her career's like really sort of catapulted since, and I think she's really creepy in this movie. There's a scene after she kills, and she has this sort of like just distant look to her, and she looks absolutely psychotic, and it's a really unsettling scene. But yeah, overall, I've come down a little bit on this movie since the initial reception or time we watched it.
I still love it. I love the atmosphere. I love the performances. I love the direction. I love the score. It just has its fucking feeling throughout that sucks. I'm glad that she's gloomy. I understand what Brian's saying from a storytelling standpoint. No, but I understand what he's saying. But I also like the fact that, like you like to say, a slice of life. This is just like this time, this period. This is what's happening. And yeah, maybe it would have been cool to see. But I guess because they were using the three different timelines and everything else they were doing, focusing on the three characters, the time just wasn't afforded. So I understand that, but I also hear what he's saying. But I think the performances, Kiernan Shipka is fucking a show stealer. Emma Roberts, I love seeing her anytime. Lucy Boynton, no one talks about her a lot. I think she's great. And I'll leave it at that. I think it's an excellent movie. It was my number 70, so I'm high on it. So I don't know.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, hiccups. Do we need to take a break for anybody before? Because we'll just keep going.
We're almost at 100.
Yeah, I'm good.
100.
I just took a break. Like, whenever you want.
Go. We'll ask at 100 again and see. If not, then we go. But that's okay. If I do, I'm just gonna run upstairs for a fucking second anyway. Okay. But that's just me. I don't know about everybody else. Okay. 105. This is gonna be a little controversial. I happen to love it. 515 points. This is Hostel.
Oh,
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it too.
I
My
love
number
it.
74.
Nice.
This would be in my top 100 for sure.
People shit on Eli, and you know what? It's not deserved. I think he
exactly.
I even like the Green Inferno, and people shit on that all the time.
I do too. I do too.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
It's not on my top 100, but Hostel is. And this movie, when I first saw it, I think, Dave, we just talked about this recently, or feels like it was recently, where we both felt like you could just put ourselves in that situation.
Oh man.
And just like, what the fuck would you do? And it just hit home, even though like I haven't gone and tortured anybody.
Attaboy. Yeah, I think it's great. It's a great fish out of water story. There's so much going on here. The gore is fucking great. The kills. It's such an original, and we reviewed this, but to me, it's such an original story. So I'm not going to get too deep into it. And I just think I love the reveal of what's going on here. And no one ever talks about it but me. But I love that scene when he says, please, please. And he's like, whatever they're paying you, I'll double it, or whatever the hell he says. I'll pay. When he goes, paying me? And he goes, in fact, nobody's paying me. In fact, I'm the one who's paying them. And then he cuts them, and then the scene ends. I remember being at the theater, my jaw dropping, like, he's paying them? What the fuck am I watching here? Like, seriously. I was like, so on board. Where's this story going to go? Because it never even occurred to me that this is what's happening. And then just everything going on in that movie. I'm not going to get into it because we reviewed it, and I don't want to get – I think it's my number 52. So I'm fucking very high on it. And I'm done.
I absolutely love it too. You can even some people make a case that part 2 is just as good or even better. And I've come way up on part 2 myself.
I like part 2 as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people
hate for me.
Roper said that was one of his worst movies of the year. I remember that. I remember him like just tearing it apart. Yeah. But I like it. It's not as good as this, but I do really like it.
I like them both. Yeah, they're both awesome. But this one.
I like it. I think the eBay scene in that film is one of the greatest things. Like, it just, when you see all the guys, like the guys on the golf course, and then the guys, and everybody's like bidding to try to get. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, but the story on this, I remember this movie just kind of felt edgy and dangerous when I first saw it. I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting this in a mainstream theater, especially. It just felt. And then, of course, the Mickey cameo was awesome. And, oh man, it just had so much. It just felt like a movie that was cool. When you're watching, I was like, wow, this is actually a really well made, cool movie.
Yeah, it is. Definitely. So Hostel, awesome. All right, you had it on your list, right? C?
Yeah, number 74.
Okay, all right. So we're both pretty into it. Okay.
Big fans, yeah.
Here we go. Number 104 with 519 points. Ring, a.k.a. Ringu. Fucking awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm going to see what it is on my list, but it's high up. But I give this movie so much credit to this day, they're making movies like it, like Smile, which I fucking loved. Movies like that about things being passed on and stuff like that. To me, this is the one that kicked off that type of narrative, and it also kicked off the J horror as we know it when it came out. And it doesn't seem to get the props. And I love The Ring as well. I love the remake, but this one, I think everything about it is great. This is another one we reviewed. So
you honestly don't think it gets enough props?
No. And Ringu, no one really talks about it. I always hear about so many other J horror movies. And everybody talks about The Ring, the American, again, which I love that. But I don't think that people ever talk about this one as the one that really kicked off the whole J horror thing when it did. And
well, yes, it did. I was there when it happened, and I heard nothing but gushing over it, almost to the fact that it made me not want to see it, or actually made me predetermined to dislike the movie because everybody was blowing it. Everybody was, it's a second coming. Oh my God, it's so amazing. And it is a great film. I love it. But I don't think I've ever seen a movie get such a hand job like I've seen this movie get.
Okay, at the time, there was hype, and I was there with you. I remember at the time, and I had to hunt this movie down, and I found it on videotape at some obscure shop. called Mondo Video in Buffalo. It was like in the college section that dealt with fucking weird movies and shit. But I couldn't find it anywhere else, like in the local places or any of that shit. So at the time, I remember the big buzz on it. I just mean like nowadays, like historically, when you talk to horror fans, you don't hear that. I don't think it gets heaps of praise and props that it deserves. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe now it's become more forgotten, and I don't think that's right. It was a huge movie. It was very influential. I mean, it is a game changer.
Yeah.
There is before Ring and after the Ring, especially with how every other movie started wanting to have little ghost girls of hair in their face in it.
Indeed.
I saw this movie after the Ring remake, so I compared it to that. I still prefer the American remake myself. I just think it's much better made. The story's a little better, and I think Gore Verbinski he just knocked it out of the park with the look of the film. But yeah, I mean, I got to give it props for of course his influence is up there for sure. But I prefer the American remake myself more.
As do I, actually, yeah. Jason. Not that I don't dislike this. I like it, and I like the American remake. I don't love it, but I like it a lot. And same with The Grudge. I actually like the remake. Now that was the same director as you mentioned earlier, Dave.
Shimizu.
I think what he learned from his mistakes and didn't linger on stuff as much in his remake of the American version of it. So
I
that's
agree
why
with that completely. I prefer the American The Grudge.
Yeah.
Wow, no shit, huh? I love it too. But.
Yeah, and we did the trilogy on the show, and I remember like all of them were okay. I think the third Ring was a little weird, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, you're talking about Zero. You're talking about the prequel. Yeah, it wasn't even all that much horror. It was half drama, really. But I love them all. But I mean, not like this. This one to me is a fucking horror classic. It's my number 33, so I'm way high on it. Yeah.
That's high.
We knew that.
Right. Okay. Number 103. Oh, this is okay. Now this will definitely be controversial. I know that for a fact. Okay. 523 points. This is Green Room.
Wow.
Yes.
Love the movie.
I think it's controversial for me because it's not a horror movie.
That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah, great. I love the movie.
I have to agree. Yeah, it's a fantastic film, but it's just not a horror film.
No, I love the movie.
To me.
Exceptionally. I think it's great. But people need to know what genres mean, and this is not a horror film.
When you just said Green Room, it took me like 10 seconds to think of a horror movie called Green Room. I was like, I don't remember a horror movie called Green Room. And then when Brian said that, I was like, oh yeah, they're talking about that movie.
All of it.
That's what punch fuck off.
Yeah, I agree. I fought that year to people. I was like, it is not a horror movie. It shouldn't be on a horror movie list, but it was.
We reviewed it. We all loved it. I remember.
Yeah, it's a great film.
Yes,
I agree.
Exactly.
I just don't think it's horror either. I'm with you or whoever agrees.
I agree. I do. I didn't at first. Now I do. I have come around. I was like, you know what? Yeah. But only horror fans seem to talk about it. So it's just one of those movies that if it wasn't for horror, I don't think I would have known about it. Like if I wasn't plugged into the fucking horror circles on the internet or reading horror related things at the time, let's say if there was no internet, I don't think like Fangoria would have been covering it if that was around. I just don't think the only people talking about it were horror fans. So therefore it falls into that. You know, it happens sometimes.
Well, and this got a limited release. We had to travel to go see it. And there was only one other couple in the theater when we saw this movie. And about 10, 15 minutes in, they walked out.
Yeah.
It was too much for them. And I was like, okay. But I think it falls in the category with things like Cell Block 99, where it's too... It may be too intense for mainstream audiences to really appeal to them, but not meaning that they're pussies and they can't handle it, but it just might not appeal to them. And so it appeals to horror fans just because of the level of the violence and the intensity of what's going on. But I don't think that makes it a horror film. At least for me, it doesn't.
That's just like the director's previous film, Blue Ruin, is the same category. It's
exactly.
Not horror, but it mainly appeals to horror fans.
Yeah, for sure. And his first one was Murder Party. That's him, right?
Yeah, that was definitely a horror, but
That's a horror movie, but not a straight up horror movie.
yeah, that's true. It wasn't
If
straight
you
up
think
horror.
about it. Yeah.
It was
but-
more horror than Blue Ruin and Green Room. But
right.
Horror Jason Lloyd.
Yep. There. Yeah. We say that all the time.
That's Davism. That's a Davism on a Dave list.
Okay,
This
so
is
do you
a
guys?
Daisy list.
Well, maybe not this movie, but it's a great movie. But it is a Dave Z list. You're right. But the thing is, would you say that this is kind of like a modern day exploitation movie? Like how we look back at the times of like 70s and 80s, and people like to lump those exploitation movies as horror movies when in fact they're really not. Do you think
I
it's
can give you
kind of
that.
like what this is?
with
Yeah.
a
I
better
would
gloss
agree.
to it, a
Yeah.
spit shine. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good
Yeah, I
that's a
agree
good
with that.
comparison.
Yes, because I'm noticing there's a lot of that, in 1980. So I'm looking at it like, yeah, this is a horror movie kind of, but it's exploitation, and you see that a lot. So I think that's what it is, and I think it's always going to be that way in our genre. It's just part of
Yeah.
it. But
I think a classic example of that for me is I Spit on Your Grave. That to me is not a horror film, but I don't think anybody other than horror fans would really embrace it. And
right,
I look at it, I don't think it's intended to be scary or anything like that, but it is easily an exploitation film. But we have a lot of those. We have particularly from the 70s
Oh yeah.
that
so many.
that get discussed when you're discussing horror films, or you'll even find them in the horror section. But really, I think it's just because they don't know what else to do with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can forgive people that think that at this point.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
just the way, I'm not trying to be a gatekeeper. You know what I mean? So it's like,
No.
Right.
Anytime I say that, that is totally how I feel personally, and I'm not
Right.
going to tell somebody they're wrong if they think something is a horror film. You think what you think, and things affect you the way they do. But just for me, it's.
I'll tell
Brian-
people they're
Brian
wrong,
and
but
I-
I'm just being an asshole.
Brian and I will, and then Brian spoke up. That was awesome. You're wrong.
That's his favorite thing, is to tell people they're wrong, particularly me.
It never gets
Oh.
old.
That's it.
Remember that whole
One of the
opinion
one of the main things I think of this film is poor Anton Yelchin. I wish he was still around.
Yeah.
Aw,
yeah.
Sure.
It was really good.
Yeah.
thing? Such
he
a
was. That's so
such a
sad.
bizarre death.
Yes.
Yeah.
How random is that?
God.
That sucks, man. That sucks. All right, let me move on to something better. Here we go.
Spookies.
Number 102 with 542 points. I think people are going to be happy about this. The Burning.
Awesome.
Oh, yay!
Yeah.
I always love that movie. I know a lot of people would say think it's a little bit too slow, and I do get that. But for me, it's like the perfect combination of Meatballs meets Friday the 13th. It's like a summer camp, kids having fun and hijinks, and then oops, slasher killer and some awesome kills, a good-looking psycho,
And it has a bone chuck.
and it has a bone chuck.
Oh man, this movie, I've always liked it. I loved it. This is another one that was always rated R back in the day. And then finally you could get a bootleg uncut version, and then DVD kind of righted that wrong. And you could see all the cut shit that you'd only read about in Fangoria or in Tom Savini's Grand Illusions. And it's fun. The kids are likable. It's fun. Even Glazer, who's a dick, they show a sensitive side of him to him at one point. Like,
Yeah.
just the worst day for night shooting ever put to film.
Well, yeah.
Filmed in North
But it's
Tonawanda,
fun.
where I live. Right in my
I would
backyard.
love to see a remake or a sequel to this movie. So
Yeah, this is a good placement for me on the list. I like it, but I don't have it in high regard as some other slasher films. Mainly due to the ending. I'm not a big fan of the finale, the way it ends.
The
But
finale? What do you mean? The climax of the chase of the kid forever, or do you mean the actual,
Alfred?
killing of the killer?
Final Alfred.
yeah, the actual killing of the killer. I'm
Oh,
not big into that.
oh shit.
I don't know, just the way both storylines, I guess, are tied up. I'm not a huge fan of either one. It's my only complaint, but of course it's a slasher, so an 80s slasher, so I still love it overall. I just have a little bit of issues with it.
Yeah, I think it's great, but it's not going to make my top 100, but it's going to make my top 50 slashers. Top
absolutely
25, I think, if I look at my list. So great flick, lots of fun, and fucking, having Jason Alexander there is great. I think he's just fucking, he's just really good in this movie.
Most of these people are alive still. I honestly thought they could do a modern day slasher, and that was the memory. You know how every slasher movie has that thing that happened in the past? Well, there you go, and they can bring it back. It just would be, how do you create that story now? But there's so many ways to get them back, and what are any of them doing now that they can't be in the burning?
Yeah, exactly. At first, I was thinking, man, you probably got to shell out some money for Jason Alexander, but it's been so long since he done something, so he probably would take it. You probably would take what you give him.
That would be cool. No, I can't complain. Another slasher on the list from the 80s.
Throw a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken at him, he'll be in.
Because aren't they doing a Mutilator 2? I heard.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, Cruise Control.
Terrible. I think, whatever. I think it's going to be fucking terrible. But
that looks like shot on video shit. I hope I'm wrong too. But that trailer does not give me promise.
Oh, there's a trailer out for it. Okay, I wouldn't even aware of that.
I didn't even see the trailer. I just saw the picture
bad.
and said, fuck this.
It's bad. And it's the only thing I'll say, again, it's a meta. They're following a meta thing.
Oh, of course.
So
does it look as bad as the last I Spit on Your Grave?
Oh God!
Shot on video abomination.
Jesus. And that movie was almost 3 hours long. What the fuck, dude?
Terrible.
Yep.
That's fucked up. Well, there you go. Tom Savini. Thank you. All right. Here we go. This is going to be met with a lot of praise. Number 101 with 546 points, Silver Bullet. Another werewolf.
Nice.
See?
Nice.
Werewolves are plenty.
It's in my top 5 werewolf movies.
This was that gateway. Saw it at age 12, scared the shit out of me. Like, I was scared, man. Yeah. The atmosphere, that scene where they're going through the forest and the fog is that low fog and whatever, and they get pulled. It's just some great shit, and it's creepy. And that reveal with the firecracker in the eye and that who it is. Oh, I still love it to this day.
Man, and let's not forget one very important thing about Silver Bullet. When we reviewed it not too long ago, was that it was so good that it almost made Christian wish he was in a wheelchair when he was a kid.
I knew you were going to bring it up. I said I somehow worded it that I wished I was crippled so that I could have a Silver Bullet wheelchair.
I mean, you could just have one and not actually.
I know.
No, but that would be wrong. If you're going to do it, you have to do it.
Yeah, don't be fronting. That's like parking in the freaking handicap spot. Come on.
Man, this movie has some classic characters. Uncle Red. Gary Busey's Uncle Red, man, he was fantastic. He has some
the best
fantastic lines. Yeah, and delivery that he does, and Corey Haim is amazing in it. Me and my son, we have a fun time watching this movie. It's
every year it goes on at least. It's fantastic. And Gary Busey's very likable, and what they do with the "I don't believe you" routine, it's almost like he does all. He's like, this is ridiculous, but it doesn't go on for an entirety where you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like, they play around with that just enough. The only thing that's jarring in this for me was the lack of narration. They introduce it with narration, and it's like it disappears for a good chunk of the movie, and it comes back all of a sudden, and you're like, what's going on here? That was just a weird thing. Yeah. Well, I don't mind the beginning and the end, but it's almost like they put it a little bit in the middle, and then they abandon it for a bit.
Yeah.
And it feels like, I don't know what happens, and then suddenly it comes back again.
And a great homage to this film is Late Phases. They had so many similarities to this movie.
I have not seen that yet. That was a few years ago, right? Like 2004.
You haven't seen Late Phases? Oh,
no,
really?
Man. I'll add that to my list.
That is fantastic.
I'm shocked you didn't see that movie. Wow.
I love it.
We're talking Late Phases. What ones did Jason not see that we're like, what?
Well, that's true, but you were podcasting at the time, and it was a newer movie.
Yeah, that made my top 20 that year, I'm pretty sure.
What year?
I
was
love
it 2014?
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It might have been the year before you came back. Okay. You're forgiven. Came back to horror. I brought him back in.
But if you like Silver Bullet, you should probably like Late Phases. It's highly influenced. I'll buy Silver Bullet for sure. Instead of a wheelchair kid, it's a blind dude.
Correct. Great
Jamie,
stuff.
you were about to say something. I think I cut you off.
I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
Jamie was singing.
loves
She's always about to say something. Don't worry.
Oh, I know what I was going to say is I was the same age as you, Kristen, when you saw this, because I saw it at my cousin's 15th birthday party. It was her 15th birthday party. I was 12. But I saw it at her birthday party. We watched this and Reanimator on cable back to back. And
Wow.
that was a fun night.
It sounds like it.
That was a really fun night for me.
Awesome.
And it has always been in my top 5 werewolf movies. And I know a lot of people don't like the werewolf design because he kind of looks like a bear.
I'm not crazy about it.
I don't think you're wrong, but I've seen a lot worse.
Well, yeah.
You know, and I also think he just looks like a scary creature. I think he is
He looks
scary,
like a cute,
you know?
cuddly teddy bear.
Yeah, that wants to rip your face off.
Yeah, maybe.
It's the most slashery vampire or werewolf movie too. It seems like he just goes out and kills people slasher style.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another werewolf. I gotta start writing these down. Werewolves and vampires and how many? Because right now,
Well, you know that
Right?
makes me happy.
I know this is at least 3 we've talked about now. So there's got to be. Wow, this is
She's
gonna
been
be
liking it.
interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You knew it was coming up.
There you go.
I apologize.
Which, by the way, Christian, I third, the fourth, I don't know, whatever. I'm in line with the motion that you need to watch Late Phases.
Yeah.
I'm not in love with
I
that
wrote it
werewolf
down.
design, to
No.
be perfectly honest, but the story and the film is so good that I just don't care.
Especially what Nick
Nick D'Amici.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
awesome.
Oh,
great.
yeah. He was fantastic.
Man,
All right, put
definitely.
it on the list.
Yeah, and this is another Stephen King movie. Speaking of a list, so now that I think that's 4. So
Nice.
we're getting there. And now here we go, everybody. Number 100. Number 100. I don't know what it
Starts.
is. Hold on, let's see. Oh, interesting. Wow. I know one person that's going to be happy about this. My daughter. This is number 100 with 550 points. Sinister.
As soon as you said it, I knew it was Sinister.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Creepy movie.
I'm happy with that. I think Sinister is a damn good movie.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
with you. I think
Yep.
it's great. I think it's fucking. I think a lot of people overlook it. I really do. I think
I also
you don't
think
hear
it's really
about it.
original.
Yes.
You know, that's
Yes.
a very original idea.
Dude, those movies that he's watching, they're
Ah.
fucking. Oh my god,
Yeah.
they hit hard, man. For me, it's that one in the pool because I got that whole thing. Oh man, when they drag the family in the pool.
Oh, yeah.
What a great
Now,
story.
I gotta
though.
say, for me anyways, that lame-ass Bagul ending, that's crap.
Yeah.
They really didn't have to do that. But other than that, I think the whole movie is excellent. I think everybody does excellent work in it, and I think it is very, disturbing.
I've recently heard complaints about Ethan Hawke's performance in that film.
Really?
I've heard
What?
people are now calling him wooden. They're saying that they didn't. I think his performance is fantastic. I
Yeah.
have no issues with that. I love it when he works with Derrickson anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just, to me, I think it's scary. That was one that we showed your mom when she came over to spend the night that one night.
Mhm.
And she was freaked
Yeah.
out. We had to stay up and watch a comedy after we watched the movie because she didn't want to go to bed.
That's
And,
a good sign of a scary movie then, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Awesome.
and she likes horror films, so it's not like, she's some little sweet little granny that we pulled, and forced her to watch
Surprise!
scary. No, she likes horror films, but this one legitimately freaked her out. Although she does kind of have trouble sleeping in our house anyway, just because of all the horror stuff we have
Yeah.
around. It kind of freaks her out.
Bless her.
Awesome.
But it was very effective.
Yeah, I'm just glad Ethan Hawke is not above doing horror films. So
Yes.
Yeah.
you would see other actors of his caliber like, no, I'm not going to deal with
And
bother
that's
with
what
horror.
I said when we were talking about the Black Phone, when we did our top list. I love the fact that he has continued to embrace horror, even though he is well known in the mainstream, and his career is such that he could do whatever he wants, but he comes back to horror, and I always appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he appreciates it, and like I loved him in the Black Phone. I think I gave him my nod of my favorite actor of the year for his performance there, because he was fucking creepy in that, and he's good in Sinister, and I liked him in the first Purge. So
Daybreakers, yeah, he's great.
Oh
yeah,
that's a
oh my
movie
God,
nobody ever
Daybreakers.
talks
Holy shit.
about. I like
Yeah.
that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Agreed. But yeah, Sinister, definitely overlooked. It just doesn't seem to. I don't know what people think about it, but
Now the second Sinister deserves to be overlooked, but the first one,
I need to watch that again.
I like it, man. I like it.
the second Sinister.
Yes,
I've only
I
seen
do.
it once. I saw
don't
it in
love it.
theater and I haven't seen it since. I need to watch it again.
You know, it's funny. You pull up Ethan Hawke on IMDb, and there's no mention of anything horror. Right away, it says Training Day, actor from Training Day. And then you look, and it's all the Before
Boat
Sunrise,
Society.
Before Sunset, Glass Onion. They mention all of these films are mentioned before even anything horror related.
And he's done quite a bit of horror.
Yeah.
They
And he's
mentioned
from,
Glass Onion, and he's in that movie for like 2 minutes.
I know.
Yeah.
Damn.
Hilarious.
Yeah, he's another
I
Austinite.
forgot he was in it. I was like, Glass Onion. And then
He's actually born where I'm at right now, Austin.
Damn. All right, so we're in the 100. That was Sinister, and now here we go. Number 99, Rock and Roll. Oh, and another Stephen King movie. 558 points. Anybody want to guess?
Christine.
No.
I was going to
Carrie.
guess it's Christine.
No.
It.
Come on, 99. What the fuck you guys?
Yeah.
think?
I know. No, I know.
Oh no, something not as popular then. I don't know. I give up.
Tommy Knockers.
No other guesses? Okay. Pet Cemetery.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I could see
Yeah.
that.
2018.
that
I
too.
agree. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. shit.
Oh shit. Yeah, good old Pet Cemetery. I dig it. It's not in my list, but we
Neither
talked
with me.
about this one. Did we review this and talk about that basically and say, oh no, that was Children of the Corn. We say it's held in very high regard, but not necessarily one of our favorites. And I do dig this movie. I'm just not as high as everybody else, but I understand the imagery. There's so many things in this movie. There's Zelda. There's Gage. There's that scene which is fucking heartbreaking. There's the performances that are remembered, especially Jen Crandall and all that. So I understand people's love for it.
I love it. I actually like part 2 quite a bit too.
It might make my 100 list. I think it's
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah.
Wow,
I like mine.
nice.
I mean, I don't know how high up it would go, but yeah, it would probably crack the 100.
Yeah, I agree. It might barely make mine too.
It's bizarre. This is one there's some good atmosphere, a couple great scenes, but I was never high on this movie.
Well, a lot of
Those
people
were-
say that, especially now. At the time, it was well regarded.
Yes,
But
for sure.
Yeah.
Nowadays, more people are like, that's okay, and I don't get that. But hey, whatever.
Well, I went to the theater to see this, but it was rated R, and for us that meant we had to sneak in because I wasn't of age yet. We got denied, and usually we had good luck, or we could pay for the ticket and then sneak in, which was the easiest way to do it. And we couldn't do it. It was like guarded. So I ended up going to see Major League, and that movie I love to this day.
Wild Thing. There you go.
Just watched that last week. But no, this movie, again, some creepy fucking scene, and that kid fucking with the knife, and you get the sometimes dead is better.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He's great. You know what I mean? Fred Gwynn. He's great in it. And then you got the other guy, the Pascal guy coming in, and friggin' little Gage coming back at the end. And of course, Zelda. Never get out of bed again. That's fucking scary shit, dude.
Yeah, that's nightmare fuel.
Word. Ooh. That bothers me, because if that was me in that position, I would be fucking terrified of her, even if it was my sibling, because you know how I am about shit like that. That's a deformity with the fucking twisted spine. Now she got real bad towards the end, especially as a child. Get the fuck out of here. There's no way I'd be able to deal with that. So I get it. I get it. It's a pretty solid flick. And for anyone keeping score at home, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Stephen Kings now.
Well, that's good.
5
I'm glad.
Kings.
You should be well represented.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that.
5. That's 5. 5. Whatchamacallits? Found footage. 1, 2, 3, and 5 slashers. 555. How about that?
Oh.
Nice.
That,
Yeah.
but we
I'm gonna
know
play that on the
555
lotto.
will not show up on the list.
No,
It's
oh yeah, I
555.
forgot that was a movie. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, with the severed head on the cover of it, holding up that pink box.
Yep.
Yep, I remember that. Yep. Okay,
So
number
shit.
98. Back to This We Go, another classic. Classic. 572 points. The Bride of Frankenstein.
Ooh.
I'm happy
Yeah.
that got so many votes.
Oh,
that is a great film.
It's considered the best of the Universal from a lot of people. So now
Yep.
that just questions on if we're going to see any more Universal popping up.
Yeah, that might be the end of it. Although, have you done Creature from the Black Lagoon yet?
Yeah, it did pop up.
Okay.
We've
I was
had
like, that better
Creature.
be on
Yep.
the list somewhere.
Yep. We've had Wolfman. We've had Creature,
Okay.
Wolfman, Dracula, and now Bride.
And now Bride of Frank. And more people prefer Bride over Frankenstein, so that
I do.
may be it.
A lot of people.
I
do.
love Frankenstein. I think Bride is just a better film.
And when you guys didn't hear this part, but when Wolfman came up, I said that's actually my favorite of the batch because it was a little bit later, so the pace was better. However, I actually prefer Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. That's my favorite out of all of them. I'm a sucker, and so I guess I was a sucker for those versus movies way back when.
Not me. I still
From a
don't like
kid,
them.
it's this kid standpoint. That's the one that I watched the most way back when, and so I still hold that in high regard. But anyway,
So I'm guessing
so much for not talking.
Jason hasn't seen this, right? That's
I
okay.
hadn't seen it. No.
You'll like it, I think. I think it's probably my favorite if I think about it. It's tough. It's this or the Wolfman. And I haven't seen Creature enough to say, so I don't know. But those ones are all, very good. Okay, 97. And here we go again from one Universal classic to another. However, this is not a Universal classic, but he's a character. 575 points. Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yay!
This is in my list. This is high up. I'll have to look and see where it is for me, but I've only seen it one time. And I got the Blu-ray and I watched it and I fell in love. My wife talked me into it. I got it at a cheap sale during a Halloween sale or something, and I bought it. And I said, okay. And I watched it and I said, holy shit. I can't believe I slept on this all these years. I thought it was going to be a boring love story, blah, blah, blah. That was the way it was marketed. And I was like, holy shit, boom, 10 out of 10. And I've never watched it again. And that's where I'm going to for summer series, actually, because we have to. But I think it's great. And I could say no more about it except where I rated it. And I'll look that up. But,
I like Gary Oldman as Dracula. I like Winona Ryder in it. I like I actually have no problem with Keanu Reeves, who got shit on back in the day. Maybe he's a bit miscast, but he was
Just a
fine
bit.
for me. Yeah, but he was fine because you're looking at the bigger picture for being a Francis Ford Coppola movie, and I liked the way that he did the laird and the imagery. I Renounce God scene was great. I remember Oprah crying that it was the most gory movie she's ever seen. People were fainting in the aisles and everything like that. There's a lot of that happening at the time. So when I saw it, I'm like, well, it's not that gory, but it's a good, very good movie, good adaptation. And I'm glad it's represented on the list. It's not on my top 100, but I like it a lot.
The atmosphere, I think, is amazing. The costumes are, and the thing is, if you watch a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff about this movie, you'll just grow to appreciate it that much more because
all the in-camera
effects. Yes,
Yes, the shadow.
Amazing.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
The shadow doing different things was all done. And yeah, you're right. The credit that has to go to that from a timing standpoint, impeccable timing. Oh, you're right. Now I want to watch it again.
Yeah, it's a fucking fantastic film, and the soundtrack, even the Annie Lennox love song for a vampire is, it is probably my favorite.
Anthony Hopkins as Van Helsing. Yeah, that is just awesome. Yeah, then we cut off her head and drove a stake through her heart, and she was fine.
I've only seen it once. I remember enjoying it, but it's definitely time for a rewatch for sure. I enjoyed it though.
And I think this one, and again, don't quote me, but I think this one is one of the first 4K movies that I think actually got a re-release in 4K because the first version maybe wasn't that great. And that's weird because I don't think there's been 4K's been out for a few years now, but I don't think any other movie's going to re-release on 4K yet.
Yeah, you might be right.
Plus, the tagline was the tagline for our wedding.
Love never dies.
But yeah, I had that printed on the tickets that were our wedding invitations.
That's so
awesome.
Cool.
That is very cool. Damn. Well, this is my number 54.
And does that still stay true?
So far.
Yeah.
I haven't killed him yet.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Number 96. Ooh, Brandon's going to love this one. 581 points. The Invitation.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
That is my number 99.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And you're talking about the invitation with the dinner scene, right? Not the invitation
with the vampires.
Yes.
I don't even know about one with the vampires.
Oh,
that
was
last
year.
Oh, I didn't fuck with it. I skipped it.
So you're talking about 2015 of Logan Marshall Green, right?
We all love it. I didn't know that everyone listening loved it too.
It's a good film, but that's surprising it's this high.
Honestly, yeah, I like the film. I think it's really good. Top 100 of all time? Not for me.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, when you rate your list, though, it'll be interesting. But then you're right, because I did put this a bunch above all those Fulci movies that I said got 9 out of 10s as well, or whatever. So it gets that's suspect, and we can argue until we're blue in the balls. But this was ended up being my list, and it's funny. Yeah, number 99.
It's a great story, great character. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff. They lost their child, and what happens as a result. There's so much heavy shit going on here emotionally that just adds on to it. I guess if you're into that type of movie, then I could see really, really loving it, and that's what people do. And when it gets right down to it, and what's his name is great as always as the cultist, freaking not him, but the other guy with 3 names. Oh damn it. Pruitt, him.
John Carroll Lynch.
Yeah, John Carroll Lynch. I called him Pruitt. Now, why did I call him Pruitt?
That's his name in the movie? Yeah.
Okay. Wow, it's his name in this movie. Okay,
Yep.
All right. Well, there you go. John Carroll Lynch, who I think is always a great character
Yeah, he's
actor.
fantastic.
Isn't he though? And he fits in really good here. I think it's a great movie. So I'm with you.
I remember that very ending being very effective when they walk outside and then you just see all the lights just start to blink on, just lights, and then it hits you how pervasive this whole thing is. Like I don't know, I like it a lot. Not top 100, but I like it.
Same here. I was wondering with the ending. I was like, oh no, please not be don't make a sequel. It didn't need a sequel, but I was worried they were going to make one since it was popular.
Make another Purge, just have another house having the same thing happen at the same time.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
It'd be hard to do because the director and the writer wouldn't probably be the same, and Nope. All right. Here we go. Number 95.
This is about everyone.
Christian alluded to it earlier because of the director, and I may have napped when I did my my math here.
Verona.
No, but 585 points for Gremlins.
Yeah, there it is.
So Dante has 3. I did not even think about that when I counted up the directors, so I got to add that to the list. For whatever reason, I wasn't thinking about Dante. I don't know why.
Well, that's what Christian predicted, is that he's not one that would come immediately to mind, but you're going to find that he actually does have quite an imprint.
Bright lights.
Explorers is coming up.
It's a classic movie. I mean, come on. It's a fucking it's part of pop culture. You know what I mean? It survived the test of time. It's amazing. I didn't think of it as a horror movie or even a Christmas horror movie when we talked about it this past year. But I mean, it definitely is.
Both.
I just
Both.
Yeah, that's
really
my
is.
problem with it. I don't think of it as a horror movie. I guess it is. I'm okay with people thinking of. Just for me, it never horrified me. Never even came close. But it's an awesome movie.
I mean, it's a creature feature.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it just
they're monsters. They just a little too Looney Tunes in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is played more for laughs than anything else. So for me, it's a comedy. But that's just me, I guess.
That's fair. When's the last time you watched it?
There's a few scenes
Not
toward the
too
end
long ago.
that are
Okay.
kind of a little bit on the creepy side, but
Oh, for sure. There's like
Well,
I
the mother
talked
gets
about it.
attacked in the kitchen.
Right.
That's right. That's horror right there.
oh
that
yeah,
that
yeah,
part
that's
I
true.
can agree with. But I
And the
also
teacher?
see the whimsical,
Uh-huh.
like it was marketed very Steven Spielberg. Like Steven Spielberg's name was
Right.
all over it, that you would not even know Joe Dante directed it until you saw the credits.
Yeah.
Like, the Steven Spielberg Presents type movies.
See, it's another situation like we spoke about with the fucking the
Poltergeist.
Tobe Hooper thing.
Yeah.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
People say, "Oh, it feels like a Spielberg movie." Same thing with Goonies. Felt like a Spielberg movie. He didn't direct it, but it's the
Yeah,
same
he is
fucking thing.
Yeah.
He is a very heavy-handed producer. He
Right.
makes sure his movies, he may not be directing them, but they're gonna feel like Spielberg movies.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that though, because
Yeah.
I love Spielberg, so I'm fine with that. But
And he
Um,
he has a winning formula, so why not?
and this is also partly responsible for the PG-13 rating,
Yeah.
which I honestly
Yep.
think I thought it was bullshit at the time, because I saw this in the theater and I was 10. I didn't have any issues with it.
See,
Like,
that's just
you know-
I saw it when at the theater too, and even back then I wasn't scared of it. It was just a cool movie. Yay,
all
little
my
monsters!
friends,
You know?
all my friends saw it. Everybody loved it. It was, and then when people were having a fit about it, I'm just like, for what?
Yeah.
Kids are not. We're not morons. We can handle shit.
I wasn't scarred for life by fucking gremlins.
No.
Well, if this
I
is on the
think-
list, I'm assuming Ghostbusters will be on the list. And again, another one that I love, but I've never classified it as horror.
No.
no,
and that has
Ghostbusters
ghosts,
is straight
demons,
up comedy for me.
Yeah.
I don't.
Agreed.
I don't consider that horror even a little bit.
Nope, I'm with you. But I understand Gremlins, and it's fine. I get this. Okay. We were just talking about this. Number 94, 589 votes. This is The Ring, 2002, the American remake. So a lot of people prefer. But yeah, pretty close, huh? 104, Ringu, and 94, The Ring. So
No, that's pretty good.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I'm glad they both got representation. And again, I love them both. Maybe not equally,
Yeah.
but very, very close. I think this is what they did with this one is they took it, they remade it the right way. They added to the mythology. They did a few different things, and I'm really happy with what they did here. I like the way it looks. I like the performances, and people remember that creepy kid, and they remember a lot of visuals from it. So I think it's a great movie, and I think this is the one that really kicked off the what was happening in the States when everything became a remake of a Japanese horror film and everything else. And it got played out like everything else does, but this one deserves props, and I'm glad it
This
came in
was a
so
huge
high.
hit too, right? 2002,
Yeah.
a huge
Yeah.
hit.
Huge
Probably
hit,
helped. Like there were some great horror films that just came out the year or so before that, or 2 years before, but I feel like this really just helped catapult horror as being something that was making money again.
Oh yeah, it did. Everybody
Check
went
it
to
out.
see this movie, just like The Grudge. The Grudge, I think, did it too. When I went to see The Grudge, theater was packed.
Yep, and it's because of this movie.
249 million.
Damn,
Wow, man.
That's
Yeah.
that's a lot.
that's good now. I mean, if a
Yeah.
horror
Yeah.
movie can pull in that much money 20 years later,
Yeah.
that's fucking decent. So, not even decent. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Naomi Watts, she was awesome.
Oh, she was. Yep.
She's
Yeah.
like one of my faves. I love her.
Yep.
Great act. I find she does a lot of great roles too. Even her like I said, I want her as Pamela Voorhees. That's
Yep.
my choice for Pamela Voorhees.
Oh, that would be awesome.
100%. Well, I'm glad it got represented because, yeah, it definitely deserves it. Okay, folks. Number 93 with 595 points. Here we go. Now the master
Here we go again.
is coming in. Opera.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes.
I
Yes.
love this.
I love it too.
My
Me too.
favorite. My number
I
23.
love this movie. I'm surprised it got that high because
Me too.
I often see that as being overlooked by a lot of people when they think of Argento. And I've always loved that movie.
Me
This
This
too.
is my number
That's-
23. Maybe I helped it because I have
Maybe.
it really high. Yeah.
This is probably my most watched, even though it's not my favorite. It might be my most watched Argento movie. I used to watch it a ton when I was younger.
It's my number 60. So it's on my list.
I mean, hey, yeah, we all helped that. I mean, I love it. Even that stupid Mano Carino ending, it's so fun, and it fits in a giallo type, like the preposterous kind of nature of a giallo explanation. Yeah, okay, a Mano Carino would work. Whereas that this thing that you burned doesn't have any internal organs, right? How did they think it was a real person? But who cares? You don't think about it too much because it's a giallo, and you just love it for the visuals. And I like the bird play and how the birds remember and attack the killer. There's so many real cool things.
The bullet through the
typical.
That's awesome. The bullet,
bullet scene.
Yeah.
Beautiful
That's
set
amazing.
piece. Yeah. Oh.
Yep, to
awesome.
the people. Yep.
And
He
just
knows
the
how to
visual
choreograph the
of
scenes.
the needles under the eyelids.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it is. It's great, man. I'm
Great
glad. I'm
stuff.
glad people feel the way we do on it because I know we loved it and we thought it's probably my number.
And another fantastic
3 or 4.
score too. Music.
Yes. Yep.
Has a lot going
Yeah.
for it.
Fucking Argento. Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
That's his first, right? No, or did we have one already?
I
I'm
don't remember.
confused now.
I don't
okay.
think we have. Oh wait, didn't we have Bird?
I remember talking about Bird, so that's why.
The bird of the
okay.
crystal plumage.
You're saying Crystal Plumage came lower on the list than this?
I want to say, unless I'm wrong. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I mean, significantly lower because it would have been on the other show. So that
It was number
that
164.
surprises me.
There we
because
go.
I
Thank you.
loved that
164.
film.
Yeah.
Yep. 164.
Yeah,
this is
I
number-
agree. The bird of the crystal plumage is definitely a better made film for sure. So that is kind of surprising.
Maybe it just hasn't been seen as much.
Yeah.
I prefer
Sure.
opera. It's just more my type of film.
And I'm with you, Dave. I love
Yeah.
Bird too. And those era releases, I can't wait till they do one for opera. It's the only one that I want out of that crop.
Yeah.
That and Inferno still need to have a 4K, but their transfers are amazing.
Oh, for sure. So two
Bird looks amazing.
Argentos.
Two
Okay.
Argentos.
As long
Yeah.
as Phenomena is on this list, I'm happy.
That's on mine. So I think it's going to be well represented too.
Come
It
on,
better be.
Come on.
I
Monkey
hope so.
with a straight razor. Enough said.
And Donald Pleasance.
Yeah.
Of course. And Jennifer Connelly. Okay. So number 92, we just talked about it. 623 points. Frankenstein. So Frankenstein.
It did beat
makes it.
out. It did
Yes.
beat out.
That
Bride.
Beat out
Nice.
Bride.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know how honest that is. I think just objectively, Bride is just a better film, better acted, better made. I think that might be just people
feeling like they
should say that.
I mean, and it does have cultural significance,
Yes.
but yeah, Bride is, I think, I agree with you. I think it's objectively a better film, but I do love the first one.
Well,
too.
so do I. But I just
Just
don't
even
want
from
to
a
be higher
sound
than
design
Bride.
standpoint, the leaps and bounds in filmmaking at this particular time frame, there's so much that even in a short period of time there are major improvements, because it was like 4 years later, if I'm not mistaken, 31 and 35,
I think so.
That's 4 years.
even in that time frame, there's definitely differences. So you watch Frankenstein, there's these bits of silence, right? Because you're coming. I don't remember the time frame of silent into talkies, but it's still in its infancy at that particular point in time. So there's a lot of dead space, is I guess what I'm
Yes.
going with.
Well, that's what I was alluding to of Dracula. Back then,
Yeah.
a lot of them were set up as stage plays because they didn't know the difference yet between movies and that. So, yeah, you had a lot of dead space, a lot of dead air on the screen, people standing far away from each other. It was just, they were still making up the rules at this time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take anything away from it, but I agree, I would agree that it's shocking that Frankenstein beat Bride, to be honest. But oh well, so be it.
Not by a whole lot. One was in 98 and this is 92. But yeah, there was some strong love for Frankenstein. I think a few people might add it in their top 5. So, that's going to garner some points. Okay. Oh, speak of the devil, number 91, 626 points, Phenomena. There you go.
Nice.
Yay!
Yeah. Yes, Argento.
Oh, I love this too. Number 55 for me.
55? I don't even know if I have it on my list. I probably don't.
Creepers.
I have to look though.
Yeah.
Creepers.
I can't. That was how I first saw it. Again, at the same neighbor's place that I saw Silver Bullet, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and all these things terrified the shit out of me. At that age of 12, he had Creepers, where it's Jennifer Connelly's character and all the bugs are swarming out of her hands, or whatever, on the video box art. And that was the cut version. And I never knew what Phenomenal was when I first heard of it.
I thought it was a different. I thought it was a different movie when I first heard of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
yeah, totally.
But
yeah,
there's so much fucking crazy goodness to this movie. And again, I think I already said it, but shout out again to the Arrow releases, because it was a great transfer of this too.
Yeah, for sure. In Argento style, just fucking great, and great kills, great shots. It's cool that they had the supernatural stuff mixed in with a giallo type murder, almost a slasher type murder, honestly. And the mystery of that and all the bug stuff was really cool, man. So
and all the unnecessary heavy metal on the soundtrack.
Yes. That was him an Argentoism. It's like an Iron Maiden flash of a blade, I think, kicks on there where there's one of the kills. It's unnecessary. Somehow it works. Somehow.
Yeah.
And good, like, if you watch the special features too, they get into the bug science and how it played an important role. Like, there's a lot of, I guess, truths to how those bugs would react. I don't know to what extent, but they put a lot of effort into getting that bug science right.
Yeah, it was fun.
I know,
it was
sounds
fun.
weird, but it's true.
That's what they did though in those Italian movies all the time. Donald Pleasant's doing that thing and talking about the bug does this and take this with you and you're gonna follow it. Remember they used to talk about the eyes and all that, just like they did in what do you call it? Four Flies. That this was the signs. You could see the last thing they saw in the eye, like a photograph and all that, which probably isn't true, but that's just something they did back then. It was fun. Okay. Number 90, 636 points. Here he is again. Deep Red.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's a bad boom bing with him today.
All of a sudden, boom, no Argento, boom, boom, boom. Holy shit. Yeah.
This one is, I think, again, guys, chime in. Other than maybe Suspiria, I always hear Deep Red being claimed as his
I do too.
best film. And it's not my favorite by any means.
Me either.
I'm
surprised it's not lower.
Brian, it's yours?
It's yours, Brian?
Yeah. It's my favorite too.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, okay. Well, there we go. So that it's well represented then.
For sure.
Although I think Tenebrae and Suspiria are gonna probably still be showing up a bit later. But okay, interesting. Because I like it. But it just doesn't resonate like the other ones for me. In that
Fair
run.
enough. I love it. It's my number 65. So,
nice.
I'm up on it. Yeah, I think it's great. It's Argento. I love just about everything. So I'm not going to say anything else. You guys can talk about it. I got to keep it chill.
I like it better than Inferno, but I think I like Tenebrae slightly more.
Same.
Inferno, huh? Wow. Yeah.
Well, same with the Tenebrae. I do like Tenebrae more. But yeah, Deep Red's good. I mean, the batshit creatures, we just reviewed it a little while ago, Dave, and that scene, that really effective scene with that crazy doll that comes out, it's terrifying.
Oh, an amazing score.
Oh yeah,
I do give it that. Score.
Supposedly no one, everybody was telling Dario Argento to nix that scene because it made no sense, and he's like, no, that's what I want in my movie.
Well, sure. Why would you nix that scene?
Well, he was being told that, but he's like, no, that it's my film. I want this in the movie, and it become a classic scene.
Yeah, it's not like Argento was ever a stickler for reality, anyways.
Right. Anna Carino in opera.
Well, yeah,
but yeah.
Well, hell, all of Suspiria, that whole movie's very dreamlike. So
yeah.
I could see him having something just because it's scary. It is a horror movie after all. But yeah, I love the mystery behind it. I love the kills. I love that little doll. I mean, this is my favorite Argento movie. And I love so many of his movies, but this one just ticks all the boxes for me.
Yeah, I even
love
how the courtyard, like it looks like a set, but I like that. I think it gives it a little bit of charm.
Yeah, I've never even thought of that, but yeah, I guess so.
I mean, to me, it always does. Like when he's standing in the courtyard, you can see the windows of the building. Like it just looks like a set to me, but I don't even know if it is or if it just looks that way to me. But I always liked it. I like this is my all-time favorite Argento film. I like it. I like everything about it.
Great kills.
And also, I saw it really young, and that one scene, let's just say hallway and paintings.
Yeah.
When I first saw it, maybe I was a kid, I wasn't paying attention, I don't know, but when that reveal happened, I was like, wow. So then I had to rewind a videotape, and I was like, yeah, it's in there. So
isn't that
blew
great?
my mind. Yeah.
Yes. That they don't cheat the audience. Like, okay, look, and then there fucking is. Yeah. All right, awesome. I thought it might be a little higher. I'm surprised at 90 because a lot of people do.
Yeah,
be honest, so
it
am I.
should be higher.
Yeah.
I'm surprised too, to be honest.
Yeah. But not everybody loves Italian movies in giallo. They just don't. It's not everybody's. It's an acquired taste. It really is. These type of films.
I honestly think this is age, no differently than Bird already being represented way earlier in the list, and Deep Red showing up now, because I do believe we're going to see Tenebrae. But then again, I guess my argument goes out the window because Suspiria is going to follow there at some point too. But I think both of those are going to be represented further down the list.
We shall see. Okay. Number 89. I like this. I love this. Okay. 642 points. House of a Thousand Corpses.
Hey!
I fucking love it. This is the movie I get excited to watch every time I watch it. I love the style of it. It's my favorite Rob Zombie. I just love the movie. I'm not going to go on and on about it because I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I love the style, the performances. It's so much fun. I love freaking Bill Moseley and his performance in it. I think it's.
Oh, you
I'm
mean
glad
Chop
it's here.
Part 2?
Yes.
Top Pot too.
Yes.
Yeah. I love it too, Dave.
But
with you,
later
man.
on, when he's dressed all in red and he has the white makeup on and he comes down and he's out in the fucking thing and the fire's going and just all that other shit. But man, it's just my style of film.
Where on your list is it? Mine was 69 for me. 69 for me. I love it as well. And while you're looking it up, remember we were talking about this one of our shows. Maybe it was when we reviewed it, but for whatever reason, I feel like it was more recently. I did find an article, or there was a thing just recently on Facebook that he posted. Because remember we were talking about this. This came out in 2002, but it actually was done in 2000.
Yes.
So it was shelved officially for 2 years. Because we were talking about that, saying I remember seeing the preview, and it never came out. And it was because it got cold feet. Universal got cold feet, and Lionsgate was who came to the rescue, I believe, and then released it in 2002.
Yep.
I remember when this was coming out, following it in Fangoria, and it just had so many problems because they kept making him do like reshoots I just remember there being a lot of issues with it, and I thought it was never going to come out. And then it finally did. My initial thought was, oh, I liked this much better when it was called Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I do really like it. I think that it is not one of my favorite zombie films. For me, Devil's Rejects trumps it by a lot.
Leaps and bounds.
But
Same.
But I do like it.
I don't like it at all. It probably wouldn't even crack my top 400 list.
Yeah,
but
he gets grumpy whenever I recommend watching it.
It's one long music video. I am not a fan.
I don't like the insert edits, but I do like the color choices. I do like the opening sequences. I think the dialogue is really cool. Yes, it is even more so Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. Like you said, even Chop Top 2. Like, I mean, it does have all that, but I love those movies, and I wasn't offended by it here, but I could totally see someone, my buddy, had the exact same reaction as you, Jamie, and had the exact same feeling as Brian, where because of that, he's like, this was Texas Chainsaw just redone, but shitty. And I don't like it at all, and never wanted to see it again.
I'm with Dave. Didn't you say this is your favorite zombie movie?
Yeah,
Dave?
it has been since the first time I saw it. Nothing's ever.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's still my favorite. Rob Zombie movie. Also, I just like the stylistic choices. I love the scene where the slow motion shooting scene,
Oh,
the way that was filmed.
Yeah.
I just love the story and everything about it. I love it.
The song choices that he throws in there, and his soundtrack is great. All the stuff that
Yeah.
he did original for the film, and the songs he made for the film, Run Rabbit and Little Piggy, and all that shit, and then the stuff that he selected from other groups to put
I
in the
just like
film.
the set design and the
Yeah,
and the lighting. It just
yes, the colors, man.
the colors.
Love it.
It
It's
just felt
Suspiria like sometimes.
it just
Yeah, I
felt
love it.
very Rob Zombie.
For sure.
But
The whole ending is surreal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
part is that's the only part I've struggled with, but I've since made peace with it. So it's
me too.
it's 63 for me. So I obviously big fan. But yeah, people are pretty
You're
passionate.
close, Dave.
There are lovers of this movie. Yeah, there are some strong lovers of this movie that they come, and that's why this movie landed where it did. So I'm happy. Okay.
Game show lovers.
I never said that. That sounds like pussy shit. Okay. Here we go. More controversy. Number 88 with 647 points. Cannibal Holocaust.
You know what? I love this movie. I hate
I
the
do
real
too.
animal death.
Of course.
I realized that this is not on my list, and I gave it a 10 out of 10 when I saw it. Except I do hate the fact that they killed real animals. That part never will sit well with me. But the movie itself is very, very effective and haunting. And I was very grossed out when I was younger and I first saw this.
Yeah. It's disturbing. I don't like the animal stuff at all. As soon as I see an animal on the screen, I shut the sound off and I fast forward. I can't do it. I can't handle any of it. I'm not going to even get into detail, but I don't like it. I wish they didn't do it, and it sucked. But everything else, that aside, when shit gets real, shit gets real. The freaking gore is so damn good. I love it. I've come a long way on this movie. As a matter of fact, it made my list. It's 98 now. So
Wow.
yeah.
In regards to the whole animal torture stuff, Grindhouse Releasing has a nice animal cruelty-free version.
Yeah.
So
that's what I watch.
You can watch the whole movie. You don't have to fast forward. They've already just taken all that stuff out.
Okay.
And
I've
that's
heard
how I
about
watch
it.
it.
I think it's too
Well,
pricey, right? Well, there's a reason I don't own it.
It is
I can't-
pricey. It's Grindhouse. The stuff's usually pretty up there. But I highly do. If you like the movie, but you don't like that, it's the best way to get rid of that stuff. And that's how I am.
Sure.
I love the movie, but I don't. All that animal stuff, it wasn't needed. It was bullshit. It was padding and done just for shock value. It was crap.
Yeah. But this has
one
one of the most beautiful scores
Yeah.
ever.
Oh, that too.
Yes,
The music
fantastic
is
score.
is just astounding. It is unreal. This is another score that I could just listen to on loop. I am a big fan of the cannibal genre. I like my cannibal movies, and this is way up there. Actually, this is probably my favorite. The only thing that bothers me about it is at the end when they get up, they kind of crawl up their own ass when he's walking out of the building. And
I
he's
wonder
like,
who is the real cannibals here.
Yeah, it would be the people that are eating.
It's the people that are eating people.
They would be the real cannibals. Yeah. But I get what they're trying to say, and I like the fact that I just love the whole story that all these producers are like, we gotta get this footage and we're gonna release it, and they're heroes and all this stuff, and then he's like, all right, you want to see? I'll show you. And then so he shows them what actually went down, and then they're like,
I like that fact that the missing crew, the people who got ate, they're all assholes.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
You're supposed to go in there going, oh no, that was so horrible. What happened to him? And then by the time the movie's over, you're like, good, get him. Fuck that guy.
It's crazy. It's one of probably the earliest found footage horror film, but yet it didn't spark a new, a revolution of found footage at the time. It was forever after that before they started doing found footage again.
For sure. Yeah, it is weird. Just I guess because of the way it was presented. I think at the time it would have seemed like, well, they ripped everything off though, especially the Italians. So it's not even that. Yeah.
This is an error on my list. It should be on my list. It's not. This is what happens when you make the list. I know there's like three to four movies that should be represented on this that hadn't, but what are you going to do? So I love the movie.
Dude. Yeah. Because you and Brandon, It's in the Hall of Fame because you guys gave it 10s and I gave it an 8. Yeah. It's because of you two. At the time, and I'd come up. I'm at a 9 now, so I've jumped. You know what I mean? I really love the movie. I want to buy this thing, but it's fucking $33. And I've always said I would never give this movie my money because of the animal thing. And it comes with both cuts. I just want to buy just the fucking animal cut, but I wish they sold that on the side. It's just a matter of principle. Maybe if I could find a way to steal it somehow, I'll see. Maybe it's in a store.
That's better.
Hey, fuck them. That's what they get. I'll steal from them, and I'll steal from fucking Barnes and Noble. Stick it right to the man. Fuck them. I don't care. Anyway, I better relax. All right. So, Cannibal Holocaust.
Wait, what did Barnes and Noble do?
Yeah, I don't get that.
They're a corporation. Fuck them. I'll steal from all of them. I know I'm an asshole. It's just the way I feel about corporate America. I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
So honest.
Yeah. Number 87. Here we go. All right. There you go, Christian. That's for you.
Thank you.
654 for the points. Christine. Here we go.
Hey.
Nice.
Yeah. Carpenter and King.
My 72.
That's often been an overlooked Carpenter movie.
Yep.
And I'm glad in more recent years it's been getting more reappraisal, and it's definitely come up a lot on a lot of people's lists.
I fought like hell for that one on the summer series.
Oh, good.
I did. It's classic Carpenter. I don't think that there's any denying that's a Carpenter film.
No,
when
it's
you
Carpenter
watch
through and through.
And I just think it's a really good story. I love it. It's probably one of my favorite Stephen King adaptations.
Could be. Yeah, it might be for me too.
Oh, for sure. It's my number 3. It's my number 3 Carpenter.
Hey, David Gordon Green would agree that's a good movie. Halloween Ends influence. But yeah, I absolutely love this movie too. What's funny is this is one of the films I had my nephew when he come over. He was pretty young, but I would introduce him to horror movies, and he'd watch all kind of stuff, Final Destination, Joyrides. And this is the only film that actually scared him that he had nightmares about. I got in trouble from his mom for showing this to him. And I was like, for real, Christine, out of everything we've seen?
Right.
Yeah, that would have surprised me too. Like,
yeah, and that's actually, he had nightmares about
Cannibal Holocaust yesterday.
Right.
But out of all the stuff we watched, he had actual nightmares from Christine.
And man,
but I love it.
Sorry.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say, talk about one of the most iconic visual scenes ever. Christine on fire chasing Buddy down the road at night.
That's why I love that scene so much in Pray at Night.
Yeah, exactly.
Get out of the road, asshole. If you ran on the side, you'd have been fine.
Well,
but
they're still doing that when they did Prometheus. So, you know, it just happens.
Now, and the car repaired itself. Amazingly done for the time. Like, think of the year this came out and those effects. The only thing I like, well, maybe not the only, but the biggest problem I have, and I still love it, 9 out of 10, it's on my list. I said it was the 72, is Arnie's arc. For whatever reason, he does a good job as the geek. He does a good job as a cool guy. And I feel like I don't know if they trimmed something out, but I feel like they just needed to bridge that gap a little bit better. It's there, but I feel that's always been my quibble with the movie. It's like almost like one day he's the cool kid.
It is a bit abrupt. I give you that.
There's just something.
All it took was the woman. He got the girl. That's all it took.
Well, you know, pussy will do that.
Indeed.
Sound like the guy that sold him the car.
I know, I'm bad.
It's so not a family show. But no, that you talk about the repair scene. That is just one giant seduction scene. Yes. And when he stands in front of her and he's like, show me. And then you get the Carpenter, the
yeah. But you even have the sexy sax in there too.
Yes, it is pure seduction. Yeah. That is fucking amazing. I mean, she is repairing herself, but she may as well be doing a striptease. Like it's treated the same way. And all practical. And if they were to make that movie today, it wouldn't be. It would just be cost prohibitive to do that all practically now. But the fact that they did it the way they did it, oh my God, it's so just.
You've been keeping track of directors and stuff. Is this your first Carpenter on the list?
I want to say yes.
No, we had Prince of Darkness.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Prince of Darkness should have been higher,
Yeah.
but
See, I haven't really been keeping track of directors as we've gone. It just kind of happened with Argento now because they were so close. But at the beginning of it, I read a list and I said we have this many directors, and that we have 2 directors that have 5 on the list. We have 1 director that has 4. So many have 3, and I have that. And I was going to review
In the
it
Mouth
all
of
at the
Madness
end.
as well. I'm almost positive in the Mouth of Madness and Prince of Darkness, and now Christine.
Correct.
Almost positive.
100%.
Yeah.
You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
So 3 Carpenter. Yeah. Very cool. And Carpenter also had an honorable mention, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure. he did.
Elvis
Or-
and Me. Is Elvis movie? I can't
No.
remember what it was.
I'll have to go back and look.
No.
Anyway, this is my number 3 for Carpenter. So that's how high I am on it. We've covered it on the show. I'm not going to go into it, but I'm very glad it's represented here. So, okay. Now this is a movie I really got to watch again, and I have seen more than once, but I never. It's an absolute classic in the genre. I'm just not on board to the degree, and I feel bad that I'm not, but I'm just not. But number 86, 654 points. This was a tie. It beat out Christine because of the age. And this one is The Wicker Man.
Oh my God.
nice.
Yay, I'm glad it made it.
Yeah.
But I do gotta say, for the vast majority of this movie, it doesn't feel like a horror movie. At the very end, it does. But
Sure.
the first, 3/4.
It's a procedural.
Yeah,
film,
it's a mystery movie. It's a cop movie.
Yeah.
And then at the end, there's that horrific turn. Is that enough to classify this as a horror movie?
It's folk horror.
Well, yeah, I get that. I know what it's called, but
My point is,
if 90% of the movie is not horror, but the last 10% is that enough to go, yes, horror movie?
That it's a 2022 movie. Sorry.
Right.
We said that was a trend actually 2 years ago, Dave. That
Yeah.
all of a sudden it turned to horror in the last act or
It happens.
or in the last moment. And there was a few that felt like they were on the list this year that could have fallen in that category as well. So nowadays, Brian, I think people wouldn't have a problem classifying it as horror. But I'm with you. I don't know.
And I do love the movie. I think it's a great movie. And like Dave said, I'm not going to gatekeep anything. I don't care what people, call it or classify it or whatever. Just watch the movie and enjoy it. That's all I give a damn about. But when I try to break it down analytically, I'm like, I don't know if it would fit for me.
I think in the instance of this film, I think it's one of those films where after you see the ending and after you see exactly what's going on, then you go back and plug that knowledge into the rest of the film, and it's much more sinister than it came across originally.
Maybe.
I think we are along the ride with him, with Woodward. We don't know what's going on just as much as he doesn't know. And then after knowing who they are and how they do things, then you go back, and I think a lot of those scenes are scarier than they were when you didn't know.
Like the last thing I'll say about this is the Nicolas Cage version should be higher.
I was about to make a joke, man. You ruined my joke.
Sorry.
I was about to say I love this movie, The Bees, The Bees.
You ruined my joke.
Because you didn't say it was a 70 version, I don't think, Dave, but I
No,
knew
you
what you were
didn't.
talking
I
about.
didn't.
So
Oh,
that's my joke.
because I said at the beginning, here's why. Because when I started the whole thing off last show, I said that it's always going to be the original unless I classify it as different. I'll put the year after. Just assume it's the original. But still,
So that messed my
I
joke
get
up.
that.
But anyway, yeah, the ending is fantastic. Of course, that's what makes this movie, and it's an influential movie. Of course, one of the biggest examples is Midsommar, which I absolutely love that movie. I like it even more than The Wicker Man. But yeah, I can see why it's in the top 100. I love it. Good shit.
Yeah, I need to watch it again. I just wish there was more Christopher Lee in it. That's all. I like when
it's always a good thing.
Of course. And when he's on the screen, it's great. But as far as the other guy investigating the whole time, I guess maybe I lose a little interest in the investigation for whatever reason. I don't know. But Who knows? Maybe next time I watch it, it shoots right up. It has been known to happen. So.
But the whole hidden cult thing, though, that's of course used a lot in horror movies. You don't know to the last moment.
Right.
There's a cult. Yeah.
True.
Cool,
you know what? This might have been one of the earliest examples of that with the hidden cult. Because then we got a lot of satanic stuff in the 70s too that was like that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Now we get it. Now it seems like it's come back. That whole,
for sure.
Folklore.
Well, like the Last Exorcism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another example.
There was you didn't know there was a whole cult involved there until the very last scene of the film.
Yeah, but at least that movie, it's horrific throughout. You got her possession.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just you think it's a possession film, and then you get to the end and you see what's actually going on, and you're like, oh.
Hey, and kind of like Paranormal Activity too, right? And they eventually lead to that.
I love that. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Hereditary.
Oh, yeah.
Halloween 6.
Which is my only problem with Hereditary. Dude, that was my only problem. That's why I don't give it a 10. Is because everything they did in Hereditary, down to the symbols and down to the discovery of the photographs of the grandma with them, was done in Paranormal Activity, the marked ones first. That was the only reason it's not a 10 out of 10 for me.
Except it was done better in Hereditary.
Maybe so. Maybe so.
He's just a contrarian.
Can't forget the Cult of Thorn. Don't disregard the Cult of Thorn.
Right.
That's a cult that could have stayed hidden.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, here's one I think everyone's going to be happy about. Number 85 with 664 points, Night of the Creeps.
Yay!
Yes.
Who doesn't like Night of the Creeps? Seriously.
One of my most watched movies of all time. I've seen it so many times. How it goes from black and white to color, just amazing. That whole black and white sequence is
fantastic.
It's fantastic.
Of
course, the acting in the movie.
Thrill me.
Number 19. Yes. My number 19. I love it. It's one of my personal favorites. Fantastic film. And Jason what he said, I just love how it starts with that alien craziness, and then you go back in black and white. I just love the storytelling aspect of that and everything else. And then you have Pledge Week, and the characters are likable. It's got heart. The creatures are disgusting. The zombies are gross. There's a lot of exploding heads. So what's not to like about this movie? It's a lot of fun.
Extremely likable characters. I mean, love them all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Except for the Biff, or what was his name? No, that was the joke he made.
Bradster.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got to have one of those in movies at that time.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Teenagers.
That's what I always argue about. There was a time in the early 2000s when movies came out populated by nothing but assholes. And people were like, well, they always had assholes in movies. No, usually had a asshole in a movie. And they were there for everybody to hate. So when they die, you're like, good. Your whole movie should not be nothing but assholes, because now you have no one to root for.
For sure.
Exactly. That was a major problem.
Yep.
Hey.
For a long time.
Yeah, it's not so much anymore, but for a good long while, I always called it modern movie-itis. It was horrible.
Modern movie-itis. Awesome.
We still do see a little bit of that, but it
might come back. I don't know. These kids that are TikTok kids that are coming up now.
Yeah.
Once they start acting, might come back.
We do see that in modern films. People say I couldn't stand any of the characters. I hear that complaint a lot on modern films. And sometimes it's justified, and other times for me it's not. But that's a whole other can of worms. But
what is it? If you look at something like Bodies, 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 which is a Gen Z movie. I mean, they're all Zoomers. It's right. I like those characters.
Me too.
I'm not saying they're all good people, but I enjoy like the time that we spend with them.
But I think that's part of the joke in that movie. They're meant to be assholes. They're meant to be caricatures of themselves. My problem is when you're supposed to have a movie of just average people, it's like nobody acts that way. First off, why is this friend group a thing? They all hate each other. So why would they hang out? But I can go on and rant. So
see, I'm with you though. I know. Okay. Number 84, 669 points. Us. Yeah.
Nice.
Interesting.
I love
I'm
this
surprised
movie.
that's that high. But
Yeah.
I know. I am too, but I'm okay with it. I think it's excellent. Every time I watch it, I like it more. Doesn't happen
Yeah.
much where that movie has that effect on me, but I've been able to peel back layer after layer and little complaints I
Jordan
might
Peele?
have had.
I'm out. Good night, everybody.
Can't have
Oh,
Jordan peel it
shit.
back.
Any questions I had the first time, I've been able to answer myself with more views. So I think it's great, and I'm glad it's here. I know that it's going to be maybe a little bit divisive, but enough people voted that it's our number 84, so I'm happy about it.
I'm with you. The more I see it, the more I like it. I still think Get Out is a better film.
Oh yeah, I think that too. Yeah.
I used to.
But Us, yeah, it's good.
You
It's
think
a damn good
Us,
film.
Dave? You think Us is better than Get Out?
Now I do. Yeah, I never used to until the last time I watched them both. But I'm telling you, I both have them like rated the same. It's like a neck and neck thing. So talk to me in a year. I might watch them both again and come around. But it's just one of those things. I think they're both excellent though. Yeah. Let's see. Us.
I quite like Us. It wouldn't make my list. Get Out would. Get Out would definitely be in my top 100.
I like
don't
Us a
think
lot.
Us
I don't
would.
think it would crack my top 100, but I'm fine with it being up there. I can see why it's there.
I'll tell you this. Us is my number 76, and Get Out is my number 78. So that's how close they are.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Oh wow, that is close.
What's squeezed in there?
What's
what the
between
hell?
them?
Yeah, what's
Hold on, I gotta go back and look. Hold on, I'm curious because I just looked it up and I just pressed a button.
It's
in there.
no.
Oh,
yeah,
A Quiet Place. A Quiet Place.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, great stuff. Okay, so here's one that's gonna be even higher than both of those on my list for sure. 685 points for number 83, Krampus.
yay!
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
My
like
favorite.
My
17.
favorite Christmas horror films.
Me too. Definitely my favorite. It overtook Silent Night Deadly, and I never thought it could happen. But now, every year and every time I watch it, the last like 3 times I've watched it, I've probably seen it like 8 times because I've watched it every Christmas since. It's become a tradition with me and my family. And
Yeah,
the
same
last
here.
it's great,
Same.
isn't it? So
Love it.
the last
Yeah.
3 times I finished it, all I can say when the credits start to roll is masterpiece. And I don't throw that around lightly. I think it's incredible.
It might be my favorite overall. I know Watson don't like to hear it when I say it's better than Trick or Treat, but I think it's his best film. And it's a
Same.
staple for me. Every Christmas I watch this. Love it.
Christmas
I don't
Eve
know
for
if I
us.
can go that far with you. I think Trick or Treat is just beyond amazing. But, I'm a sucker for anthologies.
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
Trick or
that's-
Treat. Trick or Treat as well. It's on my list, but Krampus is 10 out of 10, number 17, and it's a holiday staple. I mean, I've watched this the most, like, other than like the Friday the 13th. Since it's come out, it's been once, possibly twice a year.
Nice. That's awesome.
And what's this guy's name again? Because I'm horrible with
Michael
names.
Dougherty.
Thank
Dougherty?
you.
Yeah.
What is he doing now?
Trick or Treat 2.
Is he?
Well,
Is
for the
that-
past
For the
forever.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's been, but it's still
He
supposed
did
to
that
be.
Godzilla movie, right? So I thought
Yes,
he
he
was.
did.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I still haven't seen.
Oh, I have. I loved it. I'm a fan of his. And this is a great movie. I just prefer Trick or Treat better. But that's me.
I'll tell you what. it's a 10 out of 10 for me. It's my number 35. And when it came time to do my rankings, I put 34 Trick or Treat. So so that day I felt a little bit higher, but it's almost like the same thing with Peele's first 2 movies. I think that they're both excellent. And Krampus, the thing about it is when there is comedy in it, and this doesn't happen to me much, I laugh for every fucking joke. I pop every time. I think it's placed correctly, and the scary shit is damn scary. When the girl's outside and he's hopping from freaking roof to roof,
Yes.
and it's all dark, and I've been outside in the snow in a storm when no one else has been around. I know that eerie feeling, and I was like, holy shit! It's always just hit me the right way. It's really scary. And then this is the only movie which kills a fucking dog, kids, and a baby. Dog, the trifecta. Dog, kids, and a baby. and has one of the fucking scariest fucking incredible endings ever. That alone would already make it like an 8 out of 10 for me. So.
And it's got a great
animation
sequence that he did for Trick or Treat opening or whatever. It's like the storytelling, that backstory with that animated sequence is fantastic. I just love that type of storytelling as well, where you sort of mix genres, Kill Bill style.
The cast is outstanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Man,
I mean, Toni Collette can do no wrong. I have never seen her do anything that I didn't love. And so I agree. And that goes way back to, I was a fan of hers from Muriel's Wedding. Like I've always loved her. And
it's one of my wife's favorites. She loves that movie.
It's such a great movie.
Nice.
But you don't, and she's very different in that movie than she is nowadays. So it's cool to go back and see. I remember, I think The Sixth Sense was the first thing I saw her in. That wasn't Muriel's Wedding. And when I saw her in The Sixth Sense, I was like, oh, look at her. Like, look at her growing up. And then she, of course, her career has only just skyrocketed since then. But, you put her in a movie and you automatically have my attention.
And Aunt Dorothy Conchata is awesome.
Amazing.
She's hilarious.
Everything she says, I laugh at. Everything she says.
It's gold.
Yeah. And what you guys know with me, comedy, it's tough. It's very hard for me to get into certain comedy and horror movies. But when it hits just perfectly here. It's not overdone. And when it is done, it's just, I don't know. It's just my type of comedy, I guess.
And David Koechner is, he's
so funny.
He is.
And I've seen the Naughty Cut. I own it. I got that 4K.
Yeah.
And it's good. It's good. But you know what? I'm totally fine with the theatrical because it's the one I'm used to seeing and I love, and all the Naughty Cut is a couple of additional sequences extended, and they were taken out for a reason, which I'm fine with, and some language changes, a little bit more harsh fucks or whatever, or just something more harsh, and they trimmed it down to give it a little bit more of a PG-13 rating, I guess, or whatever. But it actually, because you're so used to the other version now, I have no problem just watching the R-rated cut. Or whatever the original one was, PG-13, whatever it was.
Yeah.
There's not enough of a difference to really warrant an all separate cut.
But Koechner and Adam Scott's their chemistry, those scenes together are just awesome.
Yes.
Yep.
Definitely. Yeah, it's character stuff, so much stuff. And there's more character stuff in the Naughty Cut as well between the sisters. There's a couple more scenes.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
A couple more, but again,
but I like that.
Yeah, true. I mean, I guess you could say that about all these extended cuts.
That's what I'm saying. I'd rather have it than not have it. So I'll always.
I'm glad I saw it and I have it, and like I said, I'll probably watch it, but I have the other version too,
right,
on Blu-ray. So all good, one way or the other, I'm covered.
Right on. Okay, 82. Oh, here we go. From one holiday to another, with 686 points. My Bloody Valentine.
Yay! That'd be higher for me. That
should be higher for me. Way higher.
It's my favorite non-franchise slasher.
I was just about to say that too.
Yeah.
Same.
I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe for me too. It's a perfect executed slasher. Honestly.
Perfect.
Right?
My number 50.
Wow. Nice.
Right in the middle. There we go.
It's top 20 for me. I would say
I'd
top
say
20 all time for me. I love it.
Top 20.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, me too.
Of everything? Of movies, period?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a movie that I've been in love with since I was really little. It has a special place for me there, but it's one that I just go back to. Well, we watch it every Valentine's Day.
So
and I could even watch it, I could even watch it beyond that. I watch that movie anytime.
It's just so well made. I mean, it's not the cheap cash grab like, hey, slashers are hot, let's do one of those. It is a damn good film from start to finish. Everything about it is just amazing. The story, the acting, the direction.
Sets are great.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It is just,
I love the look of it. I love the colors in this film. I think
I love the look of, quote, Harry Warden.
And then the song.
He is like iconic as hell as a killer.
Yeah, the song.
And then give me a good little campfire ditty type song at the end. I mean, hell, it's why I like Madman so much. I love that tune.
Right.
On the Blu-ray, there's some great special features that talk about the movie and how they made it, and how they did the sets, because they had to dirty it up, and then they had to clean it up after they were done filming the movie. But yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, just what a smart location. I mean, being chased in a campground by a killer is scary. Being chased in a teeny tiny mine that could fall on your head at any moment, that's scarier. So I think it's a great film.
Yeah. And another one that was always available only in an R rating, which still didn't hinder my enjoyment, but I always wished I could see that uncut footage. And then we got it years later.
You got it.
So good.
So yeah, and it's been fantastic. And I know the version I've got, you can either do the theatrical or the uncut. So it's kind of cool to go back and forth every now and then from a nostalgia standpoint as well.
Yeah, and what to Brian's point where he's like, it doesn't feel like a cash grab, which it was,
Well, it definitely was.
But
all
sure,
the
at that
slash
time.
movies were.
But what they did with it was they actually put effort into
Yes.
it. It wasn't just we had a weekend, let's film a movie kind of thing, and it shows. I think the effort shows.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, the setting alone is just great. The character of Warden and the poor victims and all that. The cutting out the hearts, the sending of the little Valentine's Day card. Everything about that is just amazing.
Even the whole cannibalism bit in the beginning, which they just brush over. They don't actually, you don't spend a lot of time with it. But imagine being trapped
in the dark,
in a mine,
cold, wet,
with corpses all around you,
and you're starving.
And he's losing his mind, and he ends up eating those. To me, that alone, just to start off the film, is just that's enough to make your skin crawl. And then it gets, I think, even better from there. There's some iconic moments in this film.
The
for
end
me that
when
stuck
he
with me my whole life.
Wanders off deeper into the mind,
Oh,
laughing.
scary.
Yeah.
Be my bloody Valentine.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That is just fucking
Had a
awesome.
fun 3D remake, even though it wasn't
Yeah.
amazing. It was fun.
I like it. It's a
Great
lot of
kills.
fun. Great experience.
That
in
started the
theater.
3D trend too, or it helped with Avatar start the 3D.
And it was
trend.
great too. It was great, that 3D in the theater, by the way.
This director still lives up in that area too. I think I told Dave, I don't know if you remember me telling this
Yes.
story now too, because I know somebody. So I went up
You were out
to
to dinner.
Sydney. I went up to Sydney, and then I went. I took my rental car up because Sydney Mines is about 40 minutes away, and this is where it was filmed. And I think when I mentioned it at dinner, they all knew what I was talking about. And they said, "Yeah, the director lives in Glace Bay, or Nova Scotia." So yeah, on Cape Breton Island. So he's still out there, and he's known for it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
How about that?
Yeah, it's a cool little area, but I didn't see it like Friday the 13th, where you're like, oh yeah, that's where that was. Oh yeah, that was that. And the mines where they were all shut down, so you can't go visit those particular ones anymore. But still, it was kind of cool just being in the area.
It's awesome
to say I did it, and for bragging rights on this show right now.
You could
one of my favorite things, I have to rewind it every time we watch it and watch it multiple times, is when Happy is when he's putting
he puts the fake
the
Warden
suit on there and he just opens the door, just
Just do it one more time.
I just love that so much. It's just such a cool character.
Now you know why they called him Happy.
When he goes back for that one last try, it's the best, because you're like, I got to do it one more time. And for shits and giggles, because I'm sure the movie will come up again, he's one of the guys that pops up at the door in Black Christmas. Very secondary character.
Yeah.
Very small character. He pops up. I think he's one of the
one of the
guys that are helping.
That comes to the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always confuse that scene with the scene in Amityville Horror when the guy shows up with the six-pack and he talks about Margot Kidder. For some reason, those two scenes blend together for me sometimes. I don't know, I'm weird. But My Buddy Valentine, was filmed in your backyard, and you could go see it. Me, and I didn't say this when we talked about it.
The backyard.
Wow.
It's a 2.5-hour flight. Or if I was driving to it, it's like a 20-hour drive. I could get to Florida faster than.
Okay, I forgot about the flight.
Yeah, but it's Canada. It's all the same.
Exactly.
Okay, so still, The Burning was filmed in North Tonawanda, literally the city I'm in and the city I grew up in, and I cannot find the location. And I put it online, and everyone has a different opinion as to where it is. And there's no definitive freaking place where I can go and say this was where it was filmed. How crazy is that? But
did you grow up with Cropsey stories?
No, I did not. No.
I know a lot of people from New York. Well, like Patrick, he was from Brooklyn, but he always heard the story of Cropsey when he was
it was
growing
big
up.
in New York and Jersey.
And Salem Seller, and I think she's from Jersey.
Yes.
She was talking about how when she went to summer camp, people were always
Cropsey
telling
stories, yeah.
Cropsey stories.
I never heard
But, like-
Cropsey, but I've heard of that, of course. But yeah, that's weird. Oh, and one more thing. My Bloody Valentine, because we talked about it earlier. Here is a film with a likable freaking group of kids.
Yes.
Yes, I
likable
love
cast.
them.
You know?
Hollis
Even
is one
Axel
of my
and
all-time favorite characters.
Especially Hollis. He's awesome.
Yeah, right. He's great.
But yeah, all of them are good. I like all
Yeah.
these guys. So yeah, when they die, it affects you. It means something.
Right. Yep.
And actually,
One more
TJ, the dynamic between them are great. Like the dueling harmonica. See, no, but the fact that they're at this crossroad, like they both love the same woman, and there's that dynamic there too, and they're still kind of friends until shit has to get real and they punch one another. They're a little bit, again, nitpicking from the whodunit standpoint. There's a little bit too much of a scene to scene for it to be Axel.
Right. I talked about it. When we reviewed it,
names. Yeah,
I pointed
just a
it
little
out.
bit like he's there, he's back here, he's over there, he's back there, he's drunk, then he's going on a killing rampage and able. So it's just, again, I'm nitpicking a little bit because I've watched the movie so many times. I still fucking love the movie, but if you really were to dissect it, I feel like there's a little too much convenience there for you to choose that it's him as the killer.
Well, plus he had to assume there was going to be a fight for that even to happen. There was something else that needed to take place, and if it didn't take place, C couldn't have happened. He needed A and B to happen, and he had no control over A and B happening. That was my only complaint. But
well, I also like that when they filmed the movie, he didn't even know he was the killer. So that scene where he comes running into the dance hall and he's like, everybody, Harry Warden's back. We got to get out.
Get the fuck out.
He meant it. Like, as the actor, he had no idea that he was going to end up being the killer. I think that's very cool because you get genuine, genuine emotion out of people. And if he had known, maybe it wouldn't have come off so sincere.
Yeah. But still, I nitpick because it's the coolest killer. Like, really, when you look at that getup from a costume standpoint, Brian brought it up earlier. It's a standout.
Yeah, man.
It's a standout killer.
It's great.
Like, he should be more iconic. I'm glad he's got like a secondary kind of icon status. And if you look at a montage or a collage nowadays that someone might put together, you'll see Harry Warden represented on that, which is cool.
It could happen.
Only having one movie that it made money, but it wasn't a huge hit when it first came out. It's definitely, he stood the test of time.
And another poster that scared the shit out of me as a kid.
Oh yeah,
I loved it.
Yeah,
it scares
like the one
me.
I got behind me here.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, let's move on here. Number 90, 695 points. Brandon's favorite slasher. Maniac 2012.
Yep.
And another slasher on the list. What a great
My
fucking
number 58.
movie.
58. I love this movie too. It's I love the style. And I love Elijah Woods. We're talking about what's his face earlier, Dead Poet Society. No, why can't I think of his name?
Oh, Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke and doing horror. Like, Elijah Woods loves the horror genre. I think he says his favorite movies, Truth and Dare, because of nostalgia from being a kid. I love that.
Well, his production company does horror movies.
Spectre Vision. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not the names are
great.
but I've met him a lot.
Is he nice?
He shows up at all the Fantastic Fests. He's friends with all those guys. So when he's available, not filming stuff, he's usually at Fantastic Fest. I don't really bother him. I've talked to him a few times, but I've like sat in the theater next to him once, and Yeah, he's the most down to earth guy you could think of. He's no pretentiousness at all. He'll talk to anybody. He's awesome, dude.
That's great, man.
Let me ask you guys: original or remake? Which is better?
Original.
I got both on my list, and I gave it to the original. But my God, do I like that remake though? The original is much higher on my list.
I think for me, it might be remake.
Wow.
And I love the original, but I
might have
remake
higher too.
Is so...
The soundtrack of the remake is great too, though.
Oh,
it's
amazing.
A fucking fantastic soundtrack.
Yeah.
Is that by Rob? Am I confusing it?
So,
yeah. No, you're right. Okay. It is. Yeah.
I love the gimmick of 99% of it being filmed from his point of vision. I love the effects in it. I think I buy Elijah Wood trying to masquerade as a normal dude more than I buy Joe Spinell trying to do it.
Also, Joe Spinell. One thing that's always stuck out to me about the original is there is no fucking way Joe Spinell's going out with Caroline Monroe. Like, that ain't happening.
What fantasy world do you live in?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't Taxi Driver, or was it? I mean, I think it wasn't Taxi Driver, wasn't he? I don't know. He was in a bunch of Scorsese films. Maybe he was using that clout. Because maybe I'm thinking Maniac is essentially a slasher remake of Taxi Driver. That's what I think he was going for in the original, anyway.
Oh, yeah, right.
The remake, I can't disagree with you. They're close proximity on my list, and I love both of them. And you're right, that gimmick works well.
Yeah, they did it. I mean, I've seen it tried to be done in other movies.
It is.
But here they actually nailed it.
I like the fact, too, that the original is New York, and then they took the remake into L.A., which is a very different feel. And they both work. Yeah. I think they both work very well. But, yeah, I give the nod to Elijah Wood. I just think he elevates that film so much. And the character, like, he makes the character more believable to me.
Yeah, for me too.
But I do love them both.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. No, for me, it's the remake is my number 71. The original is my number 57. So very close. I love them both. They're both awesome and different. But again, this is a movie where if you're going to remake a movie, you remake it. They did it the right way. They still paid homage to the original, even down to showing some of the same shots. And, so they took enough, but they still did their own thing. That's how you remake a movie, man. So
that scene where he kills the girl in the parking lot, they recreate the poster.
Amazing.
They show that he has a bulge in his pants when he's holding her head up and all that. And I love that.
Me too.
Awesome.
I also like the fact that his character is, I think, very sympathetic in that by the time you get to he has done some horrible shit.
Yeah.
Some really horrible shit. But I want things to be okay for him. I want this relationship to work out. I want him to be, and that's weird and bizarre, but he pulls it off. Like, he pulls on my heartstrings, and I feel for him.
I love the scenes, and there's not many of them. I actually wish there were more of these in the film, but the few times where you see the world literally through his eyes, like the scene where he's in the restaurant with the first girl he met online, and like everybody stops and looks at him, and in reality that's not what's happening, but in his mind that is what's happening. Mm-hmm. Everybody's looking at him because he's a freak. He's he doesn't belong there. And you really get that with him. And I love that. I wish the movie had more scenes like that.
Ever seen The Voices with Ryan Reynolds?
Yes. Man, his house looks so clean and neat. Yeah. And then when you see what it actually looks like.
No shit, huh? Sounds interesting. Wow.
It's really good. That's a movie nobody really talks about, but I recommend that. I think it's
I love it, but I've kept it off the list because again, I guess I need more time for that one. It's like 9 out of 10 for me, but that one didn't make the list. But the remake, the Maniac remake, made my list. Yeah,
of course. Okay, well, did this next movie make your list? Probably not, because I don't know if you're going to consider. Well, hold on, I'm not going to say anything. Okay, number 80 with 699 points, 7.
Oh, I fucking
Nice.
love that movie. I do love that movie, but I think I knocked it off. I don't think I did call it horror, even though I have Silence of the Lambs on here. I took 7 off. So is that
That's
make any
odd,
sense?
but
That's
Well-
odd.
I'll take it.
hey, you know,
You do you, boo.
right?
Thank you.
Exactly. Enough people considered it horror, and they put it up on the list, and there you have. So, I mean, I understand why it's there. It's a great fucking movie, great concept,
Great
and
fucking movie.
great acting. You know, all around it.
Fantastic acting.
Yeah,
man.
for
That
sure.
movie is a 10 out of 10. That movie is
Yep.
just amazing.
Fincher is one of the all-time
Yeah.
greatest directors ever, in my opinion.
Period. Yeah.
Just period, full stop. Like his catalog is, it's incredibly impressive. But that film actually put me off of, during the very beginning, the scene where they come across the guy who'd been like force fed all the spaghetti or whatever.
Yeah.
I could, even though it was like canned nasty ass spaghetti, I couldn't look at regular spaghetti for years after that. I was just like, no, I don't want any of that. Like, it grossed me out completely.
Or how about the lust murder? They don't even show anything, but they just imply
Great
it.
acting. Great
Yeah,
fucking acting on
and
that guy.
that's enough to freak people out. You know, people often say that's their favorite kill, and oh my God, just visualizing in your mind what had to happen is just horrifying.
There are two, other than the being under your skin with the actual, just the way it's done, and you can thank Fincher for, like, I think everything that came bleached and that look, that saturated look. Like, I mean, he was the one that did it for this movie. He said he wanted the image to bleed off the screen so that you really didn't see the edges of the screen when you were watching it. And just from that, I love that aspect of it from the tech side of things. But there's 2 real big scares I remember in the theater. One was that guy still alive, and that
Oh yeah,
with
sloth.
the pine, the fresheners, and that was scary. And the gunshots when they finally do track down Kevin Spacey, but they don't know it's him, and he's just walking. He's like, notices them, and he just continues to walk, and suddenly he shoots his gun. Those gunfires rang out, and I think everybody in the theater jumped like 5 feet in the air because you just don't expect it. And I just remember that from the theatrical experience, and that and oh my God, Brad Pitt making a joke about he's a nut. And he probably puts peanut butter on him and has his pets lick it off or whatever. We laughed out loud. We're the only ones laughing in the theater. That was an ongoing joke with me and our roommates. That's when I lived with Vince and 2 girls, and we always said this one girl put peanut butter on her and let cats lick it off. As a joke to her. She was part of the joke. And so it was only the 4 of us. We went as a house, all 4 roommates, and we went to see the movie. And I always remember that experience and laughing at that joke. It's an amazing film. I have no clue why it's not on my top 100. I guess I decided that one over Sons of the Lambs was thriller and not horror. But again, I don't know why I made that distinction with that one.
That one would
iconic
easily
ending.
be on my
What's
list.
in the box?
Yeah, the ending's awesome.
The ending is what makes the movie. It's a
That
cherry on top.
film
It's phenomenal.
made me love Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Fight's
and
awesome,
Fight Club
Yeah.
were the 2 movies
Yep.
that made me really love Brad Pitt and realize that
Fincher.
he was a much better actor than I had given him credit for previous to that, because he just I was just like, oh, he's, pretty and all, but that doesn't impress me. But when I saw him in those films, I was like, holy shit, this guy, and he's gotten even better. Like every time I see him, he's even better. So.
And come on, Kevin Spacey. I know he's, a scumbag in real life, and, he's ostracized for good reason, I guess. But in this movie, he is amazing.
Yeah.
This is what he could do no wrong. He did this. He did The Usual Suspects, which I'm not the biggest fan of, and then he did American Beauty, which I love as well. And that's one of my favorites. But again, he's a scumbag in real life, as we know now. But at this particular point in time, like, his run of film was great. And yeah, there's just so much to love about this movie, and I'm a little pissed off at myself that I somehow neglected to put it on the list.
And Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
And I love oh my God, I love the fact that there's so much literature incorporated into this film, and you get those really fantastic scenes which I can even see some people maybe even think are boring, but I don't. But like when he goes to the library and he's doing his research, and you see like Morgan Freeman's actually reading all of these books, and then Brad Pitt has the Cliff Notes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, his character's awesome.
For sure.
No,
and I
and
still
agree with
say
sorry, Dave.
It's okay. No, go ahead. Do your thing.
No, I was just going to agree with Jamie about Brad Pitt. I don't think I gave him clout. I mean, I can't remember when True Romance came out. I think it was a few years earlier. And I think that's the one that won me over, even though he's just a stone guy on the couch. And that in California, those were and Seven, whenever those came out, because I'm getting the years all mixed up. But all those roles, I'm like, okay, he's more than just the Thelma and Louise no shirt guy.
Yeah. For me, that was his part in 12 Monkeys. I thought he was awesome in that.
Shit.
Yes,
I forgot about that.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right. Another one. And sorry, Dave, you're about to say.
Oh wait, no. Who did that? That was wasn't that the
Terry Gilliam? Right?
Yes.
Thank you, Jason.
Nice. So, all I got to say about Seven is that I said it the first time I saw it, and I'm saying it still. I'm convinced that what's in the box is the fucking fetus, not the head. Everyone thinks it's the head. To me, it makes sense it's the fetus.
Doesn't he?
When I saw the movie,
tell her that though?
Yeah,
Doesn't
but he does say, "I took
wife's
her
beautiful head."
pretty
He fucks with him. That's what I'm saying, though.
Oh.
But he fucks with him to make him think one thing, but he knows she's pregnant. So obviously he knows she's pregnant for a reason, because she's not even showing, because the husband doesn't even fucking know she's pregnant. So for him to know that implies to me, I cut the fetus out.
He does say she begged for the life of her unborn child. So that's how he could have known she was pregnant.
Although I will say, when I first saw the movie, before there was the reveal, or before Brad Pitt saw what was in the box, the first thing I thought was fetus. Before any of that even happened, and then we just saw the box arrive, I was like, oh my God, that's his baby, and then he said, and then there was the whole head thing. But I totally see where you're coming from with that, and that's where I thought they were going. And I mean, we don't actually see it ourselves, so who knows? I guess.
In my mind, it's the fetus. It makes it better for me.
My film prof had a problem with that. He said he found that narratively wrong. That he didn't agree with how they made Brad Pitt Wrath. I've never understood his reasoning, because I'm going by memory now, but I remember him at the time when the movie came out, that he says that narratively doesn't make sense.
I think your professor is wrong.
Yeah, and I would agree. But funny enough, the filmmakers had a different vision, because at one point, one of the ideas was that Morgan Freeman was going to kill him, so that it didn't lower Brad Pitt's character to that level, or something that didn't allow Kevin Spacey's character to win. Or
I can
whatever.
see that. And I would agree with that too. If Morgan stepped up and capped him just so Brad didn't have to, I would be okay with that. But I think it's perfectly believable, honest, truthful, whatever, that, Brad Pitt, after dealing with this guy, after having his face busted open, after seeing all the horrible stuff he's done, and then now seeing your wife's head or baby in a box, you bet your ass I'm going to be shooting somebody.
Yeah, I don't think it would have taken me as long as it took him even.
No.
I would have been like,
I think I was feeling that emotion in the theater. Similar to the only movie, maybe not the only movie, but there's very few movies that get you this invested where you shoot him, almost like you're do it. Was like the Joker of more recently. That whole scene that led up to him popping Robert De Niro in the head, you could feel it build, and it's very uncomfortable. And then boom, it happens. And I remember that feeling in that sequence in Seven as well. I'm talking with my hands a lot. Sorry, guys.
Right on. You're just talking a lot. Period.
Where you can't see how anybody would blame him for doing what he did.
Nope.
All day. Legally, I guess legally he shouldn't have done that. But I don't see how anyone morally could look at that situation and not be on Brad Pitt's side.
I would have gut shot the bastard just so he suffers more, but that's me.
Kneecaps and then in the gut, yeah.
You hear that out there, people? Don't ever show up with my head in a box.
He might not even get indicted. We didn't get
I
the
wouldn't give a
aftermath.
fuck.
he might not even been indicted.
Yeah, hopefully wasn't.
But probably fired, but I doubt he might not have been indicted. Who knows?
I'd be too fucking gone to care. But anyway, all right, number 79. Hey, 701 points from Dusk Till Dawn. Oh, that's a fun fucking movie. Yeah.
That's one of my all-time favorite theatrical experiences. I love that film.
I bet, because you didn't know. I got fucking spoiled,
Right.
and to this day, I'm still mad about it. But yeah, what an experience is right. Wow.
How did you not know? You didn't read Fangoria at this time? I mean, I knew what I was going into. So I knew
No,
there
I was
vampires.
out, dude. 96, I was way the fuck out of horror by then. Remember I told you, I wasn't reading after like
true, I guess.
92 probably. I was out, and I happened to look at a Gusto, like a local free paper that they delivered to my pizzeria, and I would read it when I was in the bathroom at work. So there I am reading the reviews. I always go to the end. They would review albums and they would review movies. And then I'm reading the review on this movie, and it says halfway through, and then halfway through the movie, this is and turns into an Evil Dead style kind of movie. I'm like, what? Then I just wish I wouldn't have known that, because going in and then the surprise would have been amazing, But anyway, excellent movie. I'm not going to say anything. I think it's incredible. It's probably on my list, and I'll tell you where. But great choice.
I like it. I liked it. I used to love it. I like it. There's nothing inherently wrong. I do think that one kid's miscast. It just was one of those weird things where he just doesn't seem like an actor, and maybe he's not an actor. I don't know. Harvey Keitel's son in the movie. I don't know why he's in the movie, but he doesn't fit the role. But I do like some of highlight. I do like the vampire effects. I do like how cool it was. I had a great theatrical experience as well, JB. But over the years, it's like an 8 out of 10 for me. I still think it's great, but I don't. It's not on my list.
I love it. 72 for me.
I didn't know about it at the time. I couldn't. I didn't have TV, and just because of where I lived, you couldn't even get a rabbit ear signal. So I didn't have TV, and I couldn't afford to read Fangoria at the time. I had to stop reading it because I didn't have enough money. I was young at the time, and I had no money.
Broke college student, huh?
So I had a friend of mine that worked at a theater told me that I should come see it, and didn't tell me anything about it, just that this is a movie that you're going to like. And she used to get, at the theater where she worked, they would get passes that they could give out to friends they'd have a screening night for big movies before they actually were released. And she invited me, and I got to tell you, I had no idea what was going on. And the moment that Salma Hayek started to turn, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm looking around, like, does everybody else know this is happening? What's happening? Am I in the right movie? Like, it was amazing.
Wow.
I have a lot of fun with this movie. I prefer the first half over the second half, but
Wow.
yeah, it's a blast. I had no clue. I hadn't read anything or heard anything when it happened, so it was pretty shocking whenever it did the turn. And you can obviously tell the first half is, very Tarantino inspired, or he might even
for sure.
He probably directed, or in charge of that section. If you hear something in the background, my son's vacuuming, so sorry about that.
You're good.
But yeah, man, I love this movie, The Turn, and my only problem, which I've always said this from the beginning, I absolutely hate when the band explodes.
I agree.
For no reason.
Well, that's our playing. I don't like even the playing of the instruments of the band. It got too fucking silly for me.
That's silly. It makes no sense.
Agreed.
And it's my only flaw. I wish they would cut that scene completely out. It'd almost raise it up a half a point, in my opinion here. But
I'm with you.
But Cheech's monologue in that film is amazing. Titty twister. Oh man, just the whole mythology behind the story. Yeah, George Clooney was fantastic.
Yeah,
Juliette Lewis,
super cool to me. Yeah,
Juliette Lewis. Like I said, everyone but that kid. That kid makes no sense why he was in it. He was terrible. I mean, like you said, he wasn't an actor. I don't know. Yeah. He must have been he must have been owed a favor to Rodriguez or Tarantino or something.
Maybe he clown hosted him and he figured he had to give him a role or something like that. That's a horrible.
Oh, God.
Maybe so.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Man, but, I wouldn't go that far, but someone owed him a favor or something to get that movie. But yeah, because he was totally miscast. But But yeah, Harvey Keitel's character in general was awesome. I loved his struggling with his own faith and everything.
Yeah.
Man, it's just a well-written film and just a well-made film. I just had that one problem with the band. I just thought that was fucking stupid. But other than that, though, it's a extremely fun movie.
Yep. Amazing. So glad it made it. But I wasn't doubting it. I figured it would. People love that flick. There's another movie from that year that I love that is probably, I'm not going to say nothing, but I'll save it for the end. Okay. Number 78.
It's going to come higher for sure.
Well, I'm mad because there's a movie that I love more than that's on my list. That was on my list, but forget about that movie. Okay, 78. Here's something that I love that did make the list, and I'm very happy to hear how many people love it. 708 points for number 78, Dr. Sleep.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Flanagan has arrived.
Yay!
Here we go.
He is my favorite modern horror director.
Oh, for
working
sure.
right now.
Yeah.
I think he can. Now, the next thing he makes might suck, but up until this point, I don't think he's ever had a bad film or a bad TV show because he's been doing all that stuff for Netflix. And this movie, I mean, come on, he had to appease both Stephen King in the novel, and he had to work in the Stanley Kubrick stuff from The Shining because there's no way he couldn't. That movie is so huge, it's so monumental, and he had to bring the two together, and I think he did it very, very well.
Well, I've come to agree. When I first saw this in the theater, I was disappointed. I watched this with my wife. She loved it, and I just thought it was good. And everybody thought it was crazy, so I gave it a Dave Z second watch, and then I've given it a third watch, and we did it for the show, and I've come up from a 7.5 out of 10 to 9 out of 10. I do really like it. It's my 91 on my list, and I'll give it full credit. I was just blinded, and I've really enjoyed this film now. And the director's cut is even better.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what I was going to ask about because I only saw the original, and I'm with you. I've only seen it once. I think I gave it a 7.5. I wasn't super impressed. I was kind of disappointed, but I do need to definitely give it a rewatch here. And that's exactly what I was going to ask. Should I go ahead and just watch the director's cut?
Yes.
It sounds like I do need to. I just know that people said that one scene with the little boy was just so terrifying and hardening, and I watched it and I was like, that's it. I was expecting a lot more.
Wow.
I wasn't depressed or sad for the kid or nothing. I just had
oh shit.
I was just apathetic. I was like, all right, it's a death scene. It didn't really impact me that much. But
and
yeah,
I was about to bring that up.
I know a lot of people bring that up. They bring that scene up, and I just don't get it. Also, what's hilarious too is, man, the scene where they, what do you call it? Astral projection scene. Man, that's straight up ripped out of Beverly Hills Ninja when they come back and they hit the body and goes flying. That was the first thing I saw. That I was like, oh my God, they didn't pull Beverly Hills Ninja, did they? And sure enough, when the astral projected back and that they go flying back, I was like, oh my God, Chris Farley did it better.
That's crazy.
It's straight up ripped out from that movie.
It's so fun. I didn't see the Beverly Hills Ninja thing, but mine was like the glowing eyes and shit. Like I just felt been there, done that. But I had to stick up my ass when I watched it in the theater, I guess, because it all was fine with every view thereafter. So
well,
I can admit that
for sure. So maybe I like it more.
Yeah, they actually had to cut that scene down with the kid. It was even worse, and they cut it down basically on Stephen King's request. He told Flanagan that he thought it was a bit much, and they actually cut it down a little bit. Yeah. So, and I don't know. It's very effective to me. I think the movie's just fucking.
Well,
I mean,
Jacob
as a Shining
Tremblay is a very talented little
Yes.
actor too.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he sells it. He sells the fear.
Well, yeah, because it's not very gory or gruesome,
No.
but it's a terrifying scene, mostly because of him, but also because of the ghoulish reactions of all the, true knot around him and stuff. I mean, they're like getting off on his pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah.
It's sick shit. And I love it. I mean, The Shining is my favorite horror movie. So to have a sequel to it, I'm going into it hoping for the best, and they did it. They did it the right way. They did everything right, and they put all the Shining nostalgia in there. They did it the right way, where they went back to the Overlook, and they didn't make the whole movie that, but they made the climax that, and it was just perfect when they got there and everything, and it was just a celebration for a Shining fan, honestly. And I love it. The performances, everything.
What do you think about the whole fake Jack at the end? Like, should they have used CGI to make?
No.
Okay, I agree. It's perfectly fine to recast a role. Hollywood's been doing it for hundreds of years, and I wouldn't want to have that fake Uncanny Valley CGI horse shit.
No, you can't win, because if you did that, people would have shit on them for 100%. Doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they went this route, and I didn't even care about it. I thought that was fine.
Well,
that
was a big thing when it came out.
Yeah.
All of the recasts were fucking spot on. That's something else. Alex Esso was fucking Wendy Torrance was fucking incredible. Wow. Dude, all of them. The guy that got to play Scatman Carruthers, holy shit.
That was amazing.
They did so great. Yeah.
Admittedly, I looked it up. I'm like, he must have died years ago. And we actually looked it up. That's how, I'm like, yeah.
Who died?
But technology.
I'm like, he had to have passed away.
You're talking about Jack Nicholson. Oh, okay.
But the deep fake technology is getting so good, though. It'll be quick where they can realistically do most people.
Oh, dude. Graham Falcon and fucking that Star Wars movie. I thought it was really him. I'm like, how is this even possible? That was the best thing I ever saw. When it was what's his name too? Peter Cushing. I thought it was fucking incredible.
Yeah, and they because there's a guy that does
bug eyes.
I don't know if y'all on TikTok or Instagram, but there's a guy that does Tom Cruise. He deepfakes Tom Cruise, and he looks identical. I mean, you can't even tell the difference. And same thing. Even though I wasn't a big fan of the movie, Scream 5, how they redid what's his name. Her dad?
Oh, Billy? Yeah.
Billy. Oh my God, that was amazing. Huh?
No,
really? I thought it looked so bad.
I thought it was
really.
I thought it looked good. I was like, wow, how did they get Skeet to look like that? I thought maybe it was makeup on Skeet Ulrich. Then I was like, no way, it has to be computer. Skeet.
But did you ask why did they put him in that stupid white shirt that you would have known nothing about? Did you? Sorry.
Oh my God, you guys were killing me when you were talking about that. But you're right. You're absolutely right. There's no way in hell she would be picturing him that way. But unless maybe that's what he always wore in every photo she ever saw of him.
That's true.
Well, if he's a ghost. If he counts as a ghost, he's gonna wear the things he wore last.
He's not a ghost. He's not a ghost.
I call him Ghost Billy though, so I don't know. He's just a figment. Anyway, what am I talking about that for?
Yeah. Get back to movies.
I lived down that whole rabbit hole.
Doctor.
All right, good movie. What's next?
Fair enough. Good movie. What's next? Okay, number 77. Ooh, I love that this movie is here. 712 points for Psycho 2.
No,
yes!
Yay! That makes me happy.
I love that movie.
Wow.
Yeah. God,
great movie.
They could
great sequel.
Talk about daunting things. Following up Psycho? Are you fucking crazy?
Wow.
Who the hell wanted that job?
They did it. Yeah.
But yeah, they did it. I love that movie.
So do I. It's incredible.
I do too. And everybody in it, you got Dennis France being Dennis France. Does he ever do anything? It always seems like it's an offshoot of some sleazy. He's either a sleazy cop, a sleazy photographer, or a sleazy motel owner.
Yeah, he can play sleazy.
Or NYPD Blue. Yeah.
It's such a great story. It's just a well-written story all around, just with great acting. Just I don't know. You're just engaged.
Number 70 on my list.
It's number 56 for me, and I do consider this one a slasher still. Does that make sense? I mean, it was on my slasher list. It felt like a slasher to me.
It's more of a slasher. I mean, first, but
it's not as much of a slasher as the third one.
Agreed.
I think that one is straight up a slasher.
Yeah.
But there's enough elements here. I would be okay with that being called a slasher.
I also like what they did with Norman's character and how you really care about him in Psycho 2, even knowing everything he's done in whenever you see that he is in peril or something, I feel bad for him. I want him to be okay, and I actually care about him, and I think that was a good idea.
Yeah, Perkins.
Way better than the Psycho 2 book.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, right. So I heard. Didn't read it, but I've heard about what they did.
You see more of the house. I like that you're in the house more, because I like that. I like his room wasn't touched. I like the introduction of the plot twist, and it's that one humdinger of an ending. My dad and I rewound that scene a bunch of times because it was like done in like that. It's one take fucker where he clocks her over the head with that shovel. Here's so the question. Well done.
We probably said this when we covered it, but why would he poison her and then hit her with the fucking head with a shovel if he was already poisoned?
You did. I think you brought that up because that's a Dave-ism.
For fun, maybe just because he wanted us to smack her.
Just wanted to smack her.
She's gonna die anyway.
Second plan.
The poison is for you. The shovel, that's for me.
Yeah.
I always wondered that. But hey, I'm not complaining.
Richard Franklin, I think that's his name, that directed it. Tom Holland and Richard Franklin, I think they're writing director team, I believe. Anyway, I wish he didn't pass away because he had quite a good run of movies. He had this, Road Games, Cloak and Dagger, and I know I'm forgetting something.
And good on you for bringing up Cloak and Dagger. Love that movie.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite childhood films.
Yep.
Yeah, that never gets talked about, man. I'd do a whole podcast on that.
Wow.
We can't on this one, but
right.
This is. Yeah,
well, Psycho 2.
Great.
Awesome. If anybody hasn't seen it that's listening to this, see it, because obviously it lands on the list. It isn't just a couple of fanboys. What's that?
Tom Holland can play Spider-Man and a writer.
Yeah, he can do it all. Yes. Good old Tom Holland. Okay, 76. This is the first time, I believe, we're coming to somebody's number one horror movie of all time who's contributed. This is the number one movie of Ram Man. 717 points. It is Hellbound, Hellraiser 2.
Nice.
Nice.
Yep. What a great
that's on my list.
That is a great movie. It's one of the. I don't think it's better than the original, but it's, for me, neck and neck. They're right there next to each other.
Absolutely. My number 30, and I can't disagree with you. It's like one of the perfect examples of something that looks like it was made right after as a direct continuation.
Yes.
Like it must have been the same crew and everything, because it just looks like one continuous story. I mean, other than the fact that they got rid of the boyfriend for part 2 to substitute him for the doctor. But
yeah, but he wasn't missed at all, so that's okay.
I like it better than the original one myself. The doctor character is amazing. He's
Chenard.
Yep.
Dr. Chenard.
So that's Abraham's number one movie of all time, or horror movie of all time?
Oh, that's his number one.
Interesting. Yep. I don't think I've ever known anybody to have that as their number one.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's the first time someone's had it on a list of anything coming up. So I wrote that down for everybody. So everybody's number ones when they came around. But yeah, it's a great movie. I mean, I love the original. The original's in my top 20 easy. I forgot exactly where. But this one is my number 85. I've always loved it. I think it's fantastic. I like where they go when they're actually in hell, in the labyrinth, Leviathan, all that stuff.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
This is like the textbook good sequel. It takes what worked in the first one, and then they build upon it. They give you more. And, a lot of sequels forget to do that. It's just more of the same. We give you that same feeling, the stuff we know you like, but they give you more lore on what's going on and what's happening, and they expand the whole, the Cenobites were once human and all that stuff. It's great.
It is. And you know what they could have? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to agree. So with Jason, I just said, at one point, I think I did like this more than the original, but last view, the original won me over again. But
yeah.
There's one part in the sequel. Remember how many bodies it takes. I think it's like 3 or 4 for Frank to kind of come back into full form, other than needing new skin. In this one, there's that whole fucking room. The camera does a 360, and you see
There's at least
all the bodies. I think there's like 16 bodies in there.
Yeah, at least I was gonna say there's at least 15 or 16 in there.
Yeah, it's great. But that
Man.
a nitpick.
And her back
Again,
is still
another
not
nitpick.
finished.
Yeah.
Remember, and her back is still not finished.
Yeah.
It's so cool, and that Frank's hell, when they show him in hell, that'd be hell for me. That's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
All those women fucking wanting to get it on, and he can't do nothing. I'd fuck. He goes, they promise forever, and they never deliver. Yeah, it's fucking what a horrible thing. But the thing is, just like Psycho 2, and I didn't say it, but now this gives me the opportunity. They could have been so lazy in Psycho 2 and in Hellbound 2, in Hellraiser 2, where in Psycho 2 they just could have had a slasher and Norman shows up at a house and does something because slashers were hot, right? In Hellraiser 2, they could have just put the box someplace else with another family and then had another mystery and had some similar story that Frank had, you know what I mean? And do that again. Instead, they kept everybody that we know, these characters, and they continued on and said, okay, let's go a step further and not have this. Let's bring them into the Hellraiser realm, you know, and then let's get more into the, you know, that's, and I think it was so smart to do. And they introduced Chennard, which was cool. You know, not even so much when Chennard becomes a Cenobite, the stuff beforehand, I think is great. Is with him being the serious collector and having the different, you know, configurations and how he must have been into this shit for years. Remember that guy? Yeah.
When he brings that one patient home and hands him a straight razor. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Another R-rated one that delivered the goods in R-rated, but always wanted to see the uncut. Now this one was available because I had this on. I think it came out. Now again, in Canada it was a little weirder, but when on a ski trip to Elliotville or Elliott Lake or whatever the fuck it is, by close to you, Dave, wherever that is, where the ski resort
Creek?
is. Whatever. I don't know. There's a ski place
Kissing
by
Bridge.
around that area where Kissing Bridge is. Well, we passed by Walden Galleria back in the day, and I grabbed it on laser, uncut, unrated, and I couldn't wait. And that fucking scene, Brian, goes on forever.
Yes, it does.
When he's just doing this to himself constantly. Get him off me!
It's when it comes to gore, it's the money shot of the film. And just because he's doing it to himself and the maggots and all that, it is just stomach turning in the best possible way.
And then Julia's face emerging from the mattress is really cool. And the score, like for 1 and 2, it's like, it's fantastic.
Fucking next level. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, great shit. Okay, number 75. Hey, we're there. 75. We're getting there. Here's one everybody. Here's one everybody seems to love. 727 points. Tremors.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's on my list too. Where is this one?
It's not on my list, but I think it's great. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a fun film.
Yeah.
Good creature design.
Yep.
Good creature design, fast paced, dusty, real dusty.
Good characters.
That's what I was gonna say. More likable characters.
Yep.
That you actually care about.
And just it's very well written. It's a perfect blend of horror and comedy. You know, one doesn't eclipse the other. A lot of horror comedies are just comedies that deal with, you know, vampires or something like that. This, it gives you some of the monster stuff, it gives you some of the scares, and then it gives you some of the laugh stuff. I think it's done excellent.
Hey, they gave Michael Gross a career with all the sequels.
Yeah, no shit. No.
But he wouldn't say motherfucker. Was he still worried about his Family Ties image? Because he kept saying mother. You change it to Mother Tucker or Mother something or other.
It's a fun series, though. In general,
It is a fun series.
I tried, but the other ones are just too silly. There's one or two that are okay, but this one, nothing stands up to this one. Yeah, they're silly. This one is fun.
I agree with you.
Even
they
had a TV series, and that's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, that too.
I heard. I never saw that though. I never saw that.
They have it all on one package you can buy. The whole TV series. I think it's like 10 episodes, and they're all like mini movies. They're high production. They're pretty cool.
Yep.
Well, even Tremors 2 Aftershocks or whatever, I remembered liking upon first watch. When I went back to revisit that series, they just got sillier and sillier as they went on, and this was the only one that just sort of still, I'm not saying that they're horrible, but in comparison, they're not good.
I agree.
This one was great. And the one that you could rewatch. And the characters, like I said, they're great and you care about them. We mentioned it, but because you get to know them ahead of time and they just seem familiar and I don't know. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, Fred Ward and Reba, just really good casting.
Reba is so good in this. I love her. I just love her in general. But and I actually think too that scene where they find the old guy that had climbed to the pole, up to the top of the pole to get away from it, and he dehydrated or dehydrated. What do you call it?
Died.
Okay.
I thought it was dehydrated too.
Okay.
I thought it was dehydration as well.
Okay. Maybe I'm just trying to double think myself. I'm just saying words now. Ignore me. I'm rambling. But
hey, that's what I do all the time.
I like that scene. I think that's very scary, and so to your point about the balance of comedy and horror, I think when they do hit the horror, it's real. Like it's palpable.
One little jump scare I always liked was the whole guy buried in the dirt with his face sticking out, but it's covered by a hat. So you don't see him until they go to pick up the hat, and then you see his face there. And you're like, oh!
That scene where and I think the last time I watched it, I was remarking on how beautifully shot it is. That scene where the station wagon gets pulled into the dirt.
Yeah.
With the couple that's out there, and then runs and gets in the car, but then the radio's on, and then the car just gets kind of pulled underground and you see the headlights disappear. I just think that looks beautiful. It looks it's striking.
This is a movie that Kevin Bacon disowned for a while, and then now he's come around though and embraced it. I read on here on IMDb he said he normally doesn't watch his movies more than once, and he said he's already seen this a dozen times, and it was he had a better time making the movie than what he originally wanted to admit, because he thought it was a career killer. Because I guess it didn't do very well, but he's come around to it. Didn't he do a TV pilot, right? That didn't get picked up. Didn't he come back to do the pilot?
I think so.
That was a rumor, as well.
Yeah.
But it didn't get picked up on it. But yeah, Kevin Bacon's fantastic. Just a good cast in general.
Definitely. Yeah, all
Fun
around.
movie.
And a lot of survivors too in this one, which was a complaint of mine, but at least I like the characters, But yeah, I remember there being 8 survivors or something like that. That's odd for a horror movie, but oh well.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, 74. Speaking of horror comedies and and what Brian was saying, that they tend to be more comedy than horror. Here's one, but I love it for it because I think the comedy is incredible. It's with 733 points, What We Do in the Shadows.
I knew it. I knew it.
That's specifically why I mentioned vampires. But I love that movie. But I don't think it's horrific at all. It's a comedy movie that happens to have vampires in it.
Yes, but I love it. But I agree.
Yeah.
And it's nothing wrong with it. It just
it's so well written.
If it's vampires, I guess people pop it on the list, right?
Well, yeah, of course. They have nowhere else to put it, I guess. So.
But yeah, that is a film that I would classify not even as, I wouldn't call it a horror comedy. To me, it's just a comedy.
Yes.
But it's so I can see why it's on the list. It's so incredibly well written. The characters are great. It's just all the little fun things that he puts in there are just hilarious. Like the whole thing with Peter. Peter's one of my favorite characters, and he doesn't even fucking talk, but he's one of my favorite characters. That whole bit is hilarious to me. We're werewolves, not swearwolves.
One of my favorite jokes. Incredible. It's a stupid thing, but it's so quick. Leave me to do my dark bidding on the internet. What are you bidding on? Oh, it's a little end table.
Guess what? This is another one for my list. I haven't seen it.
Dude.
The year it came out, I had my final 5 movies I needed to watch before I made my end of the year list, and I just didn't have enough time to get to it. And then once the year passed, I was like, I'll eventually get to it. I kept telling myself I'll eventually get to it. I just never have. And now there's a TV series, right? And that really popular.
Awesome.
My
It's
wife
fucking
loves
great.
it too. Loves
Dude.
it.
Is it still
It's
going?
Yes.
Oh wow.
It was
Dude.
filmed. It's filmed here too. It's
Oh.
filmed in my neck of the woods.
So I've
It's
heard
so-
nothing.
Pun
I've heard
intended.
nothing but good things about this movie and the TV series, but
It's.
I gotta watch it.
Oh, you must. This is my number 51. It's fucking.
Wow.
It's a 10 out of 10. I love it. It is some of the most clever writing I've ever seen in
You
any.
made a comedy list?
Hey.
51. Sorry. Waka waka woo. I'm joking.
Because this is done by some people. Have these people did anything before
These
that?
are the people that did, what do you call it? Flight of the Conchords. You ever see that
Yes.
show? Yeah.
No, but I've heard of it.
Clement and Waikiki and dude, they're fucking.
Taika Waititi is another director that I have a great deal of respect for. He is a writer director. I mean,
Yeah.
he's done so many different things. Like, he did this, but then he also did Jojo Rabbit, which
is awesome.
Is fucking phenomenal. That is
Great.
an incredible movie. So, yeah, I mean, then he's done some Marvel stuff.
Yeah. Can't
The
hold on.
last Marvel, I liked Ragnarok, but I didn't like the new Terminator. That one, Thor.
Terminator.
Oh, God.
All the
Oh,
same.
I
Ragnarok
didn't like the new
is-
Terminator either.
Ragnarok is one of my favorite Marvel films.
Ragnarok.
That one is great. Yeah,
I've
that
heard
one
nothing
is.
really good about his new one. Love and Rockets or something like that.
We tried, and it just didn't win us
Love and
over.
Thunder.
That's it.
Yeah, I wanted to love it, but it just didn't win me over. Like,
I'll tell you what. What's
Ragnarok,
his
it
name? Is fantastic as the bad guy though. The villain, Batman. What's his name?
Christian
Christian
Bale.
Bale. Yeah, it's so weird because all the dark stuff with him is like really really good, and then you have this polar opposite comedy that some works, some doesn't work. It's a strange movie for sure. I like it overall, but yeah, it's definitely strange.
I think I've just finally Marvel movied out. It took a
Yeah.
while, but just the last couple of years, I just not been in. I don't care. Even the Sam Raimi one, I really wanted to like it because it was Sam Raimi, and there's some Sam Raimi isms that made me go, "Oh, that's right, that's an in joke for us," and whatever.
But not enough.
But
for me.
yeah, exactly. It was lacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need something else.
anyway.
But anyway, this movie here, I'm not going to say anything about it because I could literally quote it for fucking 10 minutes. It's incredible. I can't praise it enough. And if you haven't seen it, see it. Number 74. Okay.
I was just gonna
Yes.
say thank you for making me see it again because I remember it was another stick in me up my ass when I'm like, it was good, but come on,
Oh.
and then he's like, no, it was Brandon and Dave were like, you gotta watch it, and we did it for the show, and I loved it.
And you got to watch the show now, too. The TV show is
Yeah, I
incredible.
started, but she binges it, and then I
Yeah.
can't keep up.
Understood. Understood. Well, here's one for you. Actually, I think everyone here is probably going to love this movie. 735 points for number 73, The Wailing.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's high. That's pretty high on my list.
I know it is.
28. Number
There you
28
go.
on my list. Yeah.
Nice.
Damn.
Great movie. Great movie. That's all I'll say.
It is great, but it didn't
no.
even make my top 10 the year it came out. I mean, it was close, but it didn't. So it wouldn't make my
I think it
100
made
of all
mine.
time, but it I think it did too.
Okay.
But it was it's really good.
Yeah.
I really like it.
You have to invest the time in this one. 2 hours, 20 minutes, or 2.5 hours. It's like, not usually what I go for, but I really dug this movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's solid here.
South Korea could do no wrong. Sorry,
I
Jason.
think I like some of his. I actually know I like his other movies better. The Chaser and The Yellow Sea. If you haven't seen either one of those, get on it. Both of those are amazing movies, especially The Chaser. I really love The Chaser, but Yellow Sea is almost as good too. So this director is on fire. It doesn't look like
Nice.
he's done anything since 2016, so he's due for something, hopefully.
Wow.
Since this one, The Wailing was
Right.
done here. But The Chaser is about a serial killer. So The Yellow Sea is not really horror, but The Chaser is about a serial killer. So y'all definitely need to watch that if you hadn't seen that.
I haven't,
Oh,
so
cool.
I'll definitely check it out.
I have to
Wrote it
watch
down.
this again. I always forget things about it. It took me a while to fully appreciate it, and I do now. It didn't make my list, but I was like, I kind of felt like it could have. I just didn't get a chance to watch it again, just mostly because of the running time. But it is an excellent movie. Obviously, people think it. Look how high up it is. So There you go. Number 73. Okay, number 72. We already talked about the remake. 779 points. The original Maniac. There you go.
Yep.
I love it, man. This is a show. This is the freaking the Joe Spinell and Tom Savini show. That's what we're getting here, and I think it's excellent. Just amazing kills, and just the character that he's playing here is just, I don't know. It goes so deep into him, and it's just, at the time this movie came out, there was nothing like it. As a matter of fact, this was made before Friday the 13th. This came out before Friday the 13th. So do you consider it a slasher?
When it came out.
Well, yeah.
This was considered the lowest of the low, misogynist crap, and pretty much just forgot, even by horror fans at the time. Horror fans didn't really accept this until time went on.
We were reading it in the Fangorius that people were not liking it. But now, I mean, it's a classic. I think it's incredible. I don't know what you guys all feel about. Well, I think that Brian and Jamie said they both prefer the remake. I don't know if Jason said it. I'm not.
I prefer the remake slightly because I come a long ways on this movie. I didn't really like it much as a kid. It was just over my head, and I don't know. It just was too slow for me. But then, when I got older and I kept watching, I was like, wow, this is a fantastic movie. But I do still prefer the remake slightly more. But it's fantastic, though. It's not big a difference between the two for me. Great, that awesome gritty New York feel.
Yeah,
yeah.
We were talking about that earlier,
well,
and
it's true about that. It definitely has a very gritty, slimy, dirty feel about that, and I love that. When a movie can really impart that, I think it did its job very well.
Yeah, number 41. What was it for you, Dave? My number 41. Look. And
Maniac,
it's
hold on.
This one grew on me too. Like, I just liked it for gore when I was younger.
Yeah, man, it's great.
But as time went on, I'm like, well, no, I actually like what Joe Spinell does. I agree. There's no way he's getting Carolyn Monroe, or what was her name?
But the thing is,
yeah.
I do agree, and I've always thought that. But it's kind of, and we see this many times in real life. I think she had him in the friend zone, and he thought it was something more going on. But I don't know. It's kind of the vibe I got. I can't. I mean, they never really embraced.
That's definitely what happened in the remake.
Right. 100%. And it happens all the time to guys, and it happens. So, I don't know. But I used to say the same exact thing, but I've kind of rationalized it now. I don't know. But I feel you. It is a little, there's no way in real life they probably wouldn't even hang out. Right.
I dated a 10 for like 3 months, so anything's possible. And believe it or not, I had to dump. I actually was the one who dumped her, but so anything's possible. Who knows?
I don't know, Brian. You've got a 10. What do you think?
Did you have deep pockets at the time?
On like a 100 scale?
No, not at all. I did not have that going for me at all. Okay. Money was definitely not an issue. It was. Okay. I don't know. I think she got out of a bad relationship. I just happened to be the perfect rebound. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
That's okay.
Situation, but
enjoy it while you can. So it's number 57 for me. To answer your question, Christian.
Nice.
Oh, I meant to say that. I remembered that from when we talked about the remake, where you had the remake versus the original.
Ah, nice. Wow, you remember that I said 57?
Yes.
Well, shit. Awesome.
Yeah, because it reminds me of Heinz.
Or the Chevy. Nice. Yeah, great flick. I mean, there's more to it than that meets the eye. There's some great shots in it too. It's got a great score. It's cool, and it's just, I don't know. It's kind of heartbreaking to watch him because he's struggling with something. He's like, the whole thing. I told you not to go out tonight, and you know what I mean. I don't know.
And a great poster. We talked about how they recreated it, but this was another scary poster. I warned you not to go.
And one of the best headshots ever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that Savini headshot is, damn,
legendary.
Boom.
Wait. Chef's kiss. That's
no. Don't say it.
Sorry, I had to just because of your post.
Been nonsense. Chef's kiss. Okay, number 71. Oh, here you go. 783 points. It Chapter 1. Yes.
Oh, very nice.
I
Another
fucking
King.
love it.
I
What's
love
that?
it.
It is
Yeah.
easily the better of the two. And
Yes.
it also, for me anyways, it totally eclipses the miniseries. I know some people, they grew
Yes.
up with it and they, love it and all that. I was never a huge fan. Tim Curry's awesome in it, but that's about it. Whereas this one had Skarsgård, I think even doing more than Tim Curry. Plus the movie as a whole is just so much better.
And scary. I think it's really scary.
So
Yes.
fantastic sequences when he grows large and comes out of the screen.
I love
Oh,
that.
I love it.
That is amazing.
When the leper starts coming after.
Yes.
I just, that freaks me out every time.
Oh.
I'm just like, that thing. I make that noise.
So, another one I liked when I saw it, and that was it, and I was fine with it, and it's come up, but it's not on my list, or
Great,
it wouldn't,
great
but
casting, too.
yeah, probably like an 8 out of 10. But it was a lot of fun, and the kids, I've watched it more. And the second one, I agree, Brian. It's superior to the second. For the second
Well,
one, there's
they
some
have
good
that
aspects of the second, but
They have that running joke about Stephen King can't write endings, and that's kind of true. So and I think this movie, because even in the miniseries, the part 2 of that was far weaker than the first part.
Yeah.
So I just think it's the story itself. It has a great first half and a good second half.
I think it's just that the kid portions of this are something that people relate to more than because when you're a kid you have those fears.
Well, yeah.
You have I just think it's more relatable. And then of course we had the whole 80s thing with the 2017 one, and that was our childhood. The fact that she was something as simple, and I thought this cracked me up. After the movie came out, I saw on Twitter where someone was like, they were like trying to go real deep into what that key around her neck meant. And I'm like, it meant she was a latchkey kid. That's it. Like, we all had those, it's
Right.
like, but today's kids, that's not a thing. And so they were like, what does it mean? What does it mean? It has to have a deeper meaning. And they didn't even really go into it. I'm like, because there's no reason to go into it. It doesn't mean anything. It means that when she goes home, there are no parents there. That's all that means. But it was something for our generation that we could immediately zero in on.
It was
and
very
relate to.
of the times.
Yeah.
They did a good job. Although I gotta say, one thing about that movie I hate, I was expecting to see some child orgy stuff down in the sewer.
it did deliver.
He's like, finally, someone's going to put this to screen. Oh, no.
Amazing.
And that Stranger Things kid as Richie he was awesome.
Yes.
He was
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
It made over 700 million worldwide
That's
so far.
nuts.
Damn.
Wow. I think it's incredible. I think that the opening stuff with Georgie is fucking one of the best opens to a horror
my
movie.
God, that ripped my heart out.
Yeah.
Oh my God, so tough. Whew. But I will say this, and I every time I talk about this movie, I say the same thing on a podcast. I think this is a masterpiece, and I will tell you why. Because it's the only movie I could think of where children are the freaking protagonists that goes this fucking deep and dark and gory and scary. There's nothing else like it. You try to tell me a movie when kids are the fucking in the movie as the ones that are dealing with something scary, and it's usually a little bit lighter. Maybe it goes rated R, but it never gets this dark and fucking bad. I just don't.
I agree with you 100%.
Thank you. See, and that's what separates us from everything else. Plus us from our generation with the 80s kick and everything else also, of course, probably affects it. But still, there's no other movie that is just like this. I mean, you might see a movie like, The Girl Next Door or something, where you see a kid tortured and all that other stuff in kids. But it's not like this, a supernatural being chasing them. It's not like a Goonies or a Monster Squad or anything like that.
Or even The Gate, which
The Gate, right.
is really just, I mean, you watch it now and it's not nearly as dark as I remembered it being when I was a kid. But I'm like,
Yeah.
So I think it's a game changer. It's my number 61. So
Nice.
I'm way up on it, man. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. We talked about it earlier. Number 70 with 794 points. The Devil's Rejects. There you go, zombie fans.
Nice.
Yay.
Yep.
That one
That was my
would.
62.
That one has a good chance of making my top 100.
Even mine, and I'm known for not being the biggest Rob Zombie fan. So, yeah, I think it's an excellent film through and through. I wish you would have left it there. Dear God, there's no reason to have another one after it.
I agree. I know.
I'm okay with 3 from Hell, but
I like
it's
it.
not on the same level as this one. Thank you, Jamie. I'm glad. I like 31 though too. So I don't know what that
Okay,
says.
well, you're
You're
all
on your
alone
own
there.
I'm like, yeah, I know.
He loves Rob Zombie. Yeah, he does.
I'm the Rob Zombie lover. I'm the anti Brian here. I guess.
Yeah.
I like
So-
a lot of Rob Zombie. Well, I guess he's kind of more half and half. Like I love this. I love Jesus,
Lords
of
Lords
Salem.
Thank you.
Those are the two I like. After that, I tap out.
I'm actually not a big fan of this movie. It's
What? Really?
yeah, I just didn't. It is too much of a departure from House
I-
of a Thousand Corpses. I wish they would have continued more of those characters.
Me
It
too.
just it's like they wanted to do more Tarantino-ish, like his take on kind of Tarantino. And some of the CGI
like
is
Yes.
not good.
CGI bothers me too.
Yeah, there's some bad
What
CGI in the
What?
movie.
Which
I
one?
talked about it when we reviewed it. The fucking.
I know, and I
Night Girl.
don't. But if it doesn't
Oh, I
stick
hate
out
it.
to me, then
With
that
the hand
CGI
too,
is like
and
the stuff
there's
that-
like CGI with the hand. I can't remember because I've only seen it a few times. Because I really don't care for it that much.
Wow.
I love it.
But I know I'm in the minority. I know most people have this as their favorite Rob Zombie movie,
Yeah.
so I'm not denying that. It just doesn't do it for me.
I like the progression of the character. I mean, I like how he fleshed out the characters in this film. I guess more of a what's the word? What is wrong with me today? Where they
Today?
yeah where they Jesus Christ. If you look at Bill Moseley in this one, and then you look at him in House of a Thousand Corpses, his character is very different. Or at least, especially the look of his character is very different. And I prefer him in Devil's Rejects.
Yes.
Is what I'm trying to say.
I think they erased the cartoonish kind of like Spinal Tap 11-esque nature of the characters from the first one, and they made them just more like serial killer, like Runaways or something like that. Like that I think they needed to do that from the departure. I love the departure, and it is Tarantino-esque in some of its dialogue and structure, and I liked that. I like the brother cop aspect. Trying to avenge his brother that got shot in the first one, and it's cool.
Yeah, I think it's great, but I don't like the departure, but I understand why for this movie there had to be a departure because of the story. In the first movie, they're having fun. They're doing their thing. It's Halloween. They're going to do this. They're going to kill a few people. They're going to do their shit. They're having fun because they're fucking warped. But in the second movie, they're on the run. So it's not about having fun anymore. It's about survival. And they do get to kick back and have a little fun when they get to Charlie's. And they do that. And they have some fun in the hotel room. So they still do that stuff, but there's that element of them being on the run. So it's okay. Shit's hit the fan now. We got to get moving. But I was also hoping for another Thousand Corpses just because it was a different type of movie. But you can't do that movie all the time. So I get why, and I still love this movie. I just prefer the aesthetics and the good time of part one. Part one is like a party, and part two is like I don't know, not a party.
Very descriptive, Dave.
You're right. It's the after party. It's the
It
cleanup.
felt like a party.
It's the shit the
hate
next
that-
day. You got to fucking clean up and throw out the garbage and sweep.
The aftermath. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
I
But-
hate that we lost Karen Black, but
Yeah.
I also really like is it Marilyn Eastbrook? Is that her name?
Leslie.
Leslie.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay. I really like her as Mother Firefly. So
That was a great replacement.
that
Yeah.
doesn't bother me. I think he did a good job replacing her, but I do miss Karen Black, but I think she was great, so that's not an issue. That one of my favorite scenes is when the girl goes running out of the hotel room with and she can't see because the face is on her face, and she runs out into the street. That hit by that semi, that is one of my, and I love those scenes in movies, like when people get just hit out of nowhere by a vehicle of some sort, and that's one of my favorite ones because it just, I mean, first time I saw that in the theater, I was just like, I laughed out loud because I'm out of not laughing at it, but just like my reaction was like
craziness of it all. Yeah,
it's great. I love that shit. Yeah. It's fun. And the one thing about this I also like is we get to spend more time with Captain Spaulding.
Yes.
Whereas, right, in the first movie, he's all in the beginning, and he pops in and out the rest of the movie. But this time, it's the three of them. They are the Devil's Rejects. So that's cool. Because I love being, with Bill Moseley and Baby. I mean, I love Shuri Moon Zombie in the first two movies. As far as her performance, I think she's great. I know some people don't like her, but I like her as. Thank you.
I can't
see.
I can't stand her in House of a Thousand Corpses, but I do think she tones it down in this one. But the same goes for Bill Moseley. I do not like him in the first movie. Here, I think he's a really good character because he reins it in just enough. He's still evil, he's still crazy, but he's not a walking cartoon character like he is in House.
Right. No, I feel you. Shit gets real in part 2. That's all there is there. But yeah, I knew it'd be here. I didn't know.
I actually don't mind 3 from Hell either.
I like it. I actually really like Shuri Moon Zombie in 3 from Hell. I like her character quite a bit.
Dave says it's such a departure. It's such a. I don't see it. I feel like I don't either. It's very, very. Now again, I don't like it as much. It's about a 7.5 out of 10 for me. But I really I enjoyed it both times I've watched it, and I've got the trilogy upstairs on Blu-ray. So I'll have to. I want to show me your salami, motherfucker, as Watson said.
Yep. I'll watch it again. I'll give it another chance. Okay. Speaking of another chance, 69, and how fitting.
Nice.
How fitting that this movie comes up. 794, and we've been talking about this character and this movie, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
Nice.
Oh, that's great. I wanted it higher.
Real chop top. I know.
Wow. Yeah, it's my number 25.
I love that movie so much.
I love
the fact that Tobe Hooper realized he couldn't out Texas Chainsaw, the first one, so he went in a totally different direction, and it still just kicked all sorts of ass.
Yes.
Probably the greatest jump scares in history for me.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? In
two of
the records.
When he comes out of that fucking room, goes, what's in here? And he just comes right out. It's fantastic.
I love the beginning, that whole cold open with the kids in the car, and then when he's holding up Nubbins and the guy shoots his head off, and Nubbins' head falls, and you see that Leatherface is standing behind him. That's fucking great.
To this day, whenever I hear that Oingo Boingo song, that's what I think of. I can't not.
I think of that and the ending of our show.
Well, yeah.
That was
but that's why we put it for the ending of the show, at least why I suggested it.
Yeah.
Because that will always be ingrained in my brain.
Hey,
it's a scary song.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
This film, when it first released, it was actually here, at least in Austin where I was, it was NC-17. And I remember,
it was.
Yeah, and I live at the time. I lived about an hour away, so me and my mom, that was the closest theater. So me and my mom drove all the way to Austin, at least an hour, maybe closer to an hour and a half. We get all the way to the theater. I get in. They said, "No, your son can't get in. He's not old enough." It's like, even with me, he's like, "No, it's NC-17." So he wasted the whole trip there. I was so pissed.
No.
So I didn't even get to see it till after, on home video, probably a few years after that. But
I hope your mom wasn't mad at you. I mean,
Nah, I'm sure we went and did some other fun stuff. I don't know, but we were in town anyway. We went and always made a big deal of it. Ate at fancy restaurants and went shopping or some shit. So hopefully, most likely that made up for it. But anyway, yeah, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, NC-17? Is that possible? And then once I saw it, I was like, I don't really get it. I don't see why it's much worse.
Actually, I don't get that either.
Well, they did cut it.
Much worse than our movie.
It's super gory. I actually had a videotape, an El Cheapo videotape of it, VHS, that was cut. it was an R-rated cut of the movie that cut out when he kicks the guts open in the wall. It chopped that down for whatever reason.
Yep.
The whole scene of Lefty did not come back to life, or he was dead. That whole scene was excised right out of the film. And so you all of a sudden saw Stretch come back out, and her face is all red. And I'm like, wait, because I had remembered renting it, but it was like a while back, and I'm like, something's missing here. There's so much more I remember. It was a Video Treasures.
Do you think it might have been a Canadian thing? Because, each country has different cuts and stuff like that.
But the weirdest thing is I rented it intact with everything there and whatever. So when I bought the Laserdisc. I love, if you don't know about this, I love talking about the Laserdisc on the show. That I don't have anymore. And that was the regular version, like the regular cut, and everything was intact. And I remembered seeing it and everything in its glory again. And I love that. I just bought this on 4K. I'm waiting for it to be delivered. It's the Vinegar Syndrome, I think.
I got it, but I haven't seen my copy.
Yeah. Like the Scream Factory one looks good, but I love this movie, so I'm like, I'll splurge. Why not?
Nice.
I had to.
That's what I said.
It's great. It's my number 64, so it's on the list. I love it. It's just we reviewed it not too long ago, and
so quotable.
The dialogue, yes, the dialogue between Drayton and between Chop Top is just so damn good. Number one, it has to be at least half ad-libbed, and it's just I didn't realize it until last time paying attention to it and looking at the because I watch everything with subtitles now. For years I've been doing this, but just picking up on more and more as to what's going on. It is fucking brilliant. It really is. I have so much fun with it, and it's just always been. It's just a classic that I have watched since I was a kid. So it's always gonna be a special movie to me, and I'm glad that people love it. It's a lot of fun. It really is. It's wacky. There's no other movies exactly like it. I try to think of the atmosphere of this movie, and it's like it's silly, like in ways, but it's also dark. Really right. Dark. There aren't a whole lot of movies that nail this atmosphere, and I try to think about others, and I really can't. And it's just
not many.
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, Bill Moseley.
The bridge. The scene of the bridge.
The world's longest bridge. Yeah.
World's longest bridge. It's really a short bridge. That's what I was gonna say. I've been on that bridge a million times. My mom lives right by where they filmed it. So when I go to that park, it's kind of like the middle of a park. You don't even drive on it anymore. You walk on it. But anyway, the bridge is super short, so they've had to extend it out. They had to extend it out like they probably would drove back and forth on it to get all that footage on it.
Movie magic.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. And Stretch.
Fry House.
Oh, my aching banana.
Well, and that's what I was going to say is that is a film that quotes from that movie bleed into real life so often. I mean, so often. And it's just like the two of us, like just the whole, if we're at a restaurant and I go to pick up the food at the counter and I bring it back to the table and I sit it down, I'll go, built you a little fry house. I mean, it's just random bullshit, but you just pull out. It's so incredibly quotable that.
Oh, isn't it?
And everybody who is a horror fan knows what those quotes come from. So it's a little movie that you can share with horror fans.
Mm-hmm. And it is crazy. It's such a departure from the first movie. It's hard to believe it's done by the same director.
Yeah, and it seems like it shouldn't work because it is such a departure. I mean, isn't that one of the reasons why you don't like Evil Dead 2? Because it's such a departure from the first one?
No, I don't like Evil Dead 2 because of the beginning of it when he recaps the first movie. It's so different. Then the rest of it I don't like. There's a lot I don't like about Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, you're wrong.
I like Evil Dead 1 more myself.
Yeah.
I like Evil Dead 2, but I think Evil Dead 1 is
absolutely
a better film.
Oh, that's funny. Great flick though, and I won't say anything else. TCM 2, everybody loves it. Okay. Oh, here we go, another slasher.
I like He's always surprised. Oh!
And every time you start saying the points, I think you're about to say the title of the movie. It gets me every single time.
Slasher.
60, number 68, 821 points. Sleepaway Camp.
Yay!
There you go.
Wow, I'm shocked. Maybe I'm not shocked. People love it. Well, hey, again, it comes from my back. I hated this movie when I was younger, or at least let me not say hate. I laughed at this movie when I was younger. This was a so bad it's good watch for me. I never thought people actually loved this to the degree that they loved it. Boy, was I wrong. And as I grew older, I came to appreciate it more. But I used to think this was like loved for all the wrong reasons. But no, I'm wrong. And it's okay. People love it. People do love this dangling dick movie. This is Meatballs meets Friday the 13th. I know Brian mentioned that for The Burning. This is what this one reminds me of.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I love it so much. It's also the second horror movie I ever saw. Right after Friday 4, we watched it on the same night.
Oh, wow. Well, again, you got the nostalgia. I watched this way later, and it was almost like I love the cover. I love the poster of it. I love the VHS box. But the ants acting and like the boat coming towards them, and it was all laughably bad for me as a kid, so I could never take it seriously. But then the twist did. My mouth dropped. And I'm like, oh my God, she's got a dick. No wonder she's killing.
I know a lot of people prefer 2 and 3 more than this, and since this one's so high, I kind of doubt 2 or 3 are going to even be on the top 200 because I know.
And they shouldn't be.
I have to force him to watch those movies. I am a big fan of 2 and 3.
Wow.
Yeah, me too.
As am I.
I actually would rather watch those 2 than this one, to be honest with you.
I've grown to
come a
love
long
this.
way, but I agree. This has come a long way for me, though.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you. I think it's almost so bad it's good in a way.
Acting.
But I do prefer 2 and 3 to watch. I think they're more fun.
Yeah. Dave, go ahead. I keep talking over you.
No, they are more fun, 2 and 3. But maybe not even more fun. It's a completely different kind of movie. This movie, as silly as you could say it is, it's also a very serious movie. There's serious things happening. You know what I mean?
Are there?
It's also very sleazy.
Yes.
For sure.
I remember I showed this to a friend of mine for the first time, and halfway through it, he's like, why the hell are you showing me this? Because kids are getting snuffed, and there's a pedophile cook, and it's But I love that because it's so far beyond what you would expect.
Definitely.
We call them baldies.
Yeah,
and no
exactly.
One's Matt and I.
And everybody's
that's what we
okay.
call
They're like, yeah, baldies, I get it.
They're not even old enough to understand what's on your mind.
A lot of fresh chicken running around here.
That was Darth Vader's father, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But the kids are also likable.
Yeah.
And they're younger kids. That's what there's some, like the ones in 2 and 3, they're teenagers. They're typical older.
They look like 30.
Yeah.
Right.
They are.
But you see what I'm getting at.
Teenagers.
Yeah.
Jonathan Tiersten and fucking Felissa Rose and the other people, they're younger. They're 15, 16, maybe some are like 18. Okay. But still, it's a younger, batch. It's a different age group. And it works. They're out there doing their baseball and everything else. And there's good little lines. And it's just, but at the same time, there's serious things going on with the murders. The murders aren't played silly. When they happen, it's a serious situation. Granted,
Oh, no, not you, Meg.
I had them and I let them go. They're so Mel is like fucking great. I just love. Hey, they delivering the arrow through the net. Where you wanted that to happen with Brenda in Friday the 13th, and it looks like it was a cutaway. They deliver on the arrow impact in this movie, and a curling iron up the cooch.
Yeah.
And she's great.
There's some bizarre death. What about the bee death, Dave? What do you have to say about that?
What does he care about bees?
I've come around. That's what I'm saying. I've grown to love the movie.
Those are the hungriest fucking bees I've ever seen in my life.
Murder hornets.
I don't want to see a bee death. I come,
hornets.
The way it was advertised to me was, hey, check this out. It's a slasher movie at a camp. And next thing I know, they're putting fucking hives in showers. I'm like, what
Next thing I know,
the way it was sold to me, I was expecting something different. But then later on, I came around. I accepted the bees.
I know why Jason likes part 2 more, because of Allie.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
And that long black hair that's coming out of her left nipple.
I like Judy. I think Judy's better. She's a better heel too. You know what I mean?
Oh,
The faces she makes and shit,
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
She's good. Yeah, I dig it, and I like the aspect of her having, her cousin there, brother, whatever the hell it's supposed to be,
because
or
it
his.
doesn't seem to know that that she's a girl or boy.
Well, hey, what are you gonna do? Anyway,
It's fun.
It's
a fun movie. I am really shocked it is in the top 100. To be honest, I am shocked.
It's come a long way, baby.
Yeah,
That's all I
it
can
has.
say. Okay, 67. Aha. 828 points. A Quiet Place.
Nice.
I love that movie.
Yes.
I do too. I
Number
feel
80.
like it's
number 80 for me.
I think 80 for you. I got to look and see what it is for me. I
77.
feel like it's, what is it?
77.
77 for me?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Oh, you're right, because I said it
Go to her.
before. Wow, this girl. Unbelievable.
Did he say it before? Or do you have the whole list in front?
I
of you?
did.
He said he had it
No, I sent
between
her my
Get Out
list.
and
No,
Us.
I said it before.
Yeah,
I
she's
said it was in
cheating.
between.
She's looking at the
No,
list. right
I'm
here.
not. He said it was it split up.
Us and
Us
Get
and
Out.
Get
You're
Out,
right.
which
Yep.
were 76 and 78, and this was
See what a
70.
memory? Wow.
That's why-
You think I sent her my list?
That's
Wow,
why I
Jimmy
don't
actually
take
cares.
notes.
You don't
She's
need-
smart.
That's fantastic.
She's
This is a
smart.
great movie and a great theatrical experience as well.
Oh yeah.
Or
Dude, one of the
could be
best.
shitty depending on your theater and the patrons. But I had a great theater and it was awesome.
No, ours was
100%.
great. Ours was a
The
really
only
fun
other
experience.
movie I've ever experienced where the audience was this much into it, just listening to it, was the original Blair Witch. When that
Ah.
movie was playing, everybody was like, oh, listening for every single thing in the woods. And it's the same thing
Yeah.
here. And, most of that goes to the amazing sound design in this film.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
It-
And they
Great
kill a
sound
kid.
design, great direction. They kill a kid.
Yes.
I mean, oh man.
I love
And-
the look of the creatures. I love when they
Oh,
open up their heads to hear even better. I mean,
I can't look at them.
Yeah, I know.
And Emily Blunt
wow.
stepping on a nail. That
Mhm.
scene.
Oh.
And she
Or just-
can't make a noise. It's just you feel that it just there's so much tension into the dad dying.
Oh God.
Spoiler.
The father-daughter shit, dude.
Yeah.
You can't
Oh.
fucking show that to me. Oh.
Yeah, the kids that affected them. Like when I showed the kids, they were like, "Oh my god!" Like they weren't expecting that. Like he did a great job. Like I mean, I liked him in The Office, but I didn't know. I mean, I didn't watch Leatherheads or whatever else he was in. And then all of a sudden, he's directing a horror movie. I'm like, really? And man, he knocked it out of the park 2 times because I actually am a huge fan of the second one as well.
So am
Oh
I.
yeah, me
yeah,
too.
that's on my list actually as well.
But his
There you go.
his death in the first one, when we saw that in the theater,
Hmm.
well, hell, we were again watching just a reaction about it the other day, and I started bawling. And Brian's always making fun of me, but the reason that it affects me so much is because I think of you, like, and I imagine the pain of that she has watching this happen and not being able to do anything about it, or knowing that it's going on and not being able to do anything about it, and it kills me every time. And because I love them. I believe their family dynamic. They're so
Yep.
natural and real. And then when that happens, and then you get the whole when he signs to her that he loves her right before, I'm just holy shit! Like you're killing me here. But perfect. It's I don't know. And
It's
then
a
a lot of
hero shot.
people have tried to pick this movie apart. And they come up with all these reasons that it doesn't work or it's not that good. And I'm just like, fuck that. Like,
Yeah.
it's sometimes you got to
What
let that
doesn't
shit
work?
go.
You
And
do.
it's crazy.
It's a movie. Enjoy the experience. But I mean, I get it because I'll do it to a movie I don't like either. If you've listened to the show, you've heard me do it a bunch of times. But ultimately, like, there's so much that does work. I guess it's how did they not know feedback was like
Yeah, I
possibly
mean, and I've thought about that too. It's like, you're going to tell me that the military never came up with that idea, and I know, but I know they didn't have a lot of time because everything happened so fast and everything fell apart so fast. But they did have enough time for it to come out in the newspaper. Like we see that there were newspaper reports of what was going on, so they were doing research on it. And it is kind of hard to believe that no one ever considered something like that when you're thinking of a creature that lives solely by sound, but then whatever.
But the job of the movie is to make you not think about that. And I didn't think about it when I saw it because I was so invested in the film. And that's what they always said. If you're thinking about this, we haven't done our job properly. Exactly. And they did their job properly because I didn't think about it till after and watching it again and experience again. But like from that initial thing, yeah, of course you can always in retrospect, but I was invested and I didn't think of it at all during that because I loved my time with the movie and the same with the sequel. So.
Yeah. And who's to say maybe somebody did come up with that idea, but they got killed before they got a chance to implement it. I mean, it just, because the way things went down, it was very fast. And nobody had any idea what was hitting them. Like they just started coming out of nowhere.
They were literally falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, it's true.
I just think it's one of those movies that, you think, wow, what more could somebody come up with? How much more original can you be? What can, and then you have a movie like this that comes along and tells you, yes, there are still original ideas out there and there are still incredible horror movies yet to be made.
Yep.
And I think this is a perfect example of that.
It was my number 2 the year it came out.
I think it was the same for me, Brian. I think it was
1, 2, 3, not 1, but 2 or 3, I think. It was great.
Great. Yeah.
The thing is, I kind of felt like I was alone in my love for this, but here it shows up at number 67. So I'm wrong. But when we did Summer Series, it didn't even come up in the conversation for the year it came out. And I was like, wow, nobody, wow, okay, I guess I'm alone. But I'm not. Apparently not. Everyone seems to love it. And I'm going to address one complaint that people had, which made no sense to me. They said, why would they get pregnant after that happened and this and that? I'm thinking, motherfucker, how many pregnancies are planned? What do you mean?
Exactly.
Why? Every day people are getting knocked up, not one.
You only have anal sex so many times.
I know.
It happens. It happens. Even if you pull out, it can happen. What's the difference? In the heat of the moment? Come on, man. People get knocked up all the time. They're not, whatever. Anyway, Jason, do you not like this movie?
I think it's a good movie, but to be honest with you, I can't really articulate why I don't love it.
Okay.
It just doesn't work for me to be a great movie. I like it though. I mean, I don't really have any issues with it. I just I don't think the tension worked for me like it does other people, and same thing with the I didn't really feel sad when Office guy died. I've seen it 3 times.
Just a heartless bastard, Jason.
I've heard so many people praise this movie. I've watched it I have seen it 3 times just to give it a chance.
You've tried.
I've tried, and it just doesn't. Like I said, it's still 7.5. It's a good movie. I think the sequel, same thing, about a 7.5. They both are good movies. It just doesn't work for me to make it a great movie. But I mean, I don't have a problem with people having it in top 100. It's definitely different, and unique. So. Yeah. I don't know. It just doesn't quite jive.
Not for you.
Yeah, it's not for me.
Yeah, it happens. Like to me.
Yeah.
The tension to me was it was a master class in tension for me. I couldn't get over it. I was like, holy shit. And I only watched it once since because I didn't think I could replicate the experience I had in the theater. So I was almost afraid to go back to it. But then I watched it again.
You saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I still enjoyed it just as much. But I haven't showed my friends yet because I don't think we could shut up for that long. But anyway. Okay. Yeah, number 66. This was a tie, by the way. This was a tie. A Quiet Place tied with this one, but this movie is older than A Quiet Place, so it moved up. So it also has 828 points. This is Halloween 2.
Yep, the original, because Rob Zombie's actually made its head on our list, guys, but earlier. But this is my number 82. I love this. I don't give a shit. I just love it for a slasher sequel. I don't even care that it made Michael Myers her brother. I don't care about that because that's what we got. and I love it for the hospital setting and the kills, and there's a lot of effectiveness in it. Yeah, he walks like a robot. Yeah, I could tear it apart. I've heard it all before, but I really enjoy this flick.
Honestly, I am more likely to watch this one than I am the first one, just because of how slashery it is.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not saying it's a better movie.
No right
I'm
or
just
wrong.
it's not a better film. I'm just more likely to watch it. I just think it's more fun to watch because they lean heavily into the slashery bits and it's nasty.
At one time, I'll be honest, I did think it was a better movie at one time. Now I've kind of changed my mind on it, but yeah, it's definitely probably maybe more rewatchable. But yeah, it's my third now, to be honest with you. I'm one of the few that loves Halloween Ends, so this is probably my third favorite.
Me too.
So this moved from my second to my third favorite Halloween movie, but it's extremely watchable.
I can't believe it. That's awesome to hear. I'm so happy because I wasn't sure. Obviously, made the list, but I wasn't sure what everybody thought about it here. But that's great. I'm surprised about your Halloween Ends or Halloween Kills. What one was it?
No, Halloween Ends, the latest one.
Yeah,
I love it.
I like it. Wow, that shot right up the second favorite.
Yep.
The thing about this one is I love the original. The original one is still one of my all-time favorites. But I actually think this looks better. Dean Cundey learned a lot in that 3 years as a director of photography, and I think he nails. This movie looks great. So, although you could argue, like we were talking about Hellraiser 1 and 2 being something you can watch back to back and it has the same look, similarly to this as well, but he gets his lighting even better in this. There's something about the cues. He steals from himself by illuminating Michael Myers' mask and everything. But that scene where Dr. What's his name? Dr. Mixter with the syringe in his eye, he's in the foreground, and
awesome.
You see the focus on that, and then you see her in the background, and then Michael Myers comes in illuminated. Beautiful.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Done so well.
Yeah.
No, this is what you want in a slasher, and it just happens to be a follow-up to Halloween, and it makes it more slashery. And you got young, attractive people getting bumped off, and you have somebody, the killer chasing the girl that got away in the first one. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's executed the right way. The kills are good. It's fun, and it has more of a Halloween feel than Halloween does, as far as I'm concerned. Just the beginning, and it has Donald Pleasance still at the top of his game, doing his Loomis stuff. It's so much fun. It's great. It's a slasher, and I think people maybe overlook it when they talk about the great slashers, just because it's a sequel to that one. You know what I mean? But it's like
evidently not, because it made the list.
Well, true.
Where are we now? I'm lost at the number we're at.
It's okay. We're at 66. It was my 86 actually. So there we are. There you go. And now we can move on. Okay, so 66. Number 65 with 832 points, Demons.
Yay! Beautiful. Guys, I don't know what happened with your mic. It sounded like you've been disconnected. You've gone, if we're talking over you, we apologize, but is it just me, or do they sound like they went
I can barely hear Amy and Brian.
I thought it was an accident at first, like they didn't need to be heard. It sounded like background shit.
Y'all are really muffled.
Yeah, something happened.
Yeah.
I can't
hear anything.
her.
It sounds like you're talking in like in the background someplace up, like we weren't supposed to.
Sound like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Yeah, right.
Well, while they fix that, I'll go on to this. I love Demons. I to be honest with you, I probably like Demons too, even more than I do Demons. But I love both of them.
That's grown on me.
Yeah. That's why I'm so excited to see the new Evil Dead Rise or whatever, because it reminds me of Demons too. I'm hoping it's as fun as that film. But yeah, Demons is a blast. This is one of the films I saw. I didn't see it, of course, in the original run, but when Alamo Drafthouse played, old movies on every Wednesday, and this is one of them that they played. This and Demons too. I saw them both in the theater, and
nice.
just had a fucking blast watching both of them. The crowd was into it. It was just an amazing experience for both movies.
Man,
my number 64. I love this movie. Always have. Before, for me, when I grew up, it was the gore aspect of it, and then it became like, and also with the dubbing, because I absolutely love the pimp character. I'm gonna mute their mic because I think we were getting some noise. At least I could hear some noise that was coming through.
Yeah.
So Jamie and Brian, I muted your mic on my end because I don't know what happened, but now it's fine. It looks like it's fixed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, awesome.
Now we can
Awesome. So yeah, I've always loved this movie, but I just watched them at the beginning, like a few weeks ago, the 4Ks of the both of them, and I still love Demons, but Demons 2, which I always was like ho hum on, has really started to
It's
almost
fun, man.
eclipse Demons. Yeah,
I like
I
it
think it
more.
even gets
I
to it
watch
faster.
it more. Yeah.
Wow.
I like
I
the
like
setting
Demons
more.
too. I probably rate them the same, but I prefer the original. I just prefer the zaniness. They get in there. It doesn't take long for them to set it up. They get inside the movie theater. Hell breaks loose, and it's gore gag after gore gag, and this and that, and running around. It's actiony, and it's just but done the right way, where it's just like it's almost like zombies, but instead of zombies, it's demons. It's Italian horror, fun Italian horror at its finest. I just get a kick out of it. It's so well done, and I'm happy that it's this high up because I've always loved it. It didn't make my list, but it's one of those fun movies that just kicks ass, you know?
It would have definitely made my list. I love this movie completely. I'm not so hot on the second one. I think it's good, but I do think it's a far second film.
I was just thinking after Christian said that, I've always been kind of meh about the second one, but maybe I should watch it again because it's been a while since I've seen it. Maybe my opinion will have changed. I just remember being kind of bored with it in the middle, but.
Yes. And it used to be cut to shit. Now you get or at least you get the unrated version. For whatever reason, Demons came unrated all the time, and it's all gore, all its gory glory. I don't know how I said that. Gory glory. But Demons 2 was always cut to shit. And then of course with DVD and whatever, you got the unrated version, and the rest is history. But it's only been this last view that Demons 2 sort of came up. But Demons is on my list. Demons 2 is not. The dubbing of that pimp. She took off that mask and scratched herself. Get it?
Holy shit, she's a friend of mine.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Plus the soundtrack.
He has some great lines
I
in
love
Demons
this.
too, also as a gym guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, come on. Demons has fast as a shark, dirt bike, samurai sword. You ain't gonna beat that. I'm sorry. That's just science.
Right.
Helicopter crashing through the roof.
Yeah.
And then
blowing
Bob.
coke in a car off a nipple.
And I love the unexplained supernatural elements, like all the doors and windows vanish. Okay. How does that make sense? Who knows?
Demons.
Skin him a rink.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, Demons. Yeah, it's great. So much fun. Okay, number 64, a classic, 834 votes, Child's Play. And I'm really happy. Yeah. I'm really happy it's here.
Well
Seems like it's
deserved, I
overlooked. Yeah.
Overlooked. People love Chucky. I'm the one that says like it's a 7 out of 10, six and a half out of 10 actually. I'm not a big fan of the first Child's Play.
That's what I'm saying. I hear that a lot.
Such a
it's my favorite.
It is my favorite by far.
Me too.
I think so too.
Oh, good. All right then. I'm in mostly good company with that now. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's me that's the outlier. Like everybody loves Child's Play.
A lot of people prefer the second one. I hear that a lot. There's a lot of people that prefer the second. They think it's more of a straightforward slasher. And I get it. There's some great stuff. And I enjoy it as not as much as this one. But Child's Play, in a way, this is kind of, I don't want to say groundbreaking, but it kind of seems like it's the first of this actual type of movie of a killer doll that does something like this, and it's like a full-length movie. Because I don't know, was there a movie like this before? I don't think so. I mean, we had Trilogy of Terror, and we had,
Devil
mannequins and Living
Dolls.
Doll and stuff like this in Twilight Zone and shit like that. But a full movie? I don't know.
No, I think you might be right.
And that's great. And it's a great story with the freaking the voodoo and the reason for it. And, the manipulation of the little boy who we as the viewer, I mean, okay, we see the intro, so I guess we can't say that, but you could see how, hey, is something wrong with the kid or not?
Yes.
Is this really, you know what I mean?
It does play that up, and it does actually work.
That and his emotional performance when he's in the police station and
he's coming to
and no one believes me. And but I mean, he's terrified, and he's having to stay there, and his mother is leaving him. I mean, that is horrible, and I think he pulls it off really, really well, especially for a young actor. And then there are some great moments, like when she flips it over and realizes there are no batteries in it, and then he turns his head, and then she drops him. Yeah. That's a great scream. I love her scream in that scene.
Yeah. And come on, what an ugly doll.
Fuck
you.
Awesome. Yeah, and it works out. Like, I mean, the kills in the beginning with, Aunt Maggie being thrown out the window and everything else. It's just like, you could see why there'd be questioning going on. And then later on, and anytime someone complains about, oh, it's a doll, just kick it. Well, I'll tell you what, when you watch the movie, you tell me an instance where you had the opportunity to kick that doll. And he sneaks up. He does it the right way. And you have a half a second of shock. And what happens to you. It's played out the right way. And I've gone back and watched the movie enough to look for it, because I heard people make that complaint. And seriously, I mean, why is it freakishly strong? Well, first of all, we're dealing in voodoo anyway. We're already doing supernatural shit. So why could it not be strong? But
yeah, could possibly have the strength of a regular human and Brad Dourif's strength potentially.
Why not?
And I love the usage between going from animatronics and doll to actually little people playing Chucky, running around. So how they mix that together.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love how they mixed that together. To me, this is the most professionally done, I guess, of the first few. You could make a case for the newer ones maybe, but as far as the first 3 or 4, I think this one is really high production value and looks like the best well-made movie overall. Yeah, it's a classic to me. I love it. Christian's wrong.
I didn't even like it at age 15 or 14 or whatever year this came out. I remember being, not everybody was raving about it. I'm like, I'm not seeing it, but that's okay.
Hey,
that's okay.
It happens. Enough people love it that it's number 64, so that I'm happy about that.
Yeah, a lot of people are fucked.
Well, how about this one? Number 63 with 841 points, The Beyond. There we go.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay! Like I said, that's my favorite Fulci overall. I'm a huge fan of it.
I think it's excellent. I've always loved it.
You can't go wrong with any of those trilogy. I mean, they're not really a trilogy, but they're always considered to be one. And I love all of them.
Yep, me too. They're fantastic. The spider scene in this one, it always gets me because, oh man, I don't want freaking hairy spiders, tarantulas crawling on me, man. It's just, that's just too much. And what they do, oh man, and the beginning stuff and the gore and the freaking girl with the eyes and there's so much going on. See, this is the movie. This is what it is about The Beyond. It's the one of Fulci's movies that for me, I could just, when we finish this, I could just go upstairs and put it on. It's one of those. It's the comfort movie of Fulci's library for me, I think. And the way it ends, oh man, I love it. It's my kind of ending,
Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's good, and I would go with House by the Cemetery or City of the Living Dead, I think.
Oh
House
yeah,
by the Cemetery for me, but. Yeah, this is good. Cemetery, it's just my least favorite of all of them.
Why do you? This is your least favorite too?
I don't hate it. It's just my least favorite.
But it was actually my first Fulci movie I ever saw. Maybe that has something to do with it. But it was the first one I've ever seen. I bought it in that 10. I don't know if you know that DVD came in like a special 10 package for Anchor Bay.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, I had that.
Anchor Bay used to be the shit back in the day.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
I had the.
They sure were.
It was like.
That's exactly here. I had that version of The Beyond. Anchor Bay Beyond, and I just fell in love with it the first time I've seen it. Maybe that has something to do with it, but I like it. I love it.
Yeah, me too.
Need some more of it.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, number 62. Here we go with 862 points. The Fog.
Nice.
Yay.
Nice.
Yeah.
2005.
Yeah. Naturally. Is there any other?
Yeah, little
That's
John
my
Carpenter.
78. 78, another John Carpenter. Awesome.
Yeah. Great flick, man. Very atmospheric. This has grown on me. This is one that it used to kind of, I don't want to say bore me, but I thought there was maybe a little too much dialogue, and I wasn't into the characters as much. And I don't know why. It's just the way I felt once upon a time. But it's one of these that just gets better each time I watch it, and I feel like I'm as high as I'm going to be on it. I think it's great. All the performances are solid. The scares are. I love the stuff at the end, the climax, the way they look, and everything that goes down. Oh man, it's freaking awesome.
Become a yearly watch. I'll do the April watch, and it's. I've always liked it because I love the score. I used to love the score back in the day as well. It was another John Carpenter score that I actually, because Halloween, which I love, and I love the score for Halloween, because it was so overplayed, I thought the fog was like, no one's talking about this score. No, and it's so haunting with the piano that I ended up like putting a lot of, like, I was like, I love this. This is my favorite John Carpenter score. But
it is my favorite John Carpenter score. And this one and Precinct 13 are my two favorite Carpenter scores. And nobody ever talks about them, but I think they are just, and I get it. Like, Halloween is iconic on top of being just an excellent Carpenter score. It is iconic as far as horror is concerned, just across the board for music. But I do think this is a better score. It's just, or for me, it just hits me better.
Yeah, for me too.
Know.
Yeah.
You know what else is really good? I didn't mention it when we talked about it. It came up earlier is Christine. That's another overlooked score, I think. I think it's amazing.
Out of the great Carpenter films, this is on the lesser end for me. I think I enjoy, The Thing, Halloween, Christine, we just mentioned.
That's my 3. And then this.
And then this is a little bit lower for me. I may even like Prince of Darkness more, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. This and Prince of Darkness are side by side to me. So I'm kind of surprised it's this high or low, whatever you want to call it. I thought it would be, especially over Christine. This is not better than Christine. But
I do like them both, but I have Christine a little higher than this in the sense of, but I kind of like them on par. They're both great films.
Yeah, this didn't make my list, but I'm not surprised that it's here. And a lot of people really love it. Yeah. So, yeah.
It would have made my list, but then again, all of the early Carpenter work would have made my list. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, shit, they're great films. Okay. Number 61 with 865 points, 28 days later.
Nice. Yeah. I like this movie. Didn't make my list, but I like this movie.
Agreed.
I liked it when it came out. I liked the sequel. I kind of wish they did a third just to kind of sum it all up. The 28 months later, 28 years later at this point, but as well.
I think they are, by the way.
Do that. But I think Danny Boyle wanted to get back involved. But I get, because of the way they filmed it, because I believe it was shot on video or on digital, and they were able to get those like shots of him walking through London with nobody there. I thought that was really cool. And I'm okay with Infected. I'm not one of these, I don't like the zombie. Again, I don't give a shit. I liked it. I like this rage-filled sort of plot and whatever. And I thought it was really good. My biggest quibble was that it turned into a kind of Day of the Dead at the second half. Sure for the last act. And I thought maybe they could have done something different. But overall, still really enjoy the movie.
I actually prefer 28 Weeks Later. I just think it's a better film. I'd like this one, but the camera work in this annoys the piss out of me. I am not a fan of the editing or
too pedestrian or
the camera. Like, it's just too. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. There are a couple of shots that I really like that bit where the priest is coming at him when he goes into the church, and then the jerky priest is coming at him. I think that works really well. A lot of the action scenes I don't really think are shot very well, and I don't really care for the overall look of it, but I do like it. I do think, though, 28 Weeks Later is just an all-around better film. But that's, my opinion.
It's Robert Carlyle. It's got that helicopter massacre sequence. I can't say I disagree with you, But again, I think the look of this is because of the fact they shot on video or digital or whatever the hell.
Yeah, I mean, and that
just
makes
washed
sense.
out, a little bit washed out.
I will disagree with you. I think this is a better film, and I also think it's far more influential. This,
sure.
Everybody can point the finger at Return of the Living Dead for the whole fast zombie thing, and they're right. They did it first, but this is the movie that set it off. This is the movie where people saw, oh yeah, we can do that too. And so just for the influence of it, it gets some points for me. And the originality behind it. I mean...
You could even say it influenced the Sadness from last year.
Oh, yeah.
The rage factor. Or
didn't they run in the Hell of the Living Dead?
Yeah, but they also used guns and stuff. I mean, they were just normal people who looked ugly.
It's true. Yeah, I just watched it last week. Yeah, it was weird. They were infected, and they were doing different things. It's true. Yeah. But
I got
still,
the Blu-rays of both of these, and I keep saying I'm going to put them on, and I keep saying no, I'm going to wait to show the kids these ones, and I keep not rewatching them. So it's been on my to rewatch list for months, and I do love both though. Like,
oh, so do I. I just prefer this one more than the second.
I do love Brendan Gleeson
awesome.
Character is one of my favorite characters. Yeah. I think he's great. When he dies, that really hit me hard.
Yeah. I agree that I think the first part is stronger than the second part when they get to the military camp and all that. It's still not bad. It's just not as good as what came before. But yeah, I really like the stripped down cast where it's just for by and large the three of them for the most part. And just it's excellent. And I love the rage zombies. I mean, they're not zombies. They're called that just because it's shorthand, but they're infected murder machines. They're, total psychopathic bastards. And I love the fact that it is so easy to catch. That puts a whole nother spin on, because in, classic Romero zombies, you get bit, you get turned. Okay. Here, you just get some blood splashed on you and you can turn. And think
it's immediate, right? Like,
yeah. It's like 30 seconds and you're gone.
Yeah.
And then you add in the fact that this is set in London and England where they don't have guns to really defend themselves. So yeah, you're gonna get blood on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, there was one time when I was standing outside with my roommate and Patrick. We were all standing on the front porch, and we were just talking. And I was standing underneath the gutter, and I happened to look up, and a little drop of water hit me in the eye when I looked up. So I was like, oh, and I went down, but I immediately came back up, and I was like, roar! And Patrick starts laughing, and he goes, oh no, Brendan Gleeson. And I was like, I can't believe you got that reference. That was so fucking random. But and that had no point. That had no point. I just thought it was funny.
No, it's great, and I would have got it too because it was such an emotional scene. And he's telling the daughter to get away.
Hanging out with horror fans because I can't do that with normies.
Yeah.
No, you can't. No chance. But like that scene is fucking powerful, man, because then he has to tell his daughter, "Get away from me." You know what I mean? And she just all she wants is her dad. I mean, the world's falling apart. This is all she has. It's another daddy-daughter thing. It fucking hits, man. It's like, oh man, you hate to do that, but you have to say for your own good. No, get away. And he doesn't have time to explain. He pushes her, and she has a look on her face like, why is my dad doing this? It's crazy. And I really do like, what's her name? And I forget her name, the actress. Because when it's down to her and she has to protect the girl at the end and the way she rises to the occasion and all that and what she does and she gives her the pill and all. That's all real good shit. I like that stuff.
I love how hardcore she is. She will drop on a dime and butcher somebody if she thinks they're going to turn.
Yes.
There's that scene where, she has her partner there, and then she's like, do you get any blood on you? And he's like, oh, well, wait! And she doesn't wait for shit. The machete comes out, and she just goes to town.
Yeah, man.
And that's become more like I don't know about a trope if it's got that, but that's become more commonplace in like things like The Last of Us, for example, the show that is out now based on the game, it seems to be, or anything post-apocalyptic since the Walking Dead series, whatever you say, I think now more people are like, nope, we're not even taking the chance. Bam, just instantaneous. But it wasn't done really that to that quickly back in the day. Even like in the Dawn of the Deads and whatever, they gave them the chance. Like, we can wait this out. We'll wait this out. Even in Day of the Dead, where they chop off his arm, they want to kill him, but they said no. We'll wait. We'll give him a chance.
In retrospect,
Oh, shit.
Even in the Dawn of the Dead remake, when they Matt Frewer when he's infected, but they're not 100% sure, they lock him away. You always, and I get that. That's human nature. You don't want to kill someone if you don't have to. But and so when this came out and she was that quick to react and that hardcore, it kind of gives you even more of an impression of how dangerous a world they're living in.
Yeah.
And I don't give a shit if they're zombies or not. If some ferocious infected anything is coming at me, it scares the shit out of me. So they don't have to be dead. Like, that doesn't matter. Like, that has never bothered me that they're not dead. I don't care. They will kill you. They will rip you apart. That's all I need to know.
Right. It don't matter. It's just like Brian said at the beginning. It's influential. This is 2002, and this is before anything. Dawn of the Dead remake came out in 2004, and then then we kind of get some independent ones coming out, and then we're off to the races. Then it's Walking Dead, and it hasn't stopped. Yes, and I know zombies and infected are different, but you watch scenes from 2002, 28 days later, and you watch other scenes from 2004's Dawn of the Dead, just of the freaking infected or the zombies running, and how you gonna know the difference? They look the same.
Oh,
so
yeah.
just,
I remember this time it was, and they just hit one after the other. You had this and Dawn, but also Shaun came out at the same time, and then all of a sudden we were just inundated. And then when Walking Dead came out, then it was just off to the races, and the mainstream pulled it in, and there were zombies everywhere. And but this is one of the films that led us into that, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Okay. Number 60, 880 points. I Saw the Devil.
Yay.
Nice.
I don't know if I can call it a horror film, but I do really love it. I do love it.
Yeah, true. I don't know if I would call it a horror film, to be, truthful, but that movie is so damn good. It is amazing.
Boy, is it.
It's my number 29. I'm
totally happy that it's on the list.
Yeah, it's like 45.
45, and I'm 20. Yep. And we discussed this, Dave, because you heard people. There are a group of people that don't consider this horror, and
I can understand that. Yeah,
it's fine, but
I can get that.
I don't know. Jason, you solve it for everybody once and for all.
It's borderline. I mean, the year it came out, I considered it horror and put it on my horror list, but I can easily see how people wouldn't consider it horror. I don't have a problem either way, but it's a masterpiece. It's one of the best as far as modern Asian films that come out recently, for sure. South Korea, is hitting it out of the park. They still continue to hit it out of the park when they have a good movie.
That is no joke. South Korean films they're just on a roll, and they keep going.
Yeah. Now, do you think because everything they make is amazing, or we just get to know the really good ones?
Probably both. I mean, it's probably a mixture.
Yeah, I mean, if you go over there, I think you're gonna have access to bad movies just as much as you do here, and for American films.
Well, yeah, that was my point. It was like when J-horror first started. All I heard was, "Oh, they're so much better than our horror movies. Oh, they're so amazing. Oh," and I watched them. I'm like, "No, they're not. Yes, some are, but those are just good movies, regardless of who made them. It's not like the whole nation is making nothing but masterpieces." But
they have some, as far as the non-horror stuff too. I've seen a lot of good police dramas, for Korean police dramas.
Nobody does revenge flicks like the Koreans do.
Yeah, revenge.
They have a hard-on for revenge over there, and I love that because so do I.
I even saw a movie called, I believe it's well, I'll tell you in a minute. Go ahead. I'm gonna look this up. Make sure I'm not.
I'll tell you what. That one scene in the car when they're driving, incredible. Yes.
360. Beautiful.
I was gonna bring that up. Because what are the odds?
Right. Totally.
But
apparently
went
this
over
is like the serial killer capital of the world that they're living in because they're everywhere.
But I loved it too, and I don't know what happened, but they had some sort of, their cinematography is so fantastic and it looks so good. It's like someone went there and trained them all on how to do it, because there was a similar style, but they're all really great looking films. And what we noticed last year, Dave, I think I brought this up on the show, is like, now see, Poland got that same teacher that went over to Poland or something like that, and it's teaching them how to make their films look all great, because all of a sudden now everything's looking fantastic from all these foreign countries, and there's some great style to them, and
that's why I've always joked that in elementary they started teaching them cinematography there over in Korea.
That's it. Well, because it's true, because they just look amazing.
I'll also tell you, I don't know if anyone's heard my Best of the Year podcast yet, but
I have.
if you do like I Saw the Devil, then you would like a movie I saw last year called Midnight. It's also about a serial killer. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's the same thing. It's one of the ones that borderline, would you call it action? Is it horror? A little bit both. I think this one has a little bit more of a horror element to it, but it's not as good as I Saw the Devil, don't get me wrong, but it was good enough to make my last year's list. I think it had it number 11 or 12.
Nice.
So watch that. It's called a generic title, just called Midnight. It's actually my number 15. I'm looking at my list now.
I've heard other people mention that one too.
Mm-hmm.
So I have it on my list to watch.
Really good. Serial killer after, I mean, this is not a spoil. It's not a whodunit either. You know who the killer is from the first frame of the movie, but it's a serial killer is after some deaf women, a deaf woman and her deaf mother. That's the very watered down version of it. It gets a lot more to the storyline than that, but that's basically the bottom line of it. But if you like I Saw the Devil, you should like that too, probably.
Right. Sweet. I'll check it. But yeah, this one is great. And you really feel the emotion because of the revenge. There's a good damn reason for wanting the revenge and for catching this guy time and time again and beat him to an inch of his life and then letting him go again just to catch him again later. It's freaking great, man. But
awesome.
I understand it. Yeah. So great flick. Okay. Number 59, 931 points. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
Wow.
How about that? Yes.
That is surprising.
That surprises me.
But it's totally fine with me. I love that movie.
I'm so happy.
This movie's gotten some major love in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
God.
Nothing but, like, I hated this when it first came out when I was younger. I dismissed it, but then when I revisited it, I did like it. But this was always shit on. This was universally shit on back in the day. Mm-hmm. And now it's like the total opposite.
Which is weird because before the internet, I had no idea that this movie was shit on. And I saw this in the theater, so I was really young, and it didn't even strike me that something was missing from it. I didn't actually put it together that Michael Myers should be in the film based on the title. Wow. Like, none of that meant anything to me. I just I just saw the movie, and I really liked it. I thought it was scary when I saw it in the theater, and I just thought it used to come on TV every Halloween, and I watched it over and over and over again growing up, and I just assumed everybody loved it, like it was revered. And then when the internet came around and I started perusing the boards, I was like, oh, I guess I'm in the minority here. I had no idea.
And that reaction makes me so sad because they wanted to make this an anthology series, and if they had only brought this one out before Halloween 2, then people would have been okay with that. But because they had Halloween 1 with Mike, Halloween 2 with Mike, they expected him to be in the third one, because why wouldn't you?
Right.
And the fact that he wasn't there, oh my God, this movie sucks. And no, it doesn't. It never has. It's an amazing little film.
I think I don't know why they were surprised that they got the audience reaction that they did, because what would you expect people to think in the third movie? But no, it definitely deserves more attention. I'm glad that it's getting it now. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Now you can get merchandise for it.
And I got a ton. I love it.
I mean, if it came out nowadays, they would have warned people that Mike's not in it. It's going to be a totally different story, and people would have been prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
But back then, yeah, I when I saw it, I liked it, but I was expecting Michael's. There was a little bit of me that was pissed, not to the point where I hated the movie, but
me too.
But I remember coming out of the, watching at the theater, and then I finally realized Michael's not going to be in this movie. When I realized that, I was disappointed, even though I ended up liking the movie overall. But yeah, it's grown for me even over the years. So I'm kind of surprised it's higher than part 2, but yeah.
I know. I'm happy though. I mean, they're very close for me. I think I have one's 86 and one's 87, or they're both in like the 80s. So whatever. I have them both on my list, but I love them both, and they're very different. But the thing is, this one here, I hated it for 10 years when I first saw it. And then one day I happened to be at a friend's house flipping channels, and we were sitting around, we were partying, and I just stumbled on it, and I just couldn't take my eyes off it. And I was like, what is this? And then I got sucked right into it. And then I was like, this was Halloween 3. I forgot I hated this movie when I first saw it. And then, and I figured everybody hated it too. And then in the internet, I remember people didn't like it. And then the ball started rolling more and more, and now it's like Christian said, now people are loving it, and I'm glad. It's great to see that, and I think we're going to see that again with some movies that have come out here in the last 10 years. But this movie here is just a lot of damn fun. I mean, again, they kill a kid. I love it. The mask idea is great. A lot of the stuff is just
the reason why you love movies. They kill a kid.
It's great. It definitely helps.
Hey, that will elevate a film for me.
It depends on how it's done, but I'm not. And in this one, it's done amazingly. Like, again, I don't even know if this looked all that great back in the day, but now it looks great. You've got some great transfers of it. I'm a fan of this now, but I immediately said I wasn't. This and Sleepaway Camp are like a night and day reaction from when I saw them as a teen to when I saw them in the last, decade. Yeah,
well, Tom Atkins, awesome.
Yeah, that ending was fantastic.
Oh my God, what an ending! Holy shit! And the soundtrack. This is my favorite soundtrack, period, of any genre of any movie. I listen to it more than any other soundtrack. And I told my wife, if I'm ever in a coma, just put on Fish and put on this, and I'll probably come out. Chariots of Pumpkins. I'll probably fucking start dancing or some shit.
Wasn't this like your number one on Spotify the last year or something?
Oh, it is every year. Yeah.
I remember you showed us on your Spotify list, and this is on there. I was like, what?
Constantly, the iTunes thing. Constant. I have like fucking hundreds and hundreds of listens to it.
Right,
I listen to it when I go to bed, like freaking at least freaking once every other week. I love it, man. It's amazing. And Stacey Nelkin, I think, is freaking great in this movie too. I love her as Ellie, and she's just, such a cute thing. And you feel for her, and then what happens? And just an original story, man.
I love Tom Atkins' deadbeat dad character. Sorry, I can't see the kids. I'm taking this 6-pack and I'm hitting the road.
Yeah.
Yep. Just to get a piece. He's like, hey, well, here we go. Yeah. I'm newly single.
I got a meeting, honey. I got a meeting. I can't be. I don't remember the hotel.
No, I'm not drunk. No, I haven't been drinking. He tells her, oh, it's great. What a fucking flick. I've seen it so many fucking times now. Anyway, okay. 58. And we can write this down. Another Stephen King movie. 936 points. The Mist.
Oh.
Nice.
That's nice.
This is on my list.
It would definitely be on my list. I love this movie.
Number 73. Yeah, it's... fuck that ending, man.
Speaking of endings, 2 in a row. 2 movies in a row with freaking 2 of the best endings ever. It was my... Oh, that's you. Oh, sorry. It was my 42. 42.
Nice.
Yeah. People are starting to... I've noticed people are starting to come back around to this movie and appraise it lower than when it initially came out, and I don't get that at all.
Yeah.
Like, I don't... Really? I see complaints now about the effects, complaints about the ending, complaints about it just across the board, the performances. And I'm like, what the fuck? What movie are you people watching? Because I think it's practically perfect.
Yes, it is.
They're the CG in certain areas. The CG hasn't aged well, but if I'm forgiving of it, and I hate that.
I watched the black and white version.
No,
I like it in black and white.
Yeah,
I tried it in black and white. That's fine. Yeah.
That probably helps a little bit with some of the CGI issues, maybe.
True.
I'll bet it. Yeah.
You know, this is my favorite audiobook of all time, the 3D audiobook of The Mist.
Mine too. I had that as a kid. I loved that.
Oh man, I wore my tape out. I had it on cassette.
Who did it?
I heard it so many times. It's amazing.
I don't know who did it, but yeah, it was an 3D audio sound where if you put your headphones on, it actually did, however they did it, it sounded like it was all around you and stuff. It was pretty cool.
It was amazing.
I still have the tape somewhere. I'll see if I can find it.
Oh, wow.
If I can
sell that for a
tape player, you know.
I found it online. I don't have the tape anymore. I think it got lost or stolen or something. But it is online, so I just downloaded the MP3 of it.
And Clive Barker's Body Politic. That's a story where all the hands come to life. That's also was made by the same company, and I loved that one too.
Oh, that was 3D. Is it 3D audio also? Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, I got to hear it. I don't know why they didn't do more of those. But yeah, the movie is fantastic. Thomas Jane, and one of his better roles for sure.
I mean, and pretty much like the cast went right into Walking Dead.
Yeah.
It's like they just poached like what, 4 of them and put them into Walking Dead.
Well, that's Darabont for you. He's one of those directors that reuses people, but I love it when directors do that. I mean, I've said that numerous times. I think that you can build a relationship with your actors and then you can get the best performances out of them because you know them.
He's somebody who needs to do another movie. He hasn't done a movie since this, I don't think.
I don't think he has.
I mean, come on, Shawshank, Green Mile, and The Mist.
I think I get this feeling he has a bad relationship with Hollywood, and some people just want things their way. He seems like one of them. Like he walked away from The Walking Dead right after season 1, and I read.
Yeah, but I think that was more of a financial thing. They were screwing him out of money. He was owed X amount, and they only gave him this amount, and they said, "There, be happy." And he was like, "No, I'm going to sue your ass."
Oh, I think there were also some creative differences too, because he had ideas that he wanted to.
Well, yeah, because that's when the whole second season started, where for the whole season they're sitting on a farm talking about zombies, they're kind of scary. Oh no, and don't get me started on The Walking Dead.
Well, The Mist, great creatures, man. Love the way these things look. Scary shit when they go out in the mist and they look up at those giant spiders and shit. And when they go to that other place to go get the drugs, the pharmacy, and all the shit that goes down there. Yeah. Oh, and the religious stuff.
Mrs. Carmody.
Mrs. Carmody.
She's scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she was right.
Well, even though there are some other locations, it's essentially one location or location horror. It comes from them being bottled up or in that damn grocery store. Like once shit hits the fan, I mean that there, and then they go into the mist, really, right? So ultimately, those movies, those resonate well with me too. When it's like a single or minimal locations.
I agree, 100%.
I love it when you get when the characters turn in on each other. Regardless of what's going on, it's very we've seen it a lot. Night of the Living Dead. It's regardless of what's going on outside. It's when the people that you are trapped with become the main focus of what you have to be concerned about. I always like the human element there.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah. I enjoy it. It's a bit tropey now. That no matter what's going on, humans are the worst enemy and that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It's been leaned a bit too heavily on, but it's also true. I can see people doing that stupid shit. You're in the middle of the apocalypse. The world has ended. You got monsters roaming the skies and streets, but you're going to be sitting here bitching at each other, huh? I mean, that's the best thing to do during this situation.
Well, look, do you realize how many divorces came out of the pandemic?
Yeah, that's my point.
When people were trapped together for so long. Oddly, it's not something you would think of necessarily, and Jason, I don't know if this affects you or not, but working in insurance, I see it all the time. I'm constantly having people call in to rewrite their policies because they got divorced. And several people have straight up told me it's because when they were trapped together for so long during the quarantine, they realized they were incompatible. That's fucking sad. But, you put people in a stressful situation and, that's what happens.
Yeah, either one or the other. Either relationships got stronger or
yeah.
One of the two.
For sure, man. Okay, number 57. Oh boy. Okay. 940 points. I know how I feel about it. I know how Jamie feels about it for sure. Aliens.
Love this movie.
Yes. It's on my list.
Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it a horror movie, but it's an amazing film. I love this movie completely. I don't get Jamie's hate for it. And
yes,
I get
Is it another Terminator?
No, it's just wrong. But
this is more horror than Terminator, though, because at least these are aliens.
Yes, well, yeah, I give you that.
True.
Then again, I don't consider Terminator a horror movie either.
Yeah. Number 61 for me, 9 out of 10. When I was younger, when I first saw this, I turned to my parents and said, "This is my favorite movie."
Aww.
It was just one of those things. I just remember it blowing me away. Like when we rented it, I didn't see it in the theater, but when we rented it, they said, "Okay, you can watch it," and I just remember absolutely loving it.
Me too. I still like it better than the first one. I know some people don't, or most people don't. But
no, the first one, I absolutely love, and I could see that being more of a horror, at least fitting more in the horror realm as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But this one, I was so excited to get the director's cut version, and now I wish I could just watch the theatrical version.
Oh God!
Because one time done. Cameron and his director's cuts. When you realize how much he took out, the reason they took him out. There is a reason why they took him out for theatrical run, and now that's the only version I'll ever attempt to watch again. It's just way too long.
Well, he is self-indulgent. He thinks everything he films is amazing, and no, not everything you film is amazing. But unfortunately, a lot of directors suffer from that same problem.
Yeah, Tarantino, but I love Tarantino.
Yeah,
I love Tarantino, but he does it. Let's be honest.
Well, the
Death
woman
Proof. That's Brian's example.
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof that desperately needed an editor. The woman who made Love Witch. That was a fine movie, but goddamn, it just kept going and going and going and going. And there's a lot of directors who just everything they shoot they think is amazing, and they can't bring themselves to cut it.
But that's it. If I like it, I consider it horror enough. There's aliens. But I could see why people say it's action and be done with it. We can move on, Dave. Sorry, I know we got to keep things.
No, that's cool, man. I'll tell you that the last 20 minutes of Aliens is some of the best stuff in the entire franchise. I will give you that. When she meets up with the queen and whatever the hell, that whole thing. I haven't seen it in a long time. I've only seen it once or twice in my life because I'm a huge fan of the original. But this one is probably my least favorite of the franchise. But that last 20 minutes is freaking outstanding. So I get that. I'm just not into the action stuff. But that's me. A lot of people don't care, and that's why it's this high on the list. So I can dig it.
I just hope that the original one shows up and that
for sure.
Because if it doesn't, then that will hurt my feelings.
Yeah, understood.
My top 13 haven't even been touched yet, so it's looking good that they're all going to hit in that top 50.
Yep. Okay. Well, we spoke about this earlier, and I know that Jamie, you're going to be pretty happy about this one. So, 941 points. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, 1978.
Good.
Yay!
That is a great film. It's better than the original, and it has yet to be Yeah, I said it. I believe it.
No, I'm not saying it's not. It's not by much. The original.
Well, no, I love the original too, but this is arguably better in almost every conceivable way.
No,
for me.
It is. No, it is. Donald Sutherland is really great. Actually, the whole cast: Jeff Goldblum, Leonard Nimoy, all of them are really, really good.
And God knows they keep remaking this film like every 10 years or so, but it has yet to be surpassed again.
No, that's true. That's absolutely true. They have never come close to touching this version of it with any of the subsequent remakes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
What was that one that came out in the 90s, Body Snatchers? Was it Abel Ferreira?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had one that was called Invasion. They had one called Body Snatchers. And yeah, every 10, 15 years, they decide to remake it again. And it's never been like 78. That was lightning in a bottle. Just stop, leave it alone, and do something else.
Plus, it was goopy and grody, and then Dave, I heard you mention the ending. That is one of the all-time greatest endings. I think it's a gut punch.
Yeah, another great ending.
I think The Faculty is one of the best, I guess. Rip-offs.
We just talked about that a couple shows ago, right? The Faculty being another one.
I meant to message you guys, Christian. I agree with you completely about The Faculty.
What do you say?
Yay.
Doesn't like it?
I like it.
I liked it when I first saw it in the theater. I liked it, and I would consider myself a huge Robert Rodriguez fan, but I don't know, something that just didn't age well. So I hadn't watched it since. Put it on, and I was not really blown away.
I can see that. But I like it.
Okay.
I dig it.
Of course, it was influenced by Body Snatchers for sure. But
oh yeah, they mentioned it.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah.
They didn't hide it.
I like it. I just don't. I've never loved it. It's fine.
Yeah.
And
about the same.
That whole straw thing that Dave you were talking about with the straw test, that bothers me too. Like, where the fuck did it go? It would have had to. It'd have to go somewhere.
Like an old cereal. That's what we're saying. Like they're like trying to get away with shit that like in like a recap factor. You're like, no, you can't. That doesn't work. You can't just go back and say this is how they got away with it when everybody would witness that and see it right then and there.
He didn't get out of the cock-a-doodle car.
That's exactly what Dave said when they were talking about it on the show.
Awesome. See? Great minds. Yes, indeed.
That is hilarious.
Yep.
Which is funny because when Dave was saying it, I was saying it along with him.
That's right. She told me that. Yeah. Chapter plays, cereals. I know that. Anyway.
All right, I'll stop talking. Go ahead, Dave. Shoot, Dave.
Okay, 965 points for this one. Number 55, we talked about it with Jamie and Brian when they were here not too long ago. American Psycho.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What a
that's on my
flick.
list.
Oh, I got to look where it is. It's high up on my list, too, of course.
52.
Man. 52?
Yeah, that's another film I consider practically, if not completely perfect. Like
I'd agree with that.
I have zero issues with that movie. I love it.
It's my 32. Boom. There you go.
Nice.
Bale, man. What a performance.
Isn't he great?
Perfect role.
So much about this movie. So we talked about it. We probably freaking talked about 90 minutes when we did it on the podcast. I wish I knew the episode.
Go back and listen.
Go back and listen is right, but it's incredible. It's a great movie. I'm so glad it's here. His lines are freaking just top notch. The stuff that he says is just,
I'm into murders and executions. What'd you say? Oh, I said mergers and acquisitions. Oh, okay.
So good.
Don't just look at it, eat it. What was that?
Yeah. Another one. So many lines. Yeah, man. And just his narration to himself. You know what I mean? The dialogue is just.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
There's a lot of controversy. That was shot in Toronto, and when that was being filmed, I don't know if I mentioned this on the show. There was a lot of controversy that it was being made here.
Really?
People didn't want it, I guess, because of, the nature of the book, of course.
I don't know.
Stupid. Take the money and be happy with it.
Exactly.
Right. No shit.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah, it's a great one though. So what number was it? 55. Good. I'm glad it's here. Okay. 54. We were just talking about it not too long ago when we were talking about zombies. 979 points for Shaun of the Dead.
Yay! It's my
I'm
number
not
18.
surprised.
I love this movie.
Fine with that. I am totally fine with that. It definitely belongs there.
Oh yeah.
Now that one is an example when I was talking earlier about the balance between horror and comedy, and I consider What We Do in the Shadows a straight up comedy. With Shaun of the Dead, I think that there is legitimate horror in there, and quite a bit of it. And there are there are stakes. People are going to die, and it's going to be horrific, and it's scary. So I think they did a beautiful balance there.
When you see that guy dead in the car, when they're playing around with it, in 1 minute you're joking, the next minute he's dead, and then he attacks. That's a scary moment.
Yeah.
And then there's super gore mixed in with it as well. Like, it's just such a fun, again, and it's got heart, and you combine all that in, and was a standout film that I love to this day.
It's silly, but one of the things that I think is scariest in that film is when he's on the bus and he's just riding down the street on the bus and he looks out the window and you just see this random person trying to catch pigeons. And nobody knows at that point what's going on or that anything is going on. But if you then look when you watch it again and that just creeps me out. Like, there is a full-fledged zombie right there, and there are all kinds of people all around completely unaware. And that's scary to me.
Yeah.
I think it works. And I actually watched this because it came out in a 2-pack with Dawn of the Dead.
Agreed.
And I watched them together quite a bit. And when I bought them, I was house sitting out in the middle of the country for this friend of mine. And I bought them and I just took the 2-pack with me to her house so I could watch them while I was at her house. And I got freaked out. And this movie, not even Dawn of the Dead, but this movie, I got so freaked out being out in the middle of the country in the pitch black. And if you looked out into the woods, you could see the coyotes running through the trees in the woods, and you could hear the coyotes at night. Like, it was a really creepy area that I was in and very isolated. And I watched this movie and it freaked me out. Like, I got legitimately scared.
Wow.
So
this
Nice.
took me like four times even to like this movie.
Aww.
I just couldn't get into it. I finally like it now. I mean, it's
And
and to be honest, out of the quote unquote Cornetto trilogy, I think I like the other two films even better overall. But it took a while. The humor didn't work for me the first few times I saw it, and then I don't know, it just clicked with me. I finally watched it and I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. And a lot of the humor worked. All of a sudden, just worked. It's a fantastic movie here. My favorite British zombie movie was actually Doghouse.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
I absolutely
I remember
love
liking
Doghouse.
that. I remember liking that.
That's
one.
That's my absolute favorite, but this is a close second. I've come a long ways, but yeah, it's a fantastic movie.
Favorite British zombie movie, Living Dead at Manchester Morgue.
Oh yeah. I remember we talked about that. Good stuff. This one here, I loved it since the first time I saw it. It's like Jamie was saying, this is the perfect blend of horror and comedy. I always thought that, just perfect amount of horror with the comedy, and the comedy is clever. And that's what's great about it. And they have the callbacks to the Romero's movies and stuff like that. And the gore is where it should be. You literally have that scene, which is almost the same scene you get in Day of the Dead when freaking the guy gets ripped apart.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's what I want to see. Good gore, right? And done well, and it looks good. And you care about the characters, and you care about his mother and everything else, and the relationship that Shaun has and what's going on there, and him having to step up to the plate in this movie and just in general in life. There's a lot going on there. It's cool. It's a really good. The comedy works great and the horror works great. So what else can you say? If only this balance was achieved more. You know,
the way that Edgar Wright structured the film too is very unique, and it takes a lot of time. So a lot of effort went into that. You know, the way the first half of the movie or the second half of the movie mirrors the first half of the movie, but, you know, with all the same scenarios, but now, you know, pre-zombie and post-zombie. Like he keeps running into the same people, or like when he goes to the shop.
Yes.
You know, and that is a lot to set up and make sure that it works right and to pay off. And he did it. And I think he did it perfectly.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great stuff. Okay, Shaun of the Dead. All right, now, here we go. How many times am I going to say here we go?
75.
Yo, right? Probably
75 times.
Every. Oh, shit. What was I going to say? Whatever. It was a line from, a zillion.
Hi, Sky.
Yep, Sky Low. Come on in, buddy. A zillion fish. Anybody know what movie that is? You know how many fish we're going to catch? A zillion fish. That's what that reminded me of when you said 75 times. Anyway, it's from Stand By Me. So, okay.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised I didn't catch that. I mean, I totally hear it now, but I'm surprised.
Yeah, John Cusack, and when he puts the hat on Will Wheaton's head when he flashes back to before his brother died. Yeah, the lucky hat, because remember Ace Merrill took it. Anyway, okay, I'm going through the fucking whole thing. All right, 987 points.
It's not like we're running long or anything. Just more Stand By Me riffs.
Right, why not? Okay, The Conjuring.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't have a problem with that. More Juan, the better.
Right. I'm surprised it's a little higher than I would have expected it.
Yeah, me too.
I will agree with that. I don't think I would put it that high. And you know me. But yeah, I think that's a little higher than I would put it on my personal list.
Yeah. It's a great flick, though. It does what it's supposed to do.
It's great. It's not on my list, but it's great.
Yeah.
It
kicked off.
Insidious higher, but yeah.
Exactly. I agree.
I
would have put Insidious higher as well.
Yeah. Conjuring is a little more easily digestible. I'll say it's right.
Well, and it was more embraced by the mainstream as well. Like it just had more mainstream appeal to it.
For sure. No, it's great. Great stuff. Oh, sorry, Sky's tail. I thought was somebody waving in the background. I just freaked myself out. I moved the camera and then I thought someone was doing this in the background.
Saying, hurry the fuck up.
Yeah.
I thought somebody was petting your head. When I first looked and I saw her tail, like I thought somebody was like stroking your hair. And I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Somebody's stroking his hair. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, that's a cat's ass. Never mind.
Oh, man. Awesome. Okay. So The Conjuring, kicked it all off. Great movie. It's, again, that's the movie I could throw in anytime. I really could. It's a modern classic. And it's just easier just to throw in and check it out, as opposed to like Insidious, which I like better, but it's just, I have to be in the mood for it, Okay, 52. Now this movie, oh boy, I love this movie. 997 points. The Omen.
Yay!
Yay! Nice.
I was wondering when the big hitters were going to start coming in. I'm thinking I'm getting real mad here. I'm not hearing. Of course, hopefully they're higher up on the list, but
right.
But I was waiting for one of those, and good.
There we go. Yep, Deviant Thorn, chapter 1.
It'd be higher for me, but I'm glad
I love
see
this
it represented there.
Where would you put it though, Jamie? Because like if you love it, so, like is it a 10
Dude,
out of 10
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But here's the problem: is I've noticed that we're talking about these movies, and I'm like, well, that would have made my list. That would have made my list. That would have made my list. I'm running out of room on my list. Like I don't.
Right, man.
I love this too, but it's a 9 out of 10, and I kicked it off my list. I mean, and you've got that set piece decapitation that is freaking amazing, and it's scary, but yet it's not on my list, and it's a classic. So it's when you start getting down there, Hunter's not very many movies when you think about it, really. I know.
When you're talking about all the thousands of horror movies out there, top 100 is pretty rough. I'm with you. I probably wouldn't have it in my 100, but I can see how people do, and I'm not opposed to where it's at, 50, whatever we're at right now.
52. Yeah, it made mine. It's my number 94. So it just made the
Nice.
cut. Yeah, I've always loved it. I've always loved everything about. I love the trilogy, the freaking this trilogy I'm saying, but also the
You like the older four?
No, what I'm saying is, no, I do not. But the Damien Thorne story, no. I like 1, 2, and 3 a lot. One's the greatest, but when I'm talking about the other trilogy, I'm talking about the Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, and this is the three.
Yes, see,
devils.
Dave, when I was talking about the big hitters, I was waiting for The Omen, I was waiting for Rosemary's Baby, and I know Exorcist is going to
be
be
next
there.
show.
Like, I'm not
It's
concerned
gotta be
about
next show.
that, but these are the ones that I was like, please don't tell me people have forgotten about them, because they need to be there.
Right on. No, that's so far so good here. They're but yeah, great flick here. I've always loved it. Just some of it predates Final Destination, the way some of the kills are orchestrated, which I like. You're talking about the head coming off and all that stuff, but it's freaking, dude, it's deep shit. They freaking kill a kid. They kill a baby, a brand new baby, to replace with this one, and it's revealed later when they dig it up and all that shit. That's horrific. They actually killed this man's baby. You know what I mean?
And his heartbreak when he finds the body, or he digs it up and sees the broken skull. He's not really to me, has never been known as an actor who emotes a lot.
No.
Like he doesn't. But I feel like in that scene, I could feel his pain.
For sure. No, it's serious, man. And all the kills, the way they're orchestrated with him on the bicycle and all that, doing that when they go to the freaking park and all the animals are going ape shit.
Yeah, the baboons.
Yeah, the baboons. Yes. And when he goes to church, the way he freaks out when they take him to church. Oh, dude. And I still feel bad for him just because he plays it so well, and he's this little kid and he seems innocent, like he can't help it. You know what I mean? It's like he's put in a position that he doesn't know. And everything's going a certain way for him. And I feel bad. Even at the end when he's like, no, Daddy, no. And it even messes with him, his father. And he knows he's the Antichrist and he has to struggle with it. But I just think it's a great story. The freaking score.
And I got to give some love to Mrs. Baylock. She is scary as hell in that.
Yeah.
The nanny.
Yes.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Bringing the dog
the score
in the
is
house.
amazing too. You're right about the score.
Oh,
the
talk
score,
about
yeah.
iconic.
Is that Jerry? Did someone say his name? Is it Jerry Goldsmith?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Sorry,
So
I was
great.
choking, but yes.
So yeah, great movie. That's for sure. I love it. Okay,
And
this is
Ryan
the
Reynolds.
last one. Don't even. All right.
All right,
this
let's
is
go
the
off
last
on a
one.
bang. Hopefully.
Well. 1,000 points for number 51, and it is Videodrome.
Whoa!
Wow.
There it is. My number 3.
There you
Cut
go.
down.
Christian's number 3. Yep. It's a banger.
Guess what? Got my notepad out.
You haven't seen.
Ah.
There we go.
I haven't seen
Wowzer.
Videodrome. Nope.
I still have 35 of my top 50 still not said. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen next show. Well, we've done. Oh my God, I hit my mic. I love this film, Jason. Obviously, you're not going to say much about it, but you should check it out. I mean, it's you have to check it. It will be interesting to see your take, because I could see people not loving this movie. It's not easily digestible, or it's not. There's a lot going on. I mean, I still say I watch it to this day, and I feel like I'm pulling stuff out of it. I don't know if I fully understand it. I'm trying to figure out where things have gone. Is he always hallucinating? If he's still stuck in this chair at the end? Like, there's so many things that are happening still that's why I love it. That I can sort of keep watching it, enjoy it for what it is, but always question that or pull something new from it.
Well, plus he completely predicted like internet cafes, or the fact that people got red rooms. Well, I guess he didn't predict that as much as people took the name or took the red room and actually turned it into a phrase to describe that same situation. But that's how influential that was. But he totally predicted people being, now he didn't know about the internet, but it's the same. It may as well be the same thing.
Like living in a virtual life.
Yes. Yeah.
Something separate from your own life, which is one aspect of it. It's crazy. Did you see Existence? I always fucked up.
Yeah.
Existence. That's kind of like a loose kind of, I don't want to say remake, but an extension of the ideas or themes, but in the video game realm almost.
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's
You'll probably
one
hate
reason I
Videodrome
love
then.
Cronenberg so much. He was incredibly prophetic. He was, I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he saw all the stuff coming that he saw coming, but.
Yeah.
Whatever,
This is my favorite Cronenberg, and obviously one of my favorite horror films. And and film schools, or film studies is what got me loving this movie, because we studied it. It was like the second film we watched. It was Psycho, and then we watched Videodrome, and then had to analyze it. And it fucked my mind up, man.
And it was crazy. I think this is the only Cronenberg movie I haven't seen.
Really?
Wow.
That's even weirder.
That is weirder. Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now, Jamie, I know you love Cronenberg. Yeah. How does this rate for you?
It's not my favorite. It's definitely in my top 5. It might be my maybe 3. Maybe number 3.
Okay. But yeah, Cronenberg is your favorite. Am I right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And you too, right, Christian? As far as horror goes?
Well, no, it's always been it's literally been between Carpenter and Cronenberg and Romero.
Well, see, you fit right in over here because Brian's favorite is Carpenter and my favorite is Cronenberg.
Right.
Well,
and we both love Romero, so there.
And my top 3 have always kind of shifted. Well, my top 2 have always revolved like this, and it could be either or. And 3, Videodrome has always been 3, and Cycle 4. But 1 and 2 have always rotated. And at one point, it's a Romero pick, and the other time it's Carpenter. And The Thing is my number 1 now. So Carpenter takes it this time.
Answer.
But Dawn of the Dead's my number 2, and
that is also the correct answer.
I know.
There you go. Nice. So there you go. Videodrome is a movie I have to watch again. I bought it blindly. That's the first time I saw it. It was like 2014 or 15. It was actually, we did it on the Skeleton Crew. So whenever we did it, whatever year that was, I did it for a Cronenberg show with Jamie and Alex, and it was the first time I saw Videodrome. And I blind bought the scanners and the Videodrome because the Criterion sale was going on at the time. So I got them half priced, and I watched them both for the first time, and definitely, I've never seen a Cronenberg. No, I can't say that. I wasn't crazy about one of the early ones. I want to say, was it Rabid or was it the other one?
Rabid? Because I've never really been in love with Rabid.
No.
It might have been Rabid. It might if it was. I always confuse Rabid and the other early one he did.
Shivers.
Shivers or
Shivers. I can't remember.
That's the one in the apartment building.
Yes.
I still can't remember. Either way, I watched one and I was a little bit.
I get those confused also.
A little bit bored. So I don't know. But other than that, I've never had any problem with any Cronenberg movie. But this is one that I feel I have to be in a mood to watch. It's just not something I can just throw in anytime. It's heady. You know what I mean?
It is heady. Yeah. I got the 4K of this. I just rewatched this one recently too. Just like a few weeks ago, because why not start the year off strong?
Hell yeah.
So is this and Dead Zone so far the only Cronenbergs on the list?
Yes.
Yeah.
So far, yes.
Yep, that's it so far.
I would assume The Fly would be higher because that's is most digestible, for lack of a better term.
Commercial.
Oh, yeah. Commercial is what I was going for. I don't know where digestible came from, but it works. It works.
Long as the new flesh.
Digestible for the mass, so that means commercial, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
Real quick, I wanted to check this before I said it, but I thought I was right. Yeah, and Jerry Goldsmith won the Oscar for that score for the
Nice.
Oh, really?
That's awesome.
Excellent. And it's a great one.
So I'm glad Videodrome was represented. I don't know if I'm shocked that it didn't crack the top 50, because I'm happy that's even on the list. So that's great.
Right, for sure. And that brings us to an end for today. We
Wow.
made it.
Longer. We went
sorry, guys.
1 hour and 50 minutes longer without
So
the
much
bullshit.
for the no BS.
Yeah, it's 3:17 my time. I told my wife maybe wine at the latest.
I'm just lucky.
So
I'm lucky my wife's not home.
Well, thank you guys.
I'm
Thank
lucky
you
my
guys for
husband's
joining.
right next to me.
Well, that's it. You guys are like, but plug your shit, like plug everything
Yeah.
while you're here.
Yeah.
Don't let us do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Go ahead, baby. Plug away.
'Cause I'm exhausted. Yeah. plug it.
Well, we do Horror in the House of Sammons, and you can find that anywhere. We just started for our next season. Like, I just released the first real episode. The top 10 of last year came out first, and then I just put out the second episode of this season, and so we're in full swing now, and that's exciting. Then I also do, what's it called? Oh, What You Watching with Bo over on Legion Podcast.
Right
I
on.
think that's pretty much it for now.
What you watching, Willis? Sorry.
Yeah.
Waka waka waka. It's late in the day. I'm gonna need more coffee. Jason Unleashed. He's
Yeah,
back.
that's all I got. Jason Leash, top 30 of 22. It's on darkdiscussions.com. And I think if you do search Dark Discussions on iTunes or whatever, it's listed under there too. I might do Jamie's idea and do a podcast on all the top 200 that I haven't seen that's on the list.
I think that'd be fun. It'd be fun. It'd give you a reason to watch them and get them off your haven't ever watched them list. Plus,
Yeah, for sure.
I'd love to hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I'd probably do that. The only thing I'd probably do separate is the Universal movies. I'll wait and do those later in December. I mean in October. But all the rest I might do. So sounds like a good idea. So stay tuned to that to see if I do it. And if you want to join my Facebook group, I do reviews of modern movies I watch all the time, 2023 releases. So that's Jason Unleashed if you want to search me on Facebook.
Boom. Awesome. Oh.
Thank you guys once again. And
yeah,
we said this was going to be an epic episode. Holy
it was.
fuck.
Thanks for making
I had
it
a blast,
long.
man. Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It was awesome.
What a way to
Yeah,
come back.
I had a lot of fun. It was fun to record with Jason again. Always a pleasure to hang out with you guys. I'm sorry that it went so long. I'm sorry. I know a lot of that was my fault.
Yeah, a lot of it. A whole
And
lot
my
of
fault.
it.
It's
Much of
always
it.
my fault.
The majority of it, probably.
That was the most of podcasts of probably the past 5 years combined together. So
Totally.
Well, this is going to be up there with the longest because we're hitting 7 hours now, and yeah, I mean I haven't edited it yet, but we're hitting 7 hours. So the video version will be up there with the longest because even when we did this for Friday the 13th, the slasher one, the other long episodes, we weren't actually on camera.
Okay.
So this is going to be the longest of this.
For God's sake, everybody stop talking.
Yes.
Good
All
night,
right.
everybody.
Let's go. Yeah. Thank you
Time
guys.
to
Thank
eat.
you guys again for enduring this long show
Thank you for having
and
us.
hanging out with us. Of course, anytime, and we'll do it again. We love you guys, and listeners, thank you for contributing to the list for the ones that did, because it is a task, and listening to this and hanging with us all this time. So we're going to be out of here for now, but we'll be back next time. Thank you again to everyone involved, and much love. And that's it.
Munchie.
Yeah. Boom. Peace.